Good morning again. Welcome. The meeting comes to order at 8:35. And we'll have roll call.
Committee members Armenian,
Present.
Avedisian,
Present.
Gazarian,
Present.
Garibian, President Ramirez.
Present.
Item 1, roll call 8. The agenda for the February 23, 2018 special meeting of the CDBG Advisory Committee was posted on or before Tuesday, February 20, 2018 at 8 a.m. on the bulletin board outside City Hall. Item 2, introduction and presentations at A, recognition of Moises Carrillo for 31 years of service for the City of Glendale and the Community Development Block Grant Program.
Thank you, Chair Ramirez and members of the committee. A brief introduction. Moises Carrillo started with the City of Glendale in 1985 as an admin analyst. He worked his way up to senior admin analyst, community development supervisor, senior community development supervisor, overseeing the Community Development Block Grant Program. He started his career in community development and housing, and in 2009, his section moved over to community services and parks. He worked on 25 different neighborhood projects and handled around $10.5 million worth of CIP projects, city CIP projects, in the last 31 years that he had worked with the city. Just to name a few, the artificial turf project at Pacific Community Center. He worked on Palmer Park renovation, Maryland Park. He also worked with 50 different nonprofit groups in Glendale, established a great relationship with each of the nonprofits and with the CDBG section. He also oversaw $100 million worth of CDBG funding. One of the major projects he worked on was the Pacific Edison Joint Use Project, which we all know was a great project. I started there in 2003, and that's a project with the Glendale Unified School District, City of Glendale Library, and the Parks Department. He also worked on the Essentia Access Center, the Catholic Charities Community Center back in 1994. He has done a lot of work the last 31 years, a lot of good work, and I like to recognize him for 31 years of service. It's sad to say that he did leave the city in December of 2017 to work with Catholic Charities as the Director of Interagency Programs. He's in the executive team now, providing after-school programming and youth programming to over hundreds of kids that attend different Catholic schools in the Los Angeles region. So with that being said, I'd like to welcome Moises Carrillo up to the podium, and on behalf of the City of Glendale, on behalf of the Community Services and Parks Department, I'd like to congratulate you. Wish you well on your retirement. I know you've been retired the last couple months, but would like to recognize all the hard work and dedication you have given to the City of Glendale, to the nonprofits in the City of Glendale, and to the CDBG program. Thank you.
Thank you, Honik. I appreciate that. Chair Ramirez, members of the CDBG Advisory Committee, staff, thank you again for this kind words and the presentation. It's kind of awkward being on this side of the dais here versus staff, but I did want to thank you again. It really was the last few years a pleasure working with the committee, besides that little road trip we took from the agencies and where our car broke down, but everything else went very well up to that point. But I think it's been one of the most pleasurable past few years working with this committee because of the challenges we had with our funding, and knowing that the administration had and still continues to request zero funding for CDBG. And I think you were very instrumental in guiding us and challenging that, and I think that showed in our last budget when you encouraged us to go to the Hill and make those changes. I think from my perspective, Catholic Charities, you have our guarantee that we'll continue to advocate for those funds from our end so that all the communities, of course, in the United States gets their CDBG funding. You'll be in good hands with Maggie and Armene. They've certainly have my number to call as well, and they know we've been in touch with them. But they're great staff to work with. I think you'll find, the transition gone smoothly, and, we do certainly have a high expectation CDBG from HUD as one of the best running programs around. And even as I speak to other nonprofits, they all know Glendale CDBG is one of the best, and how do I get those funds? So, later on we'll be on the other side of things, but, my intent for Catholic Charities is to continue to expand here in Glendale, not just the programs we have here with Loaves and Fishes, but immigration, other community services, employment programs, so we continue to service the community. So again, I appreciate the honor, and it's been really a pleasure the past 31 years really working with CDBG, and I'll still continue to do the programs that we were luckily able to do with our funding. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Well, I'm going to go and present you with a plaque.
Let's have a photo of everybody together.
Here you are, good buddy,
Oh, great. Thank you.
for all those wonderful
Okay, we got a
years
photo
of
op there.
service. The wonderful years of service.
Thank you.
And
Thank you very
also
much.
for taking on the good work over there at Catholic Charities. This community, going to miss you,
Yeah.
but we're in good hands.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
did a good job there too, I think.
Thank you very much. And I'll be around still. You'll still see me
And
some
any other
places.
members?
Yeah, come on, let's get a group shot, maybe,
Yeah, can we?
for a moment.
Face that way. That way.
You take it from this side?
This is our photographer.
Good?
Yeah, hold it there.
Yeah, where's on?
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Okay.
Once again, thank you, Moises. He's also promised that he'll be, I know Maggie and I have him on speed dial, so if we have any questions, he'll be more than happy to answer. But thank you for your assistance the last few months, helping us out with the transition.
Madam Chairman, if I could just say a word.
Yeah, please, everybody.
Yes, so I just wanted to say that, we often don't see the silent soldiers that work diligently behind the scenes to accomplish so much in our community. And you are one of those soldiers, Moises, who, 31 years is not a short amount of time, as I'm sure you're aware. And you have accomplished a tremendous amount in this community that is often not seen, but the benefits are immense and the impact is immense. So really, really appreciate everything that you've done for the city of Glendale, for all of our community, especially those citizens who are perhaps not as fortunate as others in terms of their circumstances. You have made a difference in their lives. So I really appreciate that.
If I may, yes, sure. Moises, in a short time frame that we've met and worked together in the last couple of years that I've been a member of the committee, it's been really, truly an honor and comfort zone in a way, also with you, working with you, answering all the questions that I've had, multiple phone calls and emails and back and forth. It's been really a good experience in knowing that you have given so much, with echoing what Member Armenian said. It's been just a great process, I think, for all of our committee members and the city and everyone else that enjoyed your services. So again, thank you. I wish you all the best, and I'm sure that we'll be seeing you often, at least once a year at these meetings. Good luck.
We're good then.
Well, just quickly say, I only know you only a few months, known you in person, but it has been a pleasure. And one thing there is your calmness and your relaxed attitude has given me so much power just not to get nervous and be able to see the path. And that's a huge, huge aspect that you have. So thank you so much for your service.
Moses, you're very friendly. I just started in a city, BG, and since I know you for a few months, you've been very helpful and very friendly, and we've been throughout the city with you on different places, and you're very knowledgeable and helped us to know the community and whatever they need to help, and thank you for introducing us to all the people that they need our help. Good luck with your retirement. I know you're not going to retire.
We're done? Well, you couldn't go to a better place, I say, but we'll miss you for sure. Okay?
Item 2B, introduction of Maggie Kavarian, Senior Community Services Supervisor, who will be overseeing the Community Development Block Grant Program.
Okay, Chair Ramirez, members of the committee, I'd like to introduce Maggie Kavarian, Senior Community Services Supervisor that will oversee, or that oversees both the CDBG program and the Senior Services Program. Maggie started with the city back in 2005 as a Community Services Specialist. She quickly worked her way up to Community Services Coordinator, Supervisor, and now a Senior Community Services Supervisor. The last 13 years, she has been overseeing, she's been responsible for the Senior Services section. That includes case management, the nutritional meals program. We feed 40,000 seniors a year. We have 3 meal sites, and Maggie oversees that entire program. She's responsible for the LA County SSP grants, LA County Nutritional Meals Grant. She used to apply for CDBG funding as part of her case management program, but we're lucky enough that city currently funds that program, so we allow, so we keep the funding for our nonprofits that apply for CDBG funding. Maggie also supervises Spar Heights Community Center. That's the recreation side. She's responsible for the day camp program, the after-school program there, the drop-in classes, the senior classes, and so on. So Maggie has recreation experience, senior services experience, social services experience. Combining all that together, she will be a great asset to the CDBG program and the senior services program. With that being said, I'd like to welcome Maggie as the new Moises, and I look forward to working with her. We all met during our one-on-ones, and I believe with Maggie's enthusiasm and motivation and initiative that she brings to the team, she'll be a great asset to the program.
You want to say anything, Maggie?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since Mr. Carrillo is with us today, I would like to thank him for making this transition way smoother than it could have been, because he answers every phone call, every email the same day, and he's just been fantastic in guiding me and helping me through the process, as well as the CDBG staff. The team that I work with they're top-notch professionals. Armina Hunanyan and David Falcon have been tremendous in welcoming me to the team, as well as our Parks Administration. Onig and Teresa have been fantastic, as well as meeting all of you and working alongside you to help the agencies and serve the community. So I look forward to that. Thank you.
Very good. Well, we have a busy year ahead of us, busy day for sure. And we can get started then with our minutes.
Item 3, minutes. At 8, approval of the minutes of the October 23rd, 2017 CDBG Advisory Committee meeting.
So moved.
Second. Do I get a second?
Second.
Moved.
Committee
Moved in
ma-
second, all in favor? I think we take an aye, or do you want a roll call on that?
Roll call.
Roll call.
Yes. Committee members Armenian,
Aye.
Avedisian,
Aye.
Gazarian, Garibian,
Yes.
President Ramirez?
Is that the one I missed?
No,
Aye.
you were present. Thank you. Item B, approval of the minutes of the November 9, 2017 CDBG Advisory Committee special meeting.
So move.
Second.
Moved, roll call.
Committee members Armenian,
Yes.
Avedisian,
Yes.
Garibian,
Yes.
Gazarian,
Yes.
President Ramirez, you were absent, abstained.
Okay, we're on to the business agenda.
Item 4, business agenda. At A, reports information only. At 1, receive report regarding second quarter fiscal year 2017-18 social service performance reports and expenditure rates.
Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members. We have attached the mid-year program report and expenditure rate for your review. This is the midpoint of the fiscal year, and we're looking at agency expenditures and their proposed numbers to be served. The majority of the social services programs are right on track for expending funds by June 30th of this year. This is the social services programs that CDBG funds. With the exception of CASPS and the Zone, which are both after-school youth programs, they historically have to play catch-up, and due to their school year calendar. And even with this gap in expenditures, both have served over 55% of their proposed numbers, and we anticipate expending their funds by June of 2018. If you have any questions regarding the
I don't. Anybody?
Good.
Continue.
Thank you.
Item 4A2, receive report regarding financial statements for community organizations.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, we have a presentation by our Innovation, Performance, and Audit Department this morning. A few years ago, we implemented a requirement for agencies applying for CDBG funding to submit 2 years of financial statements and audits. This requirement was asked to ensure financial capacity in meeting the needs of the city's requirements. The review is a good indicator of strengths and weaknesses of the agency's finances. Your handout packet includes the ratios that have been completed by Samil Salim from Internal Audit, who is here to present the report to us today on those ratios.
Good morning, Madam Chair and the members of the committee. My name is Jessie Zhang. I'm the Internal Audit Manager for the Internal Audit Division of the Innovation, Performance, and the Audit Department. This morning, I'm here to present to you the CDBG Financial Ratio Calculation Report. This is actually my second year to present the report to you, but internal audit, we have been providing the assistance to the Community Services and the Parks Department in preparing financial ratio calculation for the past 7 years. Before I start my short presentation, I would like to introduce, acknowledge the auditors who worked on this project. Our senior internal auditor, Samil Salim, is the lead auditor for this project. And another senior internal auditor, Natalie Minami Valdivia, also provided review and assistance to the ratio calculation project. And the report was issued on February 7th, 2018. I was actually on vacation, so they both did a good job on completing the ratio calculation and provide the information to the department on time. So, do I have? Right side button? Okay. A brief overview of this project, focusing on what we did, what we didn't do, and how the information provided to you should be utilized. So internal audit calculated 6 financial ratios for the community agency applicants. So these are the same 6 financial ratios that we've been using for the past 7 years. So when we initially chose these ratios, we took into consideration that these are for nonprofit. So some of the ratios are, so it depends on the industries the company is in. Some are more meaningful than others. So we have the ratios of the 6 ratios. Some are common for all companies in all industries, and some are specific for the nonprofits. So I would like to point out that internal audit did not audit or review the financial statements. We basically used the information in these financial statements and performed the ratio computation. These financial statements were provided to us by the department, and then of the 12 agency applicants, 11 of them submitted audited financial statement with unqualified opinion, which is the best opinion for an audit, with 1 being compilation. So these financial statements were actually audited by independent CPAs that the agency engaged. So by providing the assistant in ratio calculation, internal audit does not express an opinion on the financial health of the agency applicants. Lastly, so the ratio provided to you should be viewed as an additional evaluation tool, to be utilized when you're reviewing the applicants and making your final funding decisions. So now let's just go over quickly the descriptive information on each of the ratios as a refresher. So the first one is the current ratio. This is a very common ratio used across many industries. So it reflects the organization's ability to meet short-term obligations. So basically, you compare current assets and current liabilities, and making sure you have more assets to meet your short-term obligations. So a ratio generally greater than 1 is a good sign, suggesting that an entity would be able to pay off its obligations if they came due. Next ratio is debt ratio. It's total liabilities divided by unrestricted net assets. This ratio reflects the proportion of debt a company has relative to its assets. So it works opposite of the current ratio. So a ratio less than 1 is a good sign, which indicates that a company has less debt than assets. So these are the 2 common ratios across all industries. Then the following 4 is more specific to nonprofits. So this next ratio is a defensive interval. It's liquidated assets divided by average monthly expenses. So this ratio reflects the number of months that the organization could operate if funding stopped or no additional funds were received. So a higher ratio reflects the expected longer period of operation if funding were to stop. Next ratio is functional cost allocation. So it's a support services cost divided by total expenses. So this ratio reflects the percentage of funds being spent on non-program related expense, such as general and admin costs. So a lower percentage indicates the entity paying more on program related expenses. So next ratio is the fundraising efficiency ratio. It's computed by contributed income divided by fundraising expense. So this ratio reflects the average dollar raised from each dollar spent on fundraising. And a higher amount indicates the entity is paying less in relation to the contributing income received. This is the last one. The last one is the reliance on source income. It's the largest revenue source divided by total revenue. This ratio identifies the potential risk as a percentage if the largest source of revenue were eliminated or reduced. So a lower percentage indicates less risk if the largest revenue source is eliminated. So in summary, internal audit does not express an opinion on the financial health of the any of the agency applicants. So we basically use the numbers in the audited financial statements and performed the computation. So by providing the ratio calculation, the internal audit does not express an opinion on the financial health of the company. I do want to point out that the ratios should not be evaluated on standalone basis. One ratio by itself doesn't really give you a good or fair evaluation. So we need to look at them in comparison. So you can either compare them, the same agency from year to year, or one agency to the other agencies within the same industry. So please keep in mind that the financial statements you received or the ratios we computed are all based on the agency's past performance. So things could happen since then. Lastly, I hope this ratio provides additional evaluation tool for the committee while you are making your funding decisions. So that's basically concludes my short presentation. And Samuel and I will be here all day. We'll be working in our office, which is nearby, and we're a phone call away.
Do we have any questions?
Question. I know you're not. I know all the caveats that you gave us in terms of both the individual categories as well as the overall evaluation, but are there any anomalies that you could point to in aggregate? Obviously, as you said, one category cannot be used to judge an entire organization, meaning the different categories within the evaluation of each organization. But are there any that were really outliers in one category or another that you would focus our attention on?
So when I went through these ratios, we do have the rule of thumb. So, it's a higher or lower or 1 or 2, things like that. So I can't tell you one is, just individually one is good or 2 is bad. But I think the summary or detailed reports we provided, you can see when you have them all listed together, then certain things will jump out. If 1 or 2 agencies have a number that is deviate from the average, that's when you should ask questions. The story behind the numbers. Why this is so high, or why your number is so much higher than the rest of the agencies.
And is there any particular category within the categories that you would say are signs that we should look at? I know we're supposed to look at all of them in aggregate, but is there a particular category that would point to looking at a little bit more deeply the financial health of an organization? Like, for example, is it the debt, the defensive, reliance on source of income?
I don't really want to point
I know
that
you don't
out
want to. I'm
to
trying to
you,
force you
but just as a general rule, let's give you an example, say the functional cost allocation ratio. So as the general rule of thumb, you'd like to have more cost. I've seen, the rule of thumb saying if the support service expenditures is greater than 35%, and that's probably a little higher. And then you may want to ask questions.
Meaning they're spending more on the administration as opposed to the actual program.
Exactly.
Right? Okay.
So, and then at the same time, you should also look at from year to year for that agency. So if, it's an increase or decrease, maybe they're improving, even though there's, compared to others, they're still relatively higher. So that's just an example. So basically, it's a good question because you really shouldn't look at the ratios by itself. It should compare and then should compare vertically or horizontally. So basically, to see. So another example would be if you see a significant increase or decrease of the ratio from prior year, that's where you should ask questions.
Okay, and so not to name names, but if, for example, an organization, you're saying, we're looking at functional cost allocation, you're saying it's over, let's say, 30%.
35 maybe.
35%. So there are a couple in here who are higher than that.
I see one.
Yeah. So that would be a suggestion that they're spending more money on the administration side of it versus the actual costs of the programs that they're implementing.
Right, and
correct?
then you should ask why,
Yeah.
and then it depends on the business they're in, and it could well be, they have a good reason for
Yeah.
that.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Just quickly, you said the financials are not audited financials, or they are audited financials?
They of the 12 agency applicants, 11 of them submitted audited financial statements, and then they all received a clean opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions? No. I have a question. On the first two that you have that one blank, where it's got the, there's no information under fundraising.
Fundraising efficiency for the first one?
Yeah, I think the first two.
The asterisk.
The first two. Just, if you could explain that.
So we have a footnote underneath.
Where is the
Are you
footnote?
looking at the Exhibit A?
It really is a footnote, huh?
Yeah, there's a footnote. It's tiny, so I will read it. So it's a fundraising expense not identifiable in financial statement resulting in no value for ratio calculation. So if they don't have a number, we can't calculate.
Oh, that's a good explanation. I noticed that some of the organizations didn't have a financial report for 16-17. Is that acceptable?
So I think the department has a policy, and there's a general guideline that the agencies are required to have their financial statement audited 9 months after their fiscal year end. So in this case, some are early, some are just, still following the 9 months guideline, and then they are still within that time frame. So based on your deadline for submit the application, so if you see anything that is before March 2016, that means they're out of compliance. But all of these are still within that time frame.
Okay. Is there an understanding that they have that 9 month, well, some of them do, I guess, and some of them don't need it, that on their audited? Seems like it says annual financial audit. So why do you give them 9 months?
I didn't, that's just.
Well, I mean, what is policy,
That's
whatever?
the rule that's established by the department.
Our department.
by the city, and it's also the federal
Is that-
guideline.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
all right. I don't have anything else.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go on to the next one.
Next item, 4A3, receive report regarding Amendment Arat Phase 1 solar panel savings.
Madam Chair, committee members, at the August 14th CDBG Advisory Board meeting, it was at the board's request to evaluate cost savings of agencies who have received CIP funding for solar panel installation. Since Homenetmen was the first agency to energize their facility, our admin analyst, Armine Hunanian, worked diligently with them to gather the information and present to you this report. I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Hunanian for further detail.
Thank you, Maggie. Madam Chair and committee members, the report regarding Home and Glendale R Chapters Phase 1 panel project is provided to briefly evaluate the cost-saving home amendment received by installing the panels funded by the CDBG grant in 2015-2016. Home Amendment is the first agency awarded CDBG funding that officially began exchange of energy from solar panel to grid for the main campus. The project began construction in April of 2016, and the system was energized with Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, permitting the operation of the system in February of 2017. Additionally, Home Amendment was granted the second phase of the solar panel project for the fiscal year 2016-17. From March of 2017 through November of 2017, the second phase of the solar panel project began. In order to complete the second phase of the project, the system was turned off from July through August, approximately for 2 months. To account estimated cost saving for the first phase of the project, staff analyzed approximately 10 months of data from February through November for 2 consecutive years, for 2016 and 2017. The data used by staff and agency, the home amendment utility bills from the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. The comparison of the utility bills indicates a total 32,163 kilowatts savings in 2017. In comparison to 2016, which their actual cost savings of $3,537. Based on this analysis of the utility bills, the cost savings are within the range of what the system should be producing for the review period. Home Amendment further reports that the cost savings for these projects was used to purchase supplies and equipment for basketball, volleyball, camping goods, and first aid supplies for their different programs. Additionally, the second phase of the solar panel project for Home Amendment just completed in January of 2018. With both phases right now is being energized and in the system is operating, it is the data available for comparison. We're going to need another year of cycle because both systems are now energized and we're looking at the utility bills and the cost savings. Therefore, staff recommends revisiting this report in January of 2019. That would give us a full year of comparing all their utility bills, all their cost savings, and therefore we'll be able to give a better sense of what is the actual saving, and with that saving, what programs are we offsetting with. Thank you.
Question.
Sure.
First of all, before we get into Home Amendment, you mentioned in the report that Home Amendment was the first to energize their solar system, but I recall we gave the first project we funded that had solar involved was Door of Hope. Am I mistaken?
Committee member Armenian, no. The Door of Hope's solar panel project is actually, as we speak, is being completed. We had to do the roofing for that project. So we completed the roofing, and we just completed installing the solar panels on that project.
In terms of the order in which we funded the first, I'm not recalling now, which was the first, we've funded a few now. I thought Door of Hope was the first one.
I have the dates on that.
You may be correct in terms of energizing, but I think the first one we funded was Door of Hope.
Door of Hope was funded 2015-16.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the reason I'm asking that is, I know you've got a report, staff report here on Glendale Home and Men. I think we should take a look at all the solar projects that we've funded and do this analysis across all of them so that we have an apples to apples comparison as they energize and come online, obviously.
Yes, Committee Member Armenian. Actually, that is the staff's plan. We have been working with agencies to make sure that when they energize it, they start collecting their utility bills as well as identifying what programs they're going to be implementing with the cost savings of this project.
And so there's just a question. So all the recipients of funds for solar projects have a common expectation that they're going to provide this reporting. Is that correct?
That's accurate and very correct. As we speak, we actually just finished Essentia solar panel project as well. We are working with the agency to make sure that all data is collected and to identify programs that we're going to use the cost saving with.
Okay, so what I'd like to see as they come online and we have more and more of the analysis, we continue to track it, and then that way we have a comparison across all projects to see, number one, what is the savings impact across all projects, two, where that savings is being applied within the organization for the benefit of the people that they are serving, claiming to serve. The next question, so right now, just to clarify, all of Home and Men's solar panels are energized and producing?
As of January of 2018, yes.
Okay. And so then we'll see a full analysis by January of 2019?
Correct.
And you'll have the Door of Hope ready too?
Yes, we have Door of Hope and Essentia that just completed the project, so we will be working with them to energize the system through Glendale Water and Power Department because those go through our city's Glendale Water and Power. So we are actually in process of working with them to energize those systems. So as soon as they get energized and we are in the system, then we'll start looking at the utility bills previous year and from the time frame that they energize them. That's how you start knowing the calculations. And another thing to add, the way the solar systems function is they have high and low time frames, and how the energy is being used within each agency. There are agencies who, for example, Home Management, is in the center in the evenings more versus during the day. Essentia is there all day. So we're going to be able to capture different time frames. Within those time frames, you're going to see how much energy each agency is actually saving, and we could take a look at that as well.
And if I recall correctly, none of these projects have any sort of battery storage associated with them, correct?
Correct.
Okay, because that would help Home Men shift the power, but that's besides the point. The other thing I wanted to point out for staff that I think is important to include in this is there are differences between running such a program within LADWP versus GWP. LADWP actually has incentives that would factor into the cost payback period. So one thing I think would be important to note as you're tracking these things is what was the originally stated payback period that was claimed, meaning from the savings, versus how much you're investing to establish a system. It's going to be different between GWP because GWP does not have the types of incentives that LADWP has. But I'd like to see that incorporated into the analysis so that you see, hey, this is how much was spent on the system over the years. We're going to see savings, right?
Correct.
And that savings would be applied against looking at, okay, at a certain point in time, whether it's 7 years or 8 years, you will see that the system is paid off.
Correct.
with the savings. So that, just factoring that into the reporting would be important.
Yes, the only, we will definitely look into that and get that information for you for the following report that we do. I also want to mention that right now, based on us getting information from the contractor and working with LAWP, we know that the system is functioning about accurate within the range. For the 10 months, we know that we were supposed to be within the cost saving of 5,000. We're close to 4,000 of cost saving. So it gives us an idea that we're close enough, and we're going to continuously monitor and look at all the incentive, all the programs, and we'll give you that report hopefully by the next time.
Thank you for the thorough report.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for the thorough questions. I have to point out that it comes from the energy. Any other?
No?
You did a good job, sir.
Committee Member Armenian, if I may add,
Yes.
it was going to be our recommendation to hold off on preparing these reports until that one full year of utility data was collected. And from what you're telling us, we'd like a little bit of clarification. Do you want us to wait on the 3 upcoming solar panel project completions, gather all of their data, then put one report together, or do you want 3 separate reports for each?
This is just my personal opinion. Obviously, I defer to the majority on the commission, but my recommendation would be, as the data is coming in, have it, even though they might have caveats that this is partial year data versus someone else who might be full year data, rather than waiting a bunch of time. That'll give us at least an indicator, even though we will know that, you know, it's not an apples to apples comparison until we get to everyone's full year data. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're good.
Yeah, I'm good. I agree with him that we should have each organization separately, and as we have the information, we should pass it on. So hopefully by next February meeting, I guess we should have some certain good amount of detailed information that we can actually look at it for the future organizations that they're looking at getting solar.
If I may make one more comment, I know we've got
Better
another
direction.
similar project on the books for today, but something I don't think we've spent a lot of time on, which may become an issue over the years, is what is the expected maintenance costs for the systems, and how do they intend to maintain it? I think that's an important aspect of, you know, you don't just put it up, and it requires some maintenance. It requires making sure that the systems are operating as efficiently as possible. Oftentimes you have to wash the panels to make sure that they are clean in order to have maximum production, those sorts of things. So as you are having these conversations with the organizations, any sort of information you can gather about maintenance programs, that would be beneficial too.
If I may, committee member Armenian, I just want to let the committee also know that we collect quarterly reports for 2 consecutive years after the construction is completed. Within those quarterly reports, we get reports of all the data, all the maintenance, all the information of how the project is coming along, you know, what's the number served, and also everything that needs to go in within their program. So we capture it almost every 3 months. So, and we have conversations with them as far as what's happening. But definitely for maintenance and the numbers and their cost savings within what programs they put in goes into their quarterly reports.
Thank you.
I was wondering, now that we're kind of looking at maybe, I don't know where we're buying the panels, where are they required to buy the panels U.S. made?
Currently, Madam Chair, yes. That has changed since January, and the cost has gone, according to the contractors, the cost has gone up. But we were fortunate enough that our projects, the ones that were funded, we had the panels already, and we were in, you know, we bought the panels, and we are completed with the installation of all the 3 solar panels that we currently have. So we were lucky enough that we were able to do it within the previous year, versus the new law that basically they have to buy it from within U.S.
And then there's the replacement costs. Are they required to have maybe a reserve, so that how are we going to fund the replacements?
That was not part of the CDBG funding that was provided for the agencies, but that will be part of the maintenance that we would need to work with them to make sure it is upon agency to fund the replacement and keep the systems running and functioning. CDBG funding was solely used for purchasing and installing the solar panels.
That answers it for me. Okay, is that the last one?
Next item.
Next item.
Item 4A4, review proposal evaluation process and interview deliberation protocol.
Thank you, Madam Chair, committee members. We have included a proposal review schedule in your packets for both capital improvement and for social services interviews, both to be conducted today. We hope to be completed hopefully by 5 p.m. this evening. There are 8 capital improvement and 8 social services interviewed scheduled for today. Schedules have been set up to begin with capital improvement interviews, and we see some of the agencies are here. Each agency will be allotted 5 minutes to present their proposal, and then we're going to allow for time for the board to ask questions. Staff has included a proposal evaluation form to be used as a tool to evaluate the projects. We will then break for lunch, return at 1:30 for the second half of the interviews with the 8 social services projects. Each of these interviews will be allowed 5 minutes presentation, and then the board may ask questions to those agencies. And again, the proposal evaluation forms are to be completed for that group as well. It's going to be a full day, but I think we'll get through it. Thank you.
We sure will.
Whether we like it or not.
Okay, so we're good. Then from now, we have, these are the upcoming action items, right?
Item 4B, action items. At 1, transfer of $38,000 from pre-designated city project Car Park Street Shade Structure Project. At A, motion to approve the transfer of $38,000 from pre-designated city park project from Car Park Shade Structure Project to Pacific Park Playground and Pool Shade Structures Project.
Madam Chair, committee members, on November 7th, 2017, the City Council and Housing Authority approved this advisory committee's recommendation to fund Car Park Shade Structure and allocate that $38,000 of CDBG funds to this pre-designated city project. In late 2017, fitness equipment was installed at Car Park, and it was realized that sufficient shade is available from the trees surrounding the area of Car Park. Therefore, staff recommends transferring the pre-designated $38,000 from Car Park to Pacific Park Playground and Pool Shade Structure. The Pacific Park Pool Shade Structure, the design, the plan, and the engineering costs had come in a bit higher than we anticipated. So staff recommends prioritizing Pacific Park Pool and Shade Structure project and transfer those funds.
Very good. Do you have any questions?
I have a question. Can we get an explanation as to the increased costs?
Chair Ramirez, members of the committee, we were estimating that just the shade structures alone would cost around $250,000. We received a quote of $750,000. We reduced the scope, reduced the shade area, and now we have a estimate between $400,000 and $450,000, depending on the engineering drawings and project management. This is for both the pool and the playground. The estimate for the water feature was around $750,000. That was lowered to about $650,000. The water feature will include a brand-new system with recycled water, underground tank of 500 gallons with a chlorinated system. Currently, we have a system where the water is not reusable. It's not chlorinated, it goes straight to the drain. So we would like to get something that is more sustainable with the drought, and something that would be chlorinated and also has more features that are fun for the kids.
So can you explain why there's such a big delta between the 250 original expected versus the 750 estimate that you got on the shade structure?
Basically, the 250,000 initial was a estimate that we had from one company, but they, what we really wanted was a shade structure that will sustain 80-mile-per-hour winds, that has a life of 15 to 20 years, and has a larger scope, covering the entire shade, covering the entire playground, and one half of the pool area, the pool deck. We expanded our scope.
And so to understand what you're requesting is the 38 is going against this 750
Yes,
estimated cost?
yes.
And
We're going to
then
increase it.
Where's the bulk of the money coming? Because it's obviously not the
Bulk of the
38.
money, the bulk of the money is coming from CDBG funding from last year. We allocated, I believe, 79,000 from CDBG, and we have 367,000 coming from our Parks Enterprise account, our 501 special revenue account, and we're hoping that both the 38,000 and the 89,000 that we're requesting come out of CDBG. We do have different funding available, one being special revenue and one being our DIF funds.
So, but even with all these transfers, potential transfers, there's still a delta, right?
Yes,
Between the cost.
yes.
Just a quick question. Pool area needs shade, isn't that why people go to pools, just to have? I'm just curious, why would you shade the pool area?
That's a very good question. When I used to work at aquatics in LA, none of our pools had shade structures. But basically what we allow are the parents to come in and watch their children swim and participate in our swim program. So the parents are requesting shade. We currently have easy up canopies, 10 of them around the pool deck, but we would like to have standalone structures instead of the canopies, because we are replacing the canopies each year. So having shade structures would be a little bit more feasible for us.
And lastly, if I'm not mistaken, based on numbers, are we short roughly 300,000 after all the numbers we have? Are we still short?
All the numbers, no, we're not short, 300,000.
Okay.
We'll be requesting some also CIP funding next week for our budget process.
Thank you.
You had a question?
No, it's been answered, thank you.
Everybody good?
I'll make the motion
Okay.
to transfer the $38,000.
Second?
Moved in second. Roll call?
Committee members Armenian,
Yes.
Avedisian,
Yes.
Nazarian,
Yes.
Garibian,
Yes.
President Ramirez.
Yes. Next item?
Item 4B2, transfer of $89,680 from the canceled Door of Hope flooring installation project. Add a motion to approve the transfer of $89,680 from the canceled Door of Hope flooring installation project to Pacific Park Playground and Pool Shade Structure Project.
Madam Chair, committee members, the canceled Door of Hope flooring installation project was a CDBG granted project from fiscal year 2016-17. Door of Hope published a request for bids back in August of 2017, but received none. Door of Hope tried a second time at finding a flooring contractor willing to take on the project in January of this year, and proactively sought out 37 area flooring contractors, and only received 2 viable bids. One bid came in over project budget, and then the other one was disqualified due to licensing requirements not being current. So after an unsuccessful second try, Door of Hope sent staff a letter stating they were going to find alternative options for funding their project through private donors and grants. Staff has placed this canceled $89,680 Door of Hope installation project on the agenda and recommends the project be used to offset the cost of Pacific Park Pool and shade structure project. Again, the consultant's estimate on this project came in greater than originally anticipated, as Mr. Bulanikin had mentioned earlier. Ultimately, it is the advisory board's discretion to make the recommendations on how to allocate these funds.
If if I may.
Yes.
Of course, you already explained the process and the shortages, what you have to complete for the completion of the Pacific Park, the shades and the pool area and the water source. However, at this, in my mind, I'm thinking that as we see all the applications that is coming through, and as the Parks and Rec Department has other alternative sources that you may be able to get funding to complete this project, I would suggest to the committee that keeping the $89,680, the CIP that was transferred from Door of Hope, keep it in our CIP. And as we see that we have multiple requests and we have over 400,000 of shortage from the applicants that we have currently, this may mitigate and help a little bit of that funding that we can help out the organizations in one way or another in their finances to make sure their projects are complete. So that would be my comment and the motion.
Can I ask a question before?
Let's have some more discussion
Yeah.
here, yeah.
I have a couple of questions, if I may. Sure. So I wanted to go back to Door of Hope. Can you provide a little bit more explanation as to why they only, I mean, it seems kind of odd that they could only get one bid for a flooring project.
Committee member Armenian and committee members, we've been working with Door of Hope the last fiscal year, this fiscal year, to obtain flooring companies who will be able to do the project. Similarly, we have been having trouble finding flooring contractors who would be willing to take a Davis-Bacon project. The rates for Davis-Bacon are high, and due to the construction industry booming right now, we are having hard time of finding small contractors who are willing to do small projects for us. With that said, we have been using the same protocol. We have been publishing the projects, and we have tried multiple times, and we have been trying to assist them in any way we can to identify flooring companies or general contractors who would be willing to take the projects. And with that said, we were not successful in getting a viable contractor who would be willing to do the project. As Maggie mentioned, we had two in our last bidding. One was way high, and the agency was not able to match the remaining of the funding. And the second one, the bid came in, was a good, viable bid. However, we had the contractor's license a concern, and we were not able to approve the bid. After that process, the agency decided that they would like to move on with the project, and they wanted to use their own private donor to fund the project to do the much-needed flooring of that center.
So I believe we have another flooring project that's in the pipeline with Home and Men, right?
Correct.
Are they experiencing a similar situation?
Yes, we have been experiencing the same concern and situation. We went out to bid. First time, we were not successful. Second time, we went out to bid. We were not successful. We have been working with one of the contractors that is willing to do, but we're still waiting in our receiving the bid and to see if we could have a viable contractor who would be willing to do the second floor of the main campus for Home and Edmond.
So we might have the same issue there.
We are having the same issue, definitely.
Okay, shifting my questions to Parks and Rec. If we go along with Mr. Avedisian's suggestion and you do not get the transfer of the 89, what is the impact and how will you continue that project?
Chair Ramirez, members of the committee, the impact, basically, we need to look for different funding sources for the 89,000. We do have a few other options. If the committee decides to hold off on the 89,000 and wait after the interviews, the CIP interviews, then we can look at other funding options. We do have DIF funding that we can allocate funds to the project and our special revenue fund, which is our enterprise fund.
So would you recommend that we just defer this item or decide it right now?
It's up to the committee, whatever the committee decides. So my
We need two more.
The fact that you told me there is 2 other options of funding, well, that's sort of gives me better, because I wouldn't want to move anything from the park, especially we're halfway there and want to finish the project, obviously. We don't want to have it standing out. And as far as going back to the flooring part, is it just flooring or any projects we're going to have such problems as far as construction is concerned? I mean,
Committee member Garibian and committee members, no, we've been successful. We've been publishing in different places, and we've been getting contractors. With this specifically, with the flooring, because a lot of general contractors are not willing to take it, so we're basically looking for subcontractors that are just doing flooring or just flooring companies. And because the rates are high, it's a federally funded project. We're using Davis-Bacon rates, and most contractors are not willing to take the project with those rates because their margin of profit is basically gone. Yeah, so that's what's happening. But I would say no. Most of our projects right now that we have in construction are going, and we're doing fine. There are contractors out there who would be bidding and completing our projects.
as far as the 89,000 back to, I think my recommendation would be, if we do it at the beginning of the CIP, it'd be better for us, so we'll know how to allocate that versus towards the end of it. But that's again my personal recommendation.
And you haven't weighed in?
Yeah, I think it's better to move the 89,000 to CIP because we are short almost 400,000 there. If they have better other avenues of getting funded, we can use it in the CIP.
Okay. Well, my take is that it's not going to fund the program. We're still going to need additional funding from the enterprise fund, right? When we transfer this, you'll still need to add to it.
Yes, we will. Well, no, we will have enough funding with this 89,000. So if the committee decides to not fund the 89,000 for the project, then we will look at a percentage of DIF. Since only the shade structure at the playground is a new amenity, that would be used by DIF funds, and then the rest would come out of special revenue.
Well, I really like to see the funding transferred to Parks and Rec because of the numbers it serves and the priorities. And, I mean, we've been wanting that pool so long, and it's used a great deal. And it is my preference to have it transferred to Parks because of the numbers it serves in the greater community.
Madam Chair, committee members, to piggyback on that statement, over 20,000 kids use that facility annually, that space in particular, the playground. And it's used 365 days a year unless there's rain, which we hardly get any rain in California. The water play feature is used during peak times by over 16,000 kids annually. We program the free lunch program during the summers. The summer day camp kids use that facility. Edison Pacific students use that facility. So just something to be mindful of when you decide that. It is being used.
If I may, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Thank you for the explanation, first of all. I totally understand, and I have seen myself personally that how much the Pacific Park is being used on a daily basis. Every time I pass by it, it's never a dull moment in a way. It's always full, always the kids are running around and playing in the pool and all that. However, with understanding all that and your explanations, I still feel that as a city, as a committee, I think we have an obligation, we have not obligation, but we have sources for the city to find funding, as been explained, that we can complete this project, whether or not this 89,000 is transferred or not. They can, we still can process this project and finish it up. However, our nonprofits, our applicants that we have, and the shortfall that we have, it's a large amount of shortfall, 400,000 plus. It's a big difference. This 89,000, it's a drop in the bucket, but it still will help at least small portion of the organizations that will be able to do their projects. And that, again, it goes back and helps our community and our community members, our residents, as needed for each organization or the project. So with that, if I may.
Well, is anybody else? Are you okay? You're good? Well, I'm still going to highest and best use. And so because of the numbers it serves, and it's maybe a drop in the bucket to others, but it's for this project, I think it's the highest and best use, and that's the most appropriate use. So
Well, I'll add one more. I don't disagree with you,
good.
Chairperson Ramirez. I think the way I'm breaking it down, the shade structure, having the shade structure or not, does not prohibit the use or inhibit the use of the facility. It's obviously nicer to have with the shade structure. I think eventually we will have a shade structure. I think the way I look at it, as the previous amount of 38,000 that we transferred was originally allocated to a park project, so it makes sense that it continues to be allocated to another park project. The Door of Hope money was originally allocated to a nonprofit organization, so I think we should continue to allocate it to a nonprofit organization is the way I kind of come down. It's not an easy decision because, as you've heard me say in previous CDBG sessions, this committee is very committed to making sure that, you know, we also allocate money to parks because of their use, particularly in the area, geographic areas that are in the areas that we're trying to improve the quality of life on. So that's kind of where I fall down. I guess at this point, we're just going to, you know, have a motion.
If I may, I'll renew my motion, and I'll call for the question that transfer to 89,000 to CIP projects, and that's my motion.
He's making a motion that it be, as I just stated, that the money be added to the CIP budget that we would allocate.
But you had mentioned about going into the social programs.
Yeah, no. This is capital money. So
you can't go to social.
Go to capital. Yeah.
So we have a motion and a second? Second. And we'll have the roll call.
Committee members Armenian,
Yes.
Avedisian,
Yes.
Gazarian,
Yes.
Caribbean,
Yes.
President Ramirez.
No. I like my parks.
We all love our parks.
I really like our
doubt. There's no
parks.
doubt about that. We all use them
okay.
too.
Then we have the third item.
Item 4B at 3, conduct interviews with capital improvement applicants and deliberate and approve funding recommendations.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we are going to start the presentation process. I believe that Glendale Youth Center is here. Again, it's a 5-minute presentation, and then the remaining time will be used for questions by committee members.
Good morning, Chairperson Ramirez, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Vache Tomasian. I'm an attorney here in the city of Glendale and a volunteer representative of the Armenian Cultural Foundation, here to present the request for funding for the Glendale Youth Center solar panel installation project. For several years, the Glendale Youth Center has provided a wide range of services to a diverse, underserved, low-income segment of the Glendale community, from free tutoring and mentorship programs to internships, karate lessons, language classes, dance classes, music classes, food and clothing donation drives, film screenings, free legal clinics, family gatherings, educational forums, gatherings for regarding women's issues, senior issues, parenting issues, etc. The Glendale Youth Center has truly evolved into a community center for Glendale residents of all walks of life. Census data indicates that 61% of the households that are located within the youth center's primary service area are low to moderate income in our city. And the same data indicates that 18,000 young people under the age of 18 live in that area. The participation rate in programs at the Glendale Youth Center is a clear indication that the center provides a safe, reliable educational and recreational center for activities. The center houses Glendale's chapters of the following organizations, including the Armenian Cultural Foundation, the Armenian National Committee of America, the Armenian Relief Society, the Armenian Youth Federation, the Youth Federation's Juniors Programs, and Hamaskayan Cultural Foundation, which themselves organize a myriad of projects and activities and community service initiatives for the city of Glendale. The project itself proposes to bring a commercial solar system to the Armenian Cultural Foundation Center that's located on Chestnut. The 32.4 kilowatt system consists of 6 Arzon solar UM2 arrays capable of producing 90,000 kilowatt hours annually, which exceeds the needs of the center itself, which have been rated at about 86,000 kilowatt hours annually. The additional energy that would be produced by the solar paneling would be used for electric vehicle charging stations. And these, it's noteworthy, earlier it was mentioned, the solar paneling equipment is manufactured in the United States of America. Array piles are 15 feet high with a solar panel area of 16 feet 7 inches squared, and spaced 27 feet apart from each other within the parking lot area of the Glendale Youth Center without losing any parking spaces. Now, the important thing here to note is that as a result of the savings with this project, we hope to have additional community service initiatives out of the GYC, since funds saved from no longer needing to purchase energy would equate to over $1 million over the next 30 years. That adds up to about $19,000 at current power rates. Looking forward, that could be over. That would be over $1 million over the last over the next 30 years. We hope to initiate new services to develop serving the low to moderate income and underserved communities in the area. Specifically, I want to note 2 projects that funding would go to. The first being a summer youth camp, which would be established for youth 6 to 14 years of age. The program will run Monday through Friday, 8 to 4, providing art, history, dance, and educational classes for youth. And the savings from energy savings with regards to the solar panels will go towards program implementation, staffing, purchase of equipment, but not limited to just that, including supplies, computers, desks, etc. The second initiative that would be able to happen as a result of the savings would be a food bank and distribution center out of the Glendale Youth Center. Looking backwards, between the years of 2009 and 2013, the Glendale Youth Center had a food bank distribution program. As a result of budget restrictions, that program has since been stopped, freeing up budgetary allocations as a result of the savings from energy would allow that program to come back to life and serve needy families that are in the area in partnership with organizations like the Salvation Army. In closing here, I know I'm running out of time. As you may be aware, the Glendale Youth Center itself was started as a result of partial funding using community block development money. And throughout the years, it has been a center that has shown exemplary reporting and transparency. Years back when there was an audit by HUD, The community center's reporting was noted to be exemplary, and that reporting documentation has been used throughout the country as an example of what that nonprofit reporting should be. And that would be something that would be continued with this funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
I have questions.
Yes.
You noted the food bank.
Yes.
What years was that run? And you mentioned that, was that in partnership back then with the Salvation Army?
That was between 2009 and 2013. There was food drives and distributions for low-income and underserved local families. Let's see, there was over 150 families that were served in the first year, and that reached a pinnacle of over 600 families in its final year, in partnership with Salvation Army, with other community organizations as well.
So were the donations kind of funneled and channeled into the Salvation Army's program, or was it your own standalone program?
I believe that was a program that was driven out of the center itself.
Okay. Second, you mentioned a variety of programs that you want to fund, and then I'm going to get to the solar system next. How will you go about the recruiting for those programs to make sure you get the kinds of participants that are qualified for CDBG funding?
With regards to the summer camp initiative?
Whichever of the...
And any of the programs that are run out of the center have to be representative of the population of our city, and especially of that track that the youth center serves. So as much as possible, your staff, your youth, your volunteers, and your people are going to come from that area. And as much as possible, that's what the aim has to be.
And this is a summer camp?
That's right, during day camp.
Day camp, right. Moving on to the solar system. So I noticed in reviewing your material, this is a little bit of a different system than your typical solar system, meaning...
it's not rooftop.
Right. So if you could explain a little bit more
Sure.
about the benefits of this system and the costs of this versus a rooftop system.
Sure. With regards to specific technical aspects of the panels themselves, Jay is here, and he can touch on some of those issues.
Yeah. So briefly, good morning, committee. Real quick, so what happens due to limited real estate, we had to come up with a solution, and limited real estate and also limitations as far as the planning department goes of the city of Glendale. So the solution we came up with was to have some poles and have a system that will actually be ground mounted on the actual parking lot without affecting any parking spaces as far as the capacity goes. So with that, we came up with a solution that can actually attract the same, can generate the same amount of energy as the facility uses, and be able to accommodate it perhaps even more, depending, of course, on the amount of sunny days we get in every year, and so on and so forth.
So is there a reason you chose this system versus rooftop? Like, why didn't you not do rooftop?
So rooftop is a good solution, can be a good solution. However, rooftop requires also, we need to coordinate with the roofing contractors. See, there's a lot of unknowns as far as the status of the roof, some inspections that need to happen, and that could increase the cost of the actual project going higher. Now, also on top of that, if we actually touch the roof and it's not brand new or installed according with these plans, it can affect the warranty. So that thing right there, it could be voided, and 25 years warranty can go to nothing. So.
Okay. And then final question, since these are ground mounted, right, in the parking lot on a pedestal of some sort, right?
Sir.
How are you dealing with in terms of vehicle traffic safety, like if a vehicle bumps the pedestal and that sort of thing?
Yeah. So we're going to have pedestals, like you said. The actual arrays will be 2 feet into the actual, will be recessed into the parking lots. This way there will be no, the vehicles will not be affected. Now, we might be putting, the idea is to put also a low concrete pedestal along with the steel to be able to accommodate any small bumps and stuff like that. I would assume that people can actually, drive properly and park properly.
Okay. And then my final question, as I mentioned earlier when we were talking about with staff on the other solar projects, can you explain what sort of maintenances anticipated on the sort of system and how GYC will maintain the system?
Absolutely. So we'll be, and by the way, I'm volunteering, supporting the owner and the client here. What happens, we're going to have a plan. So quarterly, there'll be visits and have all the appropriate components, whatever that is technically. I don't want to go into technical details, but the oil system, the tracking system, whatever is going to be there. So we'll make sure that this thing is actually maintained and operated properly. On top, we're going to put a remote maintenance, remote monitoring system, which allows anybody with the proper password and username to be able to see how much it generates, if there are any issues, any red flags we need to look up, and so on and so forth.
Who would be monitoring that?
Can be either contracted out or with the client. We're going to have the system allows for both the owner and the contractor to do that, and that
monitor their production and that sort of thing.
And
okay.
Also the operation of the actual system.
And this is this system, if I understand correctly, a little bit different than a typical panel system. Number one, it tracks with the sun, so it'll shift, it'll turn a little bit. And it has concentrators on it, like magnifying glasses, which increase production on a smaller footprint, right?
The reason we picked that is because of, like I said, limited real estate. This system can actually generate approximately 30% more than the typical panels. In fact, we call those things modules because it's an actual technology into that. So they can make anywhere between 30% and 32% have efficiency, and on top of that, because of the fact that they track, they can generate 30% more than the traditional flat panels that produce energy from approximately about 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. Those things can actually, depending on the amount of tilt we can allow them, they can generate pretty much from sunrise all the way to sunset because they track the sun and being very, very efficient.
And I don't recall seeing it in here, but I may have missed it, so I apologize if I did. But what is the expected payback period on this?
So the expected payback period, without considering any incentives, anything like that, because of course it's a nonprofit, it's approximately 10 years. Now, if we consider some incentives, that number comes down to 7 years, 7.3 or 7.5. I'm not 100% sure.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, before you return back to your seat, will you state your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Zuraid Turgushian.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jay, before you go, a couple of questions. What's the life expectancy as far as efficiency? How many years for it to start producing less? Is it 10, 20, 10?
So the system is actually rated for a 20-year life. Now, I want to be honest that every system has degradation almost yearly. There's an annual, let's say, about 1 or 2%. So you're going to see lower production. But with proper maintenance, I think that that number can be pretty good. We can keep it up to where it's.
The maintenance part, do we have an agreement? Is there a maintenance agreement, or is something that's going to implement it afterwards as far as?
This is something that I guess it can be taken care of by the client, by the owner. It's a small fee. It's not a big.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple of questions, if I may. Actually, I have questions for him. As much as the funding goes, I've looked at all that, and it looks pretty interesting, the system and how it works. If you don't receive this full funding, as what I see in the application, that you're asking for full funding, and if the full funding is not there, what will happen with the project? And also in my mind, I'm thinking, would you be able to do a partial if, per se, the funding, we allocate certain amount of dollars, not the full what is asked? Would you be able to still do it, or what would happen to the project?
Committee Member Avedisian, thank you for your question. In reality, if the funding is not fully allocated, the project won't happen. And those extra initiatives coming out of the center will not become a reality due to budgetary restrictions. It's our understanding and our position that the funding has to come all at once in order to get the project completed without creating extra exponential expenses that are going to be duplicative. So if it wasn't for that, it wouldn't happen.
Nice. All right. Thank you.
Just quickly back to food bank. Who are you guys serving? Is it a certain time of the year? Was it in like Thanksgiving time, or and in general the Salvation Army? Is it more organizations going to join you guys? Can you add more organizations?
Absolutely. I think that the food bank project, historically, it had happened at various times during the year with a special emphasis during the holidays. But looking forward, as many partnerships and coalitions that can be built to serve proper underrepresented peoples and needy peoples in the area would be chased after with zeal and effort.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question about the panels. You said it comes with a warranty, right, for the whole panel, right? Even the movement, it's the same warranty with the panel? If it doesn't start moving and generating more energy, is that still with the same warranty that the panel has it?
So the modules, the panels, and the components have different type of warranties. The modules have warranty, like I said, it's going to be producing for 20 years. The parts, the movement, the tracking system, and those things have about, I think, 10 years warranty. But they don't usually, what happens, the key thing in this type of projects, and I have experience in megawatt type of projects myself, but the key thing in this type of projects is to do proper maintenance and management year number one. Once you go year number one, that seems that there's no board, like motherboard issues of the tracking system that actually can go out. So, yeah.
That's kind of the cost involved to monitoring and breaking down. It's considered what kind of cost is the maintenance? Is it?
The maintenance is a very, very small, is like a 3 or 4 or 3 to 5%. I need to double excuse me, can you repeat the question?
Maintenance, I mean, somebody operating the system has to operate. Or if it breaks down, you said it needs lubricating, whatever, all those maintenance. Is it, do you figure out how much cost is it involved per month or per year or whatever?
Yeah, there's no maintenance that needs to be done by the client, by the owner. Usually what happens is that part of the contract for maintenance and operation is such that it can be done remotely. So also, let's say there's a red flag, we see something doesn't track or doesn't produce, or we can see on the kilowatt hours that we produce per month is not proper, then the contractor can go out and send someone, a technician, fix whatever that component is. But the as far as, are you looking for a number, or are you looking for
No
solution?
cost involved, if it's worth it, based on all this money we're spending.
Committee members, just to clarify, the grant monies that are sought here are for the capital improvements. The maintenance costs will be handled by the ACF.
Thank you.
Okay, my turn. I'll go back to the administration. Did the minutes get resolved? And the board minutes were not included in the proposal. Those did come in, and they're accepted?
Chairperson Ramirez, yes, they were.
Okay. Then how many board members do you have?
We have 11.
Okay. And there, you submitted some resolutions, and one of them indicates that that there is the financial reports can be accepted by one person alone?
With regards to the financial statements?
Evidently, yeah. And
But there were 3 people on those.
There was 3.
But there's not minutes reflecting that there was 3. It's a resolution.
I believe there were meeting minutes that were included as well.
I just picked up on one of them that said that your financials, according to your bylaws, I guess, that you can have one person approve, and we require that that you have minutes rather than resolutions.
Yeah. There was 3.
There was 3 on the ones I saw.
Oh, maybe that's
There were two sets of minutes that were submitted, and each of them had
I had the,
three people
and the resolutions.
that are.
Resolution is signed by 3 people.
Yeah, but we need minutes, not resolutions. That's okay. I just want to make sure that staff picks up on that. And you have 11 members. On your minutes, if you would, you say you have a quorum, but I think it's proper to include the members in attendance so that the quorum is verified.
Chairperson Ramirez, that could be clarified and resubmitted as necessary.
Yeah, I think that's very important, especially when, in terms of minutes, that's what verifies that, that's what we use to say part of your compliance is the minutes, so.
Understood.
Very careful about that. Okay?
I have a couple more questions. I just wanted to clarify with staff, and as well as maybe Mr. Tomasian. So GYC received funding from CDBG. This predates my presence on the CDBG. Received funding during its original construction. Is there a year when that happened?
If memory serves correct, it was 2008, 2000, I want to say 2008.
8.
Committee member Armenian, that's approximately accurate, yes.
Okay, so it's been about 10 years
Yes.
since then, and I don't recall since then that GYC has received any funding for anything else.
No, after that, we have not funded.
And do we remember approximately how much they received?
Committee member Armenian, it was $110,000 they received in 2008.
10. I thought there was more than that. Maybe it was multiple
It's
years.
multiple years of project and funding for that center. So
For the
I think
construction of it,
for
capital.
construction of the capital,
Do
correct.
we know how much total? 'Cause I seem to recall from my own conversation.
Committee member Armenian, it was approximately $585,000 over several years.
Several years, okay. Of CDBG money.
That's correct.
Okay,
That sounds accurate, yes.
okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, I just found that one duly passed, and it's approval of financial statements. It says here that the Armenian Cultural Foundation, Western Region, and each acting alone is hereby authorized to do and perform all acts, including execution of all documents and certifications as such officers seem necessary to carry out the purpose and intent of the foregoing resolutions. And this particular resolution is the approving financial statements, and that's your title. So that's what I want to alert you to, that it's very, very important, and it's required that the board approves it, and you have 3 people here that signed, but this isn't minutes, it's a resolution. Okay.
Madam Chair, I do have the paperwork that shows that there were more.
Well, I have that one, yeah, but I was concerned about this one that says that they can approve the financial statements. And I think that financial statements should be approved by the board, and of course, this is signed by 3 people, so.
Noted, so we could request for the agency.
I think you can figure it out.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're an attorney.
If there's any ambiguity at all, Chairperson Ramirez, then that can get clarified.
Yeah, absolutely, needs to be clarified. Okay, anything else? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
One down.
Next,
You
we
want,
have,
as a matter of procedure, I know we have the evaluation sheets. Should we be doing these as we're going along?
next we have Sunrise Village.
And now, do we do these, do you want us to do this
Yeah.
individually or as a group?
If the committee is ready, we are ready for the next interview. Next, we have YWCA Glendale introducing Sunrise Village Emergency Shelter Garage Conversion and Backyard Renovation.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Tara Peterson, the Executive Director of YWCA Glendale. And the mission of YWCA Glendale is to help women and children transform their lives with the support and tools they need to achieve economic independence and have lives free from violence. For more than 35 years, we've continued to accomplish this mission by providing comprehensive services that include a 24-hour bilingual crisis line, counseling, an emergency shelter, the Sunrise Village Emergency Shelter, which is a project we'll be talking about today. In addition to that, we provide legal advocacy and support and case management support. The majority of the women and children who access our shelter are low-income women from underserved communities that often, in addition to facing physical and emotional abuse, they often face language and financial barriers that further prevent them from attaining jobs and self-sufficiency. We are seeking funds to support increasing the number of women and children that we serve. We are currently serving, we're able to serve up to 12 women at this time. And we have the capacity to serve up to 16 if we're able to take on this project that will allow us to convert our garage to be a office space, and we'll free up an office space that's currently a bedroom that we can actually house additional women and children in that bedroom. In addition to that, our backyard is in dire need. I'm sure you were able to see from the pictures that we provided. And we want to be able to ensure that the women and children who are accessing our shelter have a safe place where they can actually really be in the shelter in a place where they don't feel constricted to just being in the actual physical house of the shelter, so their children can actually have access to play while they're in the shelter. We were originally a 30-day shelter when I first started. We are now providing shelter up to 90 days. So women and children are staying much longer, and that's largely due to the fact that there is a lack of transitional housing and affordable housing. So it takes us a longer time to transition them out of the emergency shelter. And so this project is extremely important for the YWCA Glendale to be able to provide the much needed services. We are the only domestic violence shelter in this community providing this support. And so to be able to increase our shelter to 16 will have a huge impact. We turn away women every day because our shelter is full. Our shelter is full every single day. Occasionally, we're able to take a police call in the middle of the night, and our shelter is full, and we're able to take them in for one night. But we have to find something else for them, either referring them to another shelter. And so this will allow us to respond to those police calls as well that we get in the middle of the night. Because our shelter is oftentimes full. And we know that homelessness and domestic violence are interconnected, and this is a way to further permit homelessness and also ensure safety for women and children. So I guess I can talk a little bit about the project, and I also have Richard Dell here that can also talk a little bit about the project. And so essentially, we have done a lot of work in our shelter to recently bringing in community members. We did an Adopt a Room campaign and recently have been able to bring in community members to really change and upgrade our shelter, including new furniture, new paint, making all of the great things that we need to happen inside. And so additional support is needed from the City of Glendale to make sure that we're able to make sure that our shelter is safe for the residents and that we're able to increase our capacity. Are there any questions regarding the project?
Just quickly, I noticed somewhere you mentioned, do you need the Historical Commission approval or you don't for the?
We do not need the historical approval. Do we need the historical? I know for our current center we do, but not the historical approval.
What type of approval, I'm sorry?
The Historical Commission didn't see that?
No. Traditionally, buildings of this nature, good morning, I'm Richard Dell, Red Architectural Group. Thank you so much for allowing us to consider this project. Most buildings, as they hit 50 years old, are required to go through SHPO and NEPA. It's a formality where the city fills in the forms and files them off to the state, and they go through a environmental check to see if the building has any historicity to it, anything that would cause any environmental damage. It's a protocol that we go through. The building has been altered over the years that we've been involved in it. It's my humble opinion as a former historical commissioner here in the city that I'm sure that SHPO and NIPA will probably not find many things that are attributable to the historic fabric of the community, in which case we anticipate very, if any, contributions from them in terms of what we have to adhere to. That's one of the good news of the project, is that we're positioned really well to bring this project forward from a approval process with the city. And as you see in our presentation, we've worked with the city closely so far to make sure all those, the occupancy, the zones, the setbacks, the building, and all those things were achievable before we actually presented this to the committee, to make sure there were no hiccups along the way to ensure that we could bring the project to fruition. And we're really happy to stand here today and tell you that all that forward work that the Y has commissioned us to do, clearly we see the path of getting this project to fruition relatively painless and hiccup-free, you might say. But again, what I want to stress what Tara is saying is that we have an opportunity under the current codes to change and readapt and repurpose the garage, which is in dire straits. What we're asking for is to do things that are necessities. This isn't for play yard equipment. This isn't for things that we wish to have. In order to increase the bed and the occupancy level in the facility, if we can convert the garage and pick up those 4 extra beds, that's our goal. We're not asking for landscaping. There's other folks that are going to contribute to the landscaping. We're asking for the basic needs for the artificial turf. That yard has been mud for the last 20 years that I remember it. And we can't plant. They tried a variety of different things. The artificial turf, which allowed by the city, will allow the kids to have a place to play, not drag all the dirt and mud in the inside. So the things that we're asking for are really necessities. We're not trying to embellish the project whatsoever or bring in things that we would like to have. We're only doing what we need to do. Are there any questions regarding the building and the logistics of how we'll go through the process? Yes, sir.
Let me just continue on, because on the garage part, I noticed you have a subtotal of $71,424. That includes labor and everything else, or that's just the cost in addition to the $71,424? Because you mentioned the garage conversion, and I see the bid here, it's only subtotal of $71,424, but I don't know if that includes any insurance bonds, labors, because you have it as a total, not divided into subcategories. Like how much of the 30,000 it's towards the garage? You should have 30,000 on subtotal general conditions.
I'm sorry, we're not tracking that.
On the financial.
What line item?
On the financial.
On the financial breakdown that you gave us with the, I guess is the contractor's bid, is that what it is? On the JM Series Company Inc. Report, you broke down the description of yard improvement and then main residence improvement, then garage conversion.
I see, it's from one of the contractors' proposals.
Right.
And that's on the line item, that's on the $30,000?
Well, the garage conversion, first page, all the way down, last paragraph.
Here it is. That's the kitchen cabinets.
Garage conversion is all the way at the bottom
Garage
section.
conversion. Yeah, that's all the subcategories for that construction cost. And right, exactly.
So
Evidently that is.
$71,424, it's the subtotal for the garage conversion?
Right, the $71,424, that is correct, right.
Is that everything or part of the general conditions?
No, that's just the actual construction cost. The general conditions for that is on the following line items. What that particular contractor did when he broke those numbers out, he just specifically went to the construction cost for each component.
Okay.
And then added total them up, put his general conditions on top of that, the back side of it. So that's strictly just hard construction cost.
So the general subtotal of $30,853 is for the entire project, not just the garage?
Not the garage, exactly.
Okay. But we don't know how much of that is just
for the garage, no. Okay. He didn't break, and unfortunately, they won't break it down that way. They'll do the construction cost and then put their general conditions on top of that, regretfully. We were very fortunate that we had 2 contractors. Unfortunately, they're not prevailing wage contractors because, as you've heard Armine talk about, very difficult to get contractors to bid these projects. And more importantly, if they bid it, it precludes them from actually bidding on the project when it goes out to RFP and for bidding purposes, as you know. So they're all apprehensive to give us numbers. And most of them are so busy right now. This is a small project. And we struggle with that on other projects like this. It's very difficult to find contractors. And there are qualified contractors that will do smaller projects, but if they help us to develop the budgets, they're precluded from actually bidding on the project. So it's hard to come to the table with numbers that are respective. And so we use other contractors, and then we alter those numbers based on historically what we've seen in terms of cost increase for prevailing wage. It can be anywhere from 15 to 25%. This project is relatively condensed. Most of the work will take place in the garage and backyard. There's some work doing inside the building for ADA upgrades, but again, most of that work is being done outside, which is another great thing because it won't impact the operation of the facility. And that's important to us. It will keep the census and keep the residents there while the project is being constructed. Again, there are a lot of things that have lined up to allow this project to make sense from our perspective, to allow it to go forward without the least amount of hiccups, should we say. I'm sorry, other questions, I'm sorry.
Well, no, just last question, I'm just referring to, and not the construction part of it. Where is the next closest shelter as far as city is concerned? Because you have here, you're servicing Eagle Rock, Atwater Village, and East San Fernando, and goes on and on and on. So there's none around here?
So we are, so in Spa 2, which we're considering Spa 2, there is a shelter in Santa Clarita. There's also a shelter in Lancaster. There's a shelter in San Gabriel Valley. And there is a shelter in Canoga Park. So,
quite a distance,
yeah, quite a distance. So,
these are your shelters?
Not our shelter, other domestic violence shelters that we refer to oftentimes. And then we also receive residents coming from outside of Glendale as well, and so we provide services to entire LA County.
Well, that's a large area.
A large
for
area.
A very small
very
shelter.
Small, yes.
And I personally have, is one of the organization that I really want to help the most, and I see you have the least amount of size compared to the vast amount of needy. So.
Exactly. We've been really lucky. We have been able to work really closely with some of our partners to make sure that we're just not turning women away, that we're able to get them connected to another shelter, another location, provide them with motel vouchers. But as you know, safety is extremely important, and what's really important is that victims of domestic violence don't go into homeless shelters because there's no confidentiality there, and they can be tracked. And the unique thing about our shelter, it is a confidential location.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then you're good, okay.
I have a few questions, but I'll start with a statement. Maybe the hundreds of millions of dollars of real estate being developed in terms of high rises in Glendale, some of those contractors can make a little bit of room and maybe do this work for you. You might want to approach them as a goodwill gesture towards the city in which they're profiting. But that aside,
that's a great idea.
We would love your support on that.
Yes.
But in all seriousness, I think you ought to talk to council members on that, because it's not just about affordable housing, it's also about housing for these sorts of really needy populations. And with the amount of real estate being developed, it would be a drop in the bucket for them to convert this garage for you. So that's one statement and idea, I guess. My second question is, if you don't, as you heard probably in the beginning, we have twice the amount of proposals than there is available money. If you do not get the full funding, what happens to this project?
So if we don't get the full funding, we would definitely go back and look at our scope of work and figure out and prioritize what makes sense. Do we want to focus on the backyard, or do we want to focus on the capacity piece of it? I think for me, that was a conversation I would take back to my board. But for me personally, I think that being able to make sure the backyard is extremely safe is important, because we can squeeze in some additional people. We don't want to squeeze in our current setting because it would be really just not a good environment to have 16 women in our current setting. But if we have the ability to do it now, that we're able to go up to 16. So we could possibly squeeze in an extra bed or a bunk bed, or do something differently to configure our current. The backyard is, in my opinion, is is something that is really difficult to find funding for and support for. And so that we would maybe do a phase and come back next year and ask for some additional money. The part of the reason why we're looking for full support is because we know that once we increase our services, our operational costs go up. And in addition to providing the shelter, we provide food and clothing, and all of those things are going to definitely increase as we increase our services.
Okay, thank you. So what I'm hearing you, if I'm correct, is that if forced to, you would prioritize the garage build out versus the outdoor landscaping kind of work.
Well, I feel like the shelter backyard is a safety issue. And so to me, the safety of our residents needs to be addressed. It's a structural safety issue. It doesn't, the way it's currently is, children cannot play out there. Mm-hmm. And I would like to see that addressed. And at the same time, I have a commitment to not turning away women. So if we have to, for 1 year, find a different way to serve 16 women, we'd be willing to do that and hold off on the garage conversion.
Can you describe a little bit more detail? When you say safety issue, what do you mean by that?
So we want to talk a little bit about some of the structural problems with the backyard.
Part of when Tara talks about the fact that this is a secured location, it's confidential. The idea is that extends to visual portal views into the backyard. There are a lot of houses that this backs up to. The idea is put a new fence in so it can't be seen. People can't see through it, and it can't be it's a little harder to access. Right now, it's a chain link fence with slats in it. People can see through it. There's no privacy there. So when the kids are out there, we want them safe, not only from a physical standpoint of view, but from a visual standpoint of view. Again, this is where the abusers will track the kids and track the parents and the mothers down. Being able to secure that visually so they can't see in is just as high a priority as it is being able to put the beds in. Part of the therapy for the kids is being able to play outside. Again, we're not asking for play equipment. We're asking for something that they can go outside, not be bed or building ridden in front of a computer all day or whatever they do. The point is they need to have that security to be able to feel safe that they can go outside and not be
seen,
Yeah,
viewed. Basically.
or even injured by the current,
Exactly.
because we do have staff there 24 hours, 7 days a week, but children are outside playing. We don't prevent them from going outside, and the current issues with the landscaping now could really possibly injure a child, and so I think that's really important to address as well.
Okay. Then I have one kind of last question. Last year, this is looking at two different things here. Last year, we allocated money, different project, different structure, obviously. I think you were new
Yes.
to the organization, so congratulations, you've survived.
Survived, yes.
Or I should say thriving.
Yeah.
Surviving and thriving.
Yeah, thriving sounds real good.
But my question does, in seriousness, we gave a significant amount of
Yes.
funding last year so that we can get that project done. That project is not quite underway yet. And so I do have a little bit of worry as you expand the scope of amount of stuff, just having done renovations myself. Project management is a huge deal. And it takes a lot of good project management to manage such things. You already have your hands full with one structure that still has to get underway. Now you'd be adding another project essentially. How do you anticipate the impact to your time? You doing construction project management, or are you doing organization management?
Yeah, so I've been really lucky to really work on changing our organizational structure. I now have a full-time associate director and a full-time finance manager, which really relieves a lot for me to be able to do more of this type of work. Our full-time associate director is doing all the programmatic, all of the development work for us and going out and trying to raise the money for us. And then I also have a very strong leadership team for our domestic violence program, and so they do all of the programmatic stuff. And so really, me being able to shift my time focusing on this project, or both of the projects, makes sense. We also have a really strong and committed board of directors that is very supportive and spend a lot of time not just coming to board meetings, but really trying to help us think about our future. We're in the middle of completing our first ever strategic plan, which really is going to pave out the way for the next 3 to 5 years, and a big chunk of that is capital improvement and looking at our facilities improvement, and also looking at, we just recently closed our pool, and so there's opportunity for us to look at affordable housing project as well. And so the board know that that is also a part of our commitment, and so possibly bringing on another staff person in the near future, because we're looking to really focus on this, is also something that they're considering.
Let me add to that.
And Richard.
I'm sorry.
We have you, of course.
The staging of the two projects will happen at different times. The one that we just funded last year, the ramp and the fire sprinklers, they're very close to, the documents are done, the things are ready to go to plan check, we're ready to actually get ready to go to bid very closely on the other project. So that execution of that project will not take place while this is being executed. The front end of that work will bear on us to get the documents done, get it through plan check, so they won't be under construction at the boat time. However, they do require project management internally, and I think that's what Tara addressed. Mm-hmm. And of course, yes, she has us to lean on too, so.
Yeah.
Hope.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Any other discussion?
I
And
just want to just before you, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I just do want to offer an opportunity for you all to come out and visit the shelter as well. I would love to give you all a tour of the shelter so you can see it firsthand. I think it's been really remarkable what we've been able to do and the amount of services we've been able to provide over the last 30 years, and it's an important part of the work that we do in the city of Glendale. So I would invite you all to come out for a visit.
I would be interested.
Great.
Okay,
Make sure you follow up with.
And I want to just go back over here to your current financial statements and the approval of the minutes.
Yes.
It says they do not indicate. And so,
Yes, so, yeah, so I've been doing nonprofit work, and so this is the first nonprofit organization I came to where the board doesn't actually approve the unaudited financial statements monthly, which was odd to me, but I went back to the board, and we will be approving the unaudited monthly financial statements. I have a committee that reviews all of our financial statements every month. We bring it and present it to the board. They just don't make an actual motion during the board meeting. And so that's a step we'll be adding, a practice that I believe is a best practice that we'll be adding moving forward. Our audited financial statements are approved by the board, and there is a motion in the audited financial statement in the minutes for when the audit financial statements are presented. So that is approved by the board and through a motion.
well, I read your minutes, they're excellent. But
can't take credit
they
for that.
leave out a key component, and I don't know how we approved it last year, because
Yeah,
it's a
so
requirement.
it's definitely, yeah, it's something that I've always been familiar with, and this is the first time with the YWC Glendale, a nonprofit, where they did not actually have that practice. And so some of it is just board understanding what their role is and their capacity, and so being able to teach them and understand their importance of governance and fiduciary responsibility, it's important to do that. So we will be doing that moving forward.
And probably when we do that workshop, I think that maybe it's a good time to let the organizations know that the minutes are required and what the minutes have to contain.
Exactly. No, I agree with you 100%.
Okay.
One last question I forgot to ask is, following up on
Go ahead.
Commissioner
Yes, please.
Garipian's question. So does this facility take in people from outside Glendale, or is it just Glendale?
We take in outside of Glendale as well, yes. But a majority of the women and children we serve are from the city of Glendale, about 65%.
Okay, thank you.
And they come through the police department, you say?
So either through the police department, we also get referrals through the hospital. We also get referrals from other domestic violence shelters, and we have a 24-hour hotline where women are able to access our hotline 24 hours, 7 days a week. And so they find us through either doing a search or a referral from a community member or the hospital or the police.
Okay, and then you refer.
Yes, if we're full, we'll refer them somewhere else.
That's wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you. I think it's an
Thank you.
excellent
Thank you
project.
so much for your time. Appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Proposal evaluation forms.
Okay, well, what do we do about those minutes? Excuse it?
Madam Chair, committee members, we'd like to invite up Adventist Health Glendale Live Well Senior Center.
Thank you. Chairman Ramirez, committee members, I'm Bruce Nelson, the Director of Community Services at Glendale Adventist Medical Center. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having us. And I have a PowerPoint presentation which will take us quickly through our request. So this is what we're referring to as the Senior Center at Glendale Adventist Medical Center. It has been the Community Services Center for an extended period of time, and we're converting it into a senior center. And so really our request today is for you to help us to serve the seniors of our community and make sure that they're not forgotten in the, the overall care for and planning for services here in Glendale. So our problem is essentially this. We have a combination of opaque colored glass, deteriorating wood window frames, drafty leaking panes, and energy loss. And this is sort of a picture. Here's a picture of it from inside. You can see what that does for the effect on people who are trying to conduct activities in the facility. It's this dark, morbid look that doesn't lend itself well to wellness and exercise and fitness and all those important things that, that are so important. Also want to point out, however, that there are, and I can't point with the pointer, but so I'll point with my finger. You see on the right-hand side that window? That's actually a louvered window. So that means that in these cold winter days and rainy, so forth, it's very drafty and so forth in there. This building was built in 1928, so consequently, these are all original windows, so consequently they're not energy efficient. It was originally built to be a campus chapel at the hospital. And of course, it's been converted since then. There's now a church across the street immediately, which is used for spiritual activities and so forth. We have a number of activities that are already have moved in there, then had to pull out while we did some of the more recent changes in access to travel. But this is an example of some of the yoga classes. We actually have a large number of seniors who are actively participating in programs that are provided through the Live Well Senior Program. And we have one of our representatives here in case you have questions. That's Melissa right there in the middle. And she has a wide range of these senior-related programs. You can just imagine they're not just fitness, they're nutrition, they're health education, they're health screening, and assessments and other kinds of things like that would be appropriate for the interests that seniors have. So this is a summary comment. Built in 1928, the Senior Center represents a unique, and this is a 12,000 square foot community facility that the hospital has simply made available to the community. So, and continues to donate all of the cost of maintenance, upkeep, and so forth, and to donate a lot of additional costs in addition, over and above whatever CDGB contributes to the various projects that we have to make this more suitable for serving our senior community. Almost 2,000 actively involved seniors and others are available to use this facility. And as you noticed from one of the previous slides, it's quite a big facility. There's a lot of space there. And this doesn't actually show all of it. There's some additional rooms on the sides too that are also being used. And we have plans for expanding use in as well. We have an aging population in Glendale. That's just part of our reality here. And residents are living longer. That's good news for all of us. And seniors are displaying a growing concern about healthy living and wellness in our community. And so we see an increasing interest and an increasing level of participation and involvement on the part of our seniors to access a resource like this. So having said that then, I also want to comment that through CDBG, you're also helping us lay a crucial foundation for broader funding support. And with me also is our foundation president here as well, that's Irene Bordone. And Irene Bordone is profoundly committed to raising actually considerably more money, actually a couple $1 million. But there's some basic things that we need to get ready right now. Actually asking a funder, a prospective funder, to walk through and look at it in the kind of dark and dreary state that it's in. is a bit challenging. We'd like to have it look a little bit better before we make the major push for the next several $1 million that we would like to see attracted to really bringing this up to be the facility that we ultimately want it to be. But we won't be asking you for that money. So just so you know, we're leveraging the money that you give us, to achieve, additional funding requests. So, and then of course, lastly, but most importantly, perhaps I have Lori Haggerty with me, who is our director for, our manager for construction at the hospital, so she can relate to the kinds of questions you may have about the specifics of the project itself. So, questions?
Questions?
Chair.
Let's start. This is your area.
I'll start, sir. A couple of things. First, I was reading somewhere, not that it matters, but it says the building was constructed in 1928. Then it says building dating back to 1926. So which is it, 28 or not that it matters?
You know what? I thank you for asking me that question. There's a plaque. You can see it right on the right-hand side of the door there. If I'm not mistaken, it says what? 1928. I have been telling people in the community it was built in 1926 for years, until I went around to take pictures, and then I looked at that plaque again. I said, it's 1928. So I stand corrected. Thank you.
That's just for, I was confused.
Yes.
As far as the cost, I see you guys, obviously you had the first floor and the second floor, and I tried to figure out where was the first floor, but I assume it's from the back of the building, because
that's right.
I tried to Google it too, I couldn't see it. So.
The lower floor is actually used as a community service thrift shop. So it's a thrift shop that uses all of its funds simply to drive funding to the community. However, we're not asking for any of the window replacements on the lower floor.
Yeah, I noticed you guys revised it. And then further, there's a new total price, $109,064.
Yes.
Then obviously we have, I'm going to assume the 120, that just adds up to the labor and all that stuff. 109 is just, I'm not sure why the 109 became 120.
The 109 is the actual contractor's estimate, and then there are additional management costs associated with, just making sure that all of the rest of the coordination and, if there's any additional repairs or whatever else needs to be done, are accommodated.
Okay, so 109 is the, as far as just quickly, because I have such experience with a 100 years old building that we did windows, I don't want to mention names, and it was wood windows and such.
Yes.
But when you open these, you're opening up can of worms when it comes to the framings and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
I don't know if your contractor has considered all those possibilities that could add to your costs drastically. Plus, today's, it's your business doing wood versus aluminums and all that stuff. So I understand that's your business, but just to consider that you're opening up can of worms that could cost a lot more.
We had that very exact concern. And actually, we discussed that with the contractor. Lori, would you like to just say something about what the contractor told us in that regard? So we had that concern too, and actually we were incredibly relieved after we talked to the contractor that he felt that wasn't going to be an issue for us. Go ahead.
Hello. Laurie Alfano.
Your name for the record?
Laurie Alfano. Thank you. When we walked with the contractor, looking at it, exactly the wood framing, he really felt as though he could just take that out and not have very little damage to the plaster itself and just slide the new windows inside. Encouraging is the doors that we're just replacing on this project here. We did the same thing. We took the existing wood frame out. We did not damage the plaster. The opening was perfect. We got the doors frame in there perfectly, so we're hoping the same thing. We might come into some wood rot just because of the age of the building, but we put some money in there for that to cover that.
Excellent.
Hopefully we have it all covered.
And then non-construction question, my last question, as far as the seniors, do they pay any fees? And who does it come? Is there who do you serve? I mean, I know who you service as for seniors, but how do you market them? How do they know about you? How do you get them, hey, we're here, you can come use us, or anything that matter to get them more involved or aware of your program as well?
Hi, Melissa Veravetto. I am the program coordinator for the Live Well Senior Program. It is a free service to our community. And what was the question again?
How do you get them? How do they know about you? How do you market to community? Hey, we're here, you can come. Is there?
We market in a lot of different ways. We visit the city. How else are we marketing, actually? I seem to be getting an awful lot of new members. I think it's word of mouth. That's a bigger.
The senior program, one of the things that we do at Glendale Adventist Medical Center is send out an educational flyer 3 times a year to most of the residents, about 60,000 households in Glendale. And we include information about availability of the senior services program, Live Well, in that flyer. So people get it that way. But there's already 2,000 members who really are enjoying their experience. And so they're sharing that information with a lot of other people. So we get a lot of referrals, basically through that. Other outreach activities we have, we often will mention, especially if there's senior populations, we'll mention the availability of our senior services program. So you asked also about cost.
Right.
It's free.
Yeah, she mentioned
it's free. And we also do health fairs throughout the community, so we always have the Live Well Senior information. I have a packet if anybody wants to see that as to what we do, how much it is, all the activities that we're involved with. So I'm happy to share that if you'd like that.
Thank you.
Next. Okay.
I have a variety of questions. I'll start with, in the packet, there was a email exchange that was included in which it says, now we are submitting our final request. Over the years, we've given quite a bit of funds to this project. Is that an accurate statement? Is this the final request you're making?
Yes. Assuming, of course, that we in fact get awarded, it will be our final request. But we're taking what's been done here now, and these were really important things to do because this was initially a fire trap, and so we put in fire life safety. That was the very first thing that we did. We couldn't really operate it all year round because of the heating and air conditioning. It's a big building that was not insulated. Back in 1928, they didn't put in insulation. So putting in the heating and air conditioning system was really an important function. Putting in ADA bathrooms, so was actually required to be able to use it at all because you understand the legal issues that are associated with that. And then, of course, the entry was the most recent project, which was the ADA required entry access to the facility. But that really gets us to a place now where we can leverage this into additional funding applications. And I don't know if you want to say anything about, we've already started that process.
Good morning. My name is Irene Bourdon. I'm the president of the foundation for the hospital. Before I start, I do want to just make one correction with Bruce. He had mentioned there are 2,000 senior members. There are actually over 3,000. And these are people who every month ask for the calendar. They're on our mailing list. They tell their neighbors and friends. So we literally have thousands of seniors who are taking advantage of these wellness programs. And we've become a model for other hospitals within this, within the area. But no, Bruce had mentioned, that we are trying to leverage this, and he's absolutely right. We've been, in the foundation, approaching some major foundations to fund this building, to take it from an athletic kind of looking building to something that's really wellness oriented, a healing environment for seniors where they can come and take part in all of the programs we've already got established, but in an environment that feels more like a wellness environment. The challenge that we had, frankly, was that unless you're in construction, it's hard to imagine that building as a wellness center. So we knew we had to take care of certain life and safety functions. We had to get this building to a point where the funders could see our vision. And we believe that once we have these windows addressed, that we are poised perfectly to start approaching some of the foundations who've already expressed some interest in the building. It's a beautiful building. It's got some historic, appearance to it. The fact that we've already got thousands of seniors who are taking part in our programs and are being shuttled elsewhere during the construction area until we get to this point, they're all very interested in this possibility. Do you have any other questions?
I still have a few more questions. So just to clarify, is the ramp done or is not done? Because in here it says scheduled completion early 2018.
Very happy to say it is done and signed off by the city.
Okay, that's good news. About the 2,000 now, 3,000 members. Is that an actual membership, like people sign up as a member?
I'm going to say that when Melissa came on board, one of the things that she did, and you can correct me if I don't get this quite right, one of the things that she did was go back to our existing membership list and connect with each one of the people who were listed, identified in that list, and confirm those that were interested in being active members. Is that correct? So now we have what we believe to be a very accurate list of participating members.
But they fill out a membership application. That's how you're defining member. Okay. Okay, and then of those 3,000 members, how many of them are actually from the underserved population in Glendale, meaning low income, people who don't have the means, let's say, to go to a yoga class somewhere else?
Well, let me address that one. With respect to CDB guidelines, we understand that seniors simply are pre-designated as falling out in that category. So we don't actually capture, we're not required to, and we don't capture financial data on seniors. Now, any other population group we would be required to. As a matter of fact, when it was a community services center and we had children coming through there doing a lot of sports activities, we were doing that routinely. It wasn't always easy, but we did it. But with the seniors, we do capture all the data that we're required to, but that's one piece of data that we're not required to capture.
But what's your sense, even though you're not required to capture the data?
Go ahead.
I mean, you'd want me to just guess. I don't really, I'm not sure what the percentage of because we don't have those demographics. I think it's a very wide range, to be honest. I mean, from what I see, it's
I think it would be fair to say
very wide-ranging.
That it reflects the population of the community. I think it would also be fair to say that people access this resource that can't afford to access other resources where they would have to pay money to participate. I mean, the cost is certainly one of the attractive features, I think, here. So those would be two principles that I'd apply to helping answer the question.
I mean, you understand why I'm asking this question. We have limited funds.
Yes.
As you saw from the previous presentation, we're trying to help people suffer, are victims of domestic violence or homeless. Later on we'll get into homeless programs. That's a certain kind of population. And while I'm not trying to diminish the importance to the senior population, but if it's a senior population with means versus a domestic violence shelter and a homeless shelter, these are two different kinds of things. And when we are faced with, only having 50% of available funding, that's why we're asking these questions.
Yeah. It makes sense. I understand. So while we couldn't probably really give you a very accurate information, it's not a situation where we see a lot of affluent people that are just blatantly affluent that are coming in using these services and programs. That's not the case. So.
Okay. So I have a couple more questions, but thank you for answering those. Yeah. So my next question is, it's partial. You can use the facility for this particular project. You can use the facility. It's just not ideal with the type of windows and the type of lighting, correct? Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
We can say that
the facility can be used.
The facility is being used.
Right. It's just that it would be more aesthetically pleasing and more a better environment, so to speak, if the lighting were better.
Well, for sure. let's see, let me go back to this. Here, you know, the windows as they are now do have a lifespan that is probably past due. I mean, 1928 to today. So there's no really good way of maintaining this into the future. So it's not like, and they're single pane windows, so they're not energy efficient. We've got some of those windows that are just very leaky and drafty. But the ambiance is an issue too. There's no question that dark, you know, colored glass doesn't help with communicating the overall message that we need to communicate. So it is aesthetics, but it's more than aesthetics as well.
Have you looked at, in terms of the inside feel of it, augmenting it with different kind of lighting?
Yes, yes. It's actually more expensive to do that than it is to replace the windows.
Okay, fair enough.
You know.
My next question has to do with, so if you were to only get partial funding or no funding on this, what would happen?
So we would do those big windows there, and we would do all of the colored windows. You know, that's what we would do. We would do all of the windows that will make the most impact immediately. So that would be our answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Anything else before I weigh in? I was just kind of looking at that, and it seems to me that that makes the list for a historic resource.
It very well may, and I know that, for example, when we did the work out front, even though this hasn't been designated a historic resource, and maybe it probably should, when we did the work out front, the city actually specifically requested that we not attach the handrail to the front of the building. This is when we did the AD ramps, because attaching it to the front of the building would actually involve, you know, a change in the facade of the building. So we are being very careful to honor the spirit of the intent for historic facilities, even if in fact it has not yet been designated a historic building. So,
Well, there is a practice that when something like this comes up, questions are asked, you know, how does
Yes.
that affect the historical integrity of the building? And one of our criteria is windows.
yes. And so the estimate is for wood frame windows. Now they'll be dual pane and energy efficient, but that estimate reflects wood pane windows replacing the windows that we have in there today.
So abiding by.
So
historic
exactly,
guidelines.
like for like, yes.
Well, I'm just kind of
But
raising
not colored
that
glass.
point.
But not colored glass.
Because I've been there.
Yes, I understand.
And then I had a question about the board minutes. It came up again. And it's approving the financial statement, and then you, I think somewhere in the email say that you actually don't do that.
Do what now?
Approve, the board doesn't approve financial statements?
No, they do. Yes, it just doesn't happen locally. It happens at the corporate level. So our corporation has 20 hospitals in it, you know, spread across the West Coast. And there is corporate minutes. So the minutes that were ultimately submitted came from the corporate approval of our local hospitals' financial statements. And that corporate approval is simply a redacted minutes. So it's redacted the things that were applying to any other hospitals and only included just the minutes applying to the approval of our financial budget for our hospital.
Ah, that's great. I couldn't figure that one out.
Yeah, it was actually kind of a challenge getting that included, but we got it, so.
Because you have the big corporate structure coming just like Catholic Charities, for instance.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. And then it's a question on your conflict of interest statement.
Is there?
It was.
Oh, yes, just simply, we simply missed that in the process of submitting the application originally. All of our employees, I mean, Irene, you and I and everybody else in a management or leadership position at the hospital is required to fill one out annually. And we simply checked the wrong box when we did that originally. But that's a routine part of our operations at the hospital to comply with conflict of interest issues.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
And I like the project.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You guys don't leave any questions for us.
Yeah, you did a great
Makes,
job.
makes life easier.
Just a note from my fellow committee members, we're an hour behind schedule.
Well, that's par. That's what we're supposed to do. Good job. I don't know who had this idea.
I'm not, that's not what I'm
10
saying.
o'clock,
I'm just saying we're an hour
11 o'clock,
behind.
we're just-
I think
Yeah,
that's a
we got-
very good.
Madam Chair,
we
Commissioner,
got-
I'm not suggesting less questions, I'm just saying.
we do have one agency left for CIP, which is Home Minuteman with 5 projects. If you'd like to take a quick break now, or would you like to just go right through and?
They're here.
I'll actually will suggest take a break.
Oh, really?
Or I'll take a break for a few minutes, I don't know.
Yeah, okay, we'll take a break.
So 5-minute break after
5-minute break.
the eval, okay.
That's it.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Back in order. And Mr. Gogorian. Yes.
Madam Chair, committee members, next we have Homenetmen Ararat Glendale Chapter. Mr. Armand Gorgorian will be here. He's going to be presenting 5 proposals, so he'll be up there pretty long.
So I know we have these in a certain order, which according to the schedule is divider, cameras, HVAC, different campuses, obviously. I was going to suggest, if the chair would be amenable, that we do divider, combine the 2 cameras together so we can talk about it all together since it's
Cameras
security.
and
HVACs together, yeah.
Whatever you liked.
Is that okay, Madam Chair?
Let's see, what's your pleasure? Your pleasure? Bryant? Okay. You're going to do which ones and which ones? What number?
Divider, then the cameras, then the HVAC.
Should we start?
Yes, please.
Chairperson Ramirez, committee members, staff, my name is Armand Gorgorian, representing Homenetmen Glendale Chapter. This year we are celebrating our 40th anniversary, so we've been here in this community 40 years serving the children, kids, keep them off the streets, get them involved in different activities, and we have succeeded in probably serving more than 20,000 kids during this year, all these years. We are a nonprofit organization which has served the Glendale community since 1978, providing youth with moral, physical, and social education. The membership over the past 39 years has grown to more than 2,400 members per year. The mission of Homenetmen is to provide wholesome and positive programs for children, youth, and family through organized after-school and weekend activities. In a family-oriented environment, Homenetmen strives to develop a sense of volunteerism, community service, citizenship, teamwork, and leadership skills. We, in our facility, main campus, which is located at 3347 North San Fernando Road, we have 2 gymnasiums, basketball courts. They're big enough. And one of them we are proposing to you to fund us so that we will be able to install a partition, a divider in middle of the basketball court. And that way we will have 2 teams practicing at the same time or having games at the same time. Not only 2 basketball teams, but it can be basketball and volleyball. Give us a flexibility. Compared to about 18 kids participating in a practice now, if we do add the divider, we will be able to have 30 kids participate in the same time. And that will increase our ability so that we can serve more kids in our organization. Community will have more access to our facilities. The divider itself is about 60 feet by 20 feet, and it's not removable. Once we install it, it will become part of the structure. And it will be hung from the ceiling with the curtain will be hung by a 4-foot chain drop from 11 purlins at every 6 feet. The curtain will be motorized and remotely or switch operated. This will effectively double our gym space. So this is something that we've been trying to do for the past several years. We did a curtain in the North Campus, which is not what we are proposing for this building. The curtain is not properly, and we just brought it down this last month because of its problems. What we're proposing right now is physically and very strong, and we'll make sure that the kids that are playing on the two sides of this curtain, the divider, they will be safe. There will be no balls going around hitting each other, no yelling, and it's completely safe to have kids in that environment there. And facilitate this for the kids. If you have any questions regarding this part of the proposal, I'll be more than happy to answer.
Go ahead.
No, it will go up and down, yeah, but once we hook it up there, it's not that when we need it, we just bring it down. Because there was a concern that this is not part of the structure, so it's not something that we can consider funding. I'm trying to explain that this is part of the structure. Yes. It will go up, but what is up there, it will not come down unless one day we want to demolish it. But when it's operational, it will go up. When we have a game, tournament or something that we want to use the whole big court, then we can raise it up.
So right now you have basketballs, vertical and
Yes,
horizontal.
the basketballs are all available. I mean, because we have on each basketball court we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 rims. So that part of it is there. All we need to do is add this up. The lines are also available.
Last question, I know, I've seen the other one that it was a curtain, my kids played there. So,
okay.
But this one, as far as 15, 18 years old, 12 years old runs into it, how strong is this to hold it up?
It is strong.
As far as running into
it will not bring it down.
Okay. And as far as the cost of it, I looked at it. Is this one of the best bids you have, or you have multiple bids? Or?
This is as the staff mentioned in the weaknesses of the program. The proposal was received in 2016, actually. So that's when we got this proposal, and we asked some other places. It is not like HVAC or something, a structural thing that you go and there's a lot of them out there. We had to go online and see companies that are doing this, contacting them. We contacted 2 of them, 3 of them, and they came here and looked at it and gave us their proposal and what can be done with what price.
Any other questions?
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
I have questions, but if you want to go first, you're welcome
No,
to.
I do not want to go first.
Okay.
I go last.
Okay. So my question did I hear you correctly? I only have one question. Did I hear you correctly? You used to have a curtain like this and you took it down?
Not like this, no. It was a regular curtain in the North Campus, and it was hung like this. It wasn't a good thing.
Like a cloth material?
Yeah, it was not a good thing, yeah.
Okay. And you took that down, why?
Because where it was hanging, it was cut down and it was getting very dangerous. So we had to bring it down.
Okay, you didn't...
We anticipated that it could fall down on the kids.
You didn't want to replace it there?
We would love to replace it with something like what we proposed to this building, for this building, but we don't want to do it all together. Let's do this one and see how it works.
Okay, and then you're anticipating if it works, you would
If it
you
works,
would come
we
back.
definitely will come back.
You would come back for
Yes.
the other campus. Okay.
I don't see any reason why it won't work, but we want to see it personally.
And the company that you're talking to that does this sort of thing, they have experience?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what they do. The pictures that I have included in my proposal are the pictures that I took out from their online.
Mm-hmm. Have they done it anywhere else in the area?
Not that I don't know. Maybe they have. Maybe they've not. They haven't. I don't know.
You may want to go take a look
check.
if they have done it somewhere else in the area. It would be
But
good.
consider that if I am approved, if the project is approved, I still have to go through the process of notice calling for bids and going to the newspaper, and there could be some others coming forward.
I'm just suggesting if we do approve this,
Yeah,
that it would be something
it's
to
a
look
very
at-
good concern.
look
It's
into.
good to go and see and
Yeah.
what the
Might learn something from the others. That's all I have for this one. Thank you.
One quick question. What kind of material is it? Is this plastic? Is this wood?
It's not wood, plastic.
Plastic?
Yeah.
It's got to be lightweight enough to, I guess, go up, but it's not a curtain and solid. Okay, thank you. I have no questions.
Any questions? Okay,
No questions.
Any other discussion?
I have one last question, sorry, which I know I asked previous applicants. And this is a broader question, kind of a context for all of the proposals that you'll be talking about today, but you've received previous funding, obviously, for other things. Where are you with the most recent sets of funding in terms of, are you?
The two projects that your committee approved last year, which was a remodeling of our main campus second floor, and also the other one was the refurnishing the floor basketball court in North Campus. Basketball court, the contract was signed yesterday. They will conclude the project by May, end of May. The second floor at main campus, the contract will be signed next week, and that one will be done probably in 2 weeks.
Okay. All right, but the
And
gym,
the reason, let me
floor was,
explain. The reason that it was delayed so much because we had to go to notice calling for this, publishing in the newspaper twice, because the first time the people that applied for the project, they didn't have a proper paperwork and all that stuff. City couldn't accept it, so we had to go and publish it in that paper again.
but the gym floor was on the other campus, not
North
the campus for this one. Okay. All right, thank you.
Just have the one question about the project is contingent on receiving 100% of the funding?
This project, yes. Because there is no prioritizing, no nothing. It's one project that should be installed.
Okay.
One general question and our understanding, I guess, with all these projects, now we're talking about ARAT, but as an extension of time, what is our limitations and what is the organization's limitations within its time that they need to do the project? I know I've asked this question before. Are we giving them additional extensions since they had an issue with the contractors and getting in now on this subject, getting the completed, get the project on the road and get it to completion? Now, what happens? Are they within the time frame, or do they need to get an additional extensions down the road to get the job project completed, or how does it process?
Madam Chair, Chair Avedissian, Committee Member Avedissian, CDBG allows for 270 days for those funds to be spent. And if they require an extension, a letter can be sent from the agency letting us know, and then we notify CDBG, well, the HUD offices, and then they make the final approval. Usually it is completely okay to file for an extension of up to 6 months.
Up to 6 months.
And then another one if need be.
Okay. So at this point, they don't need to ask for any extensions for those projects that have been delayed already?
They do not, because they are
Still
funded through June 30th of this year.
So they're still within their time frame. Okay, just want to make sure.
Okay. On to the next.
Oh, no more questions?
Thank
Not
you.
on this one.
Should I do the HVAC? So main campus, we purchased it in 21 years ago.
Which number are we doing?
Number
4?
6.
HVAC at main campus. So that was built in, God knows, 40, 50 years ago. That was built a long time ago with the air conditioning units over there. Well, we purchased it in 1996, but that building was there, beer distillery, probably 40, 50 years ago.
It's a very old building.
We have 17 units, HVAC units on the ceiling, on the roof of the building. And the ones that are on top of the blue gym, we call it, that was the first gymnasium that we opened in '98, those are the only ones that are new. That when we built this gymnasium, we put new units there. The rest of them are not. So we brought in a contractor to give us an estimate of, first of all, which ones are working, because we know that there was at least 2 of them that are not working, but more than that now. Which ones that are not working, which ones have to be replaced because it's not cost effective because of the units that the Freon that we're using in the past, they're not doing it the same way. The cost of it last year came to about $12,600 just repairing the units. So they came up of 17 units that we have on the roof, 7 of them need to be replaced. And our proposal is based on that. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tons, 1 7.5 tons, 1 2.5 tons, 1 4 tons. These are the ones that we have to use. These are the units that are being used, should be used when the kids are in the property, in the building, doing the gymnasium, either in the gymnasium or martial arts or gymnastics, or upstairs in the rooms where they have their tutoring classes or their meetings and all that stuff. So it's not only that it is not working, it's not even healthy to not have a working units over there. And that is why we propose to change 7 of the units and leave the rest of them alone.
Questions? Who wants to start?
As I think one of the same questions that we keep asking, and we've asked you before, what will happen if you do not get this funding or get partial funding? What, will you be able to do any of it, or you're just going to forget it?
Actually, this is a project that it can be done easily, because of the 7 units that we want, I believe 3 or 4 of them has to be replaced because they're not in a good, they're not working, and the other ones are not in a good shape. So I can, if you fund us less than what we have applied, so we have to go accordingly and prioritize, instead of 7 units, how many units we can do at this time, and then come back and visit you again next year.
Besides that, there is, like, if all 7 of them per se, as this application process goes on, and they stop. So will you be able to function, or will you be able to replace them before coming back to for the next year? Or it's going to be just basically no air conditioning for a year?
Committee member Avedisian, we do try during the year to get as much as possible donations. It all depends what kind of donation will come in 2018 and what will happen. I cannot say that we will be able to fix it with our own money or fix it as many. I really can't say that. I hope that I will be funded fully. But if I'm not funded fully, all I can say is that I have to prioritize and see which ones have the priority to do that first. And then.
All right. Thank you.
Just quickly, I want to make sure, because I did read it, but I couldn't find my notes. 7 is for the main campus or total?
Main campus. There's 4 on the North campus.
On the main campus, 7, how many of them are for the main gymnasium? How many of them are for the offices and
Very good question. I know we put 4 of them in the North building, in the gymnasium basketball court. The rest of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I believe there is about 10 to 12 in the building, the rest of it in the gymnasium.
from the
green gym. From the 7, I cannot tell you right now. I don't have the answer for that.
From the size, I'm gonna guess the larger one.
Yeah.
But you never know. Now, the other ones, I'm gonna assume everything else that you have, they're all built at the same year?
No.
Except these 7 are not working
No,
properly?
no.
The rest are? Or,
The ones on the blue gym were built in 1998.
okay, 2 years after you
The ones
purchased
that
it?
we don't need to change at all.
Right, right.
But we have not changed any units where the building is, not the gyms, the
Right.
building is. We have not changed anything. So how old they are, I can only say they are more than 20 years.
Original, okay. Very good, thank you.
Fair enough. I have a question. My question has to do with a kind of a higher level question that I know I've asked Hominid Men in the past, I think last year, in fact, which has to do when we're looking at things like air conditioning and other such costs, even the gym floors, you know, a homeowners association would be required to do a reserve study to see what the lifespan and the where you are in the life cycle of different important capital elements of your facility. And when you think they're, like you suggested on these AC units, they are beyond, some of them are beyond their normal
Yes.
life expectancy. Does Hominid Men have that sort of reserve study that you do? Not, because obviously CDBG funds can't fund the entire facility. And you have to do your own budgeting, right, on these sorts of things. So do you have that sort of study to see where you are?
We do it unofficially, not professionally, because we have a program that tells us how often we have to maintain. For instance, the gymnasium floors, we do that once every 2 years. The units, we do that once every quarter. It costs us $650 per quarter to do the service. But recently, the new board that we have this year is in the process of collecting a group of people to do exactly what you just suggested.
Because there are actually firms you can hire who will do that study, maintain it, and give you periodic updates.
Remember Armenian, I understand that there is firms there, but being 2,400 strong in our organization, we always hope that we will find a volunteer to do that. Sometimes it's negative effect because we hope that we will get all the answers, and being a volunteer doesn't work that way. But most of the time we're lucky. Most of the time we're lucky that, for instance, one of the people that has accepted to come to be part of that contract, that committee, is someone that when we were doing the blue gym and the green gym, he was voluntarily managing the whole thing, writing the beat package and everything. So when I heard that he's coming back, that was the best thing that could have happened because he knows exactly what he's doing. But professionally, to answer your question one more time, professionally, we haven't done it, but on a volunteer base, we've done it.
I think, it's difficult for us to, judge these sorts of things. We're obviously relying on the information you're providing in your application process, but I do know, having managed multiple and currently managing HOAs for other properties, that it's really critical for the size of facility that you manage, which is substantial, to get to that level of accuracy in terms of life expectancy on these sorts of things, so that when we consider funding these sorts of things, we know we're funding it against
You are absolutely
in-depth
right.
study.
Your suggestion is completely right. We're taking the first 2 steps right now.
Okay, and so just like I'm asking every other applicant, if there isn't money available for everything, so if you get partial funding, how will you scale?
Oh, you missed that question.
Did I miss it? Sorry. Can you repeat it, the answer?
As I mentioned, we have to prioritize it.
Right.
But
so how would you prioritize?
Considering, well, we know that there's 2 or 3 of them that are not working at all. We have to change them. We have to put a new one. But I was anticipating that I will get such a question, and I went over the paperwork one more time. I believe 5 out of 7 in the main campus and 3 out of 4 in the North Campus will be the ones that will be high priority for us to do that. We need to do that.
And if you got even less than that?
then we have to consider again and cut the next best thing.
Would you focus on one building versus the other?
No, I can't. I have to do both of them. Because I have a unit in North Campus that I know definitely I have to change, and there are some, so I have to do some here and some there.
Okay. So question to staff, since it's two different proposals, two different buildings, but Home and Amendment isn't telling us it's like one over here and two over there. If we can we make a decision that says for HVAC X amount, and then they decide where they're going to apply it, like which building, or do we have to decide today it's this much? I'm just saying hypothetically, if we do decide to fund any of this, would we have to say X percentage of this one and X percentage of that one?
Madam Chair, Committee Member Armenian, because Home and Admin's policy is to break up the proposals into, I guess it's 5 components, it would have to be by proposal. So it can't be a certain pot of money for 2 separate entities, 2 separate buildings. It would have to be per proposal.
Okay, because what the difficulty that creates is if, like I said, we say we're going to fund a certain percentage of one proposal, which is North Campus, let's say, they can only use that money for North Campus, right? So that's the difficulty it creates by having them as 2 separate proposals. Do they have to do it as 2 separate proposals, or they just chose to do it as 2 separate proposals?
It has to be based on the building.
Because it's 2 different buildings?
It's 2 different buildings, structures, and when we go out to bid, it has to be specific based on the building and the address and where it's.
Got it. Okay.
Madam Chair. Just to add to that, let's just say, for example, you have, if I'm not mistaken, on the HVAC on the main campus, $68,000. And HVAC for the North Campus, $32,000. Let's just say hypothetical. You get $20,000 for the North Campus. Can you do the $12,000 yourself?
The one that
For the North Campus.
32,000,
Right.
I get 12,000?
You get 20. Can you do the 12 yourself? Just, I'm just
I have
hypothetical
made some
number.
calculations, Madam Chair. If, this is not scientific, but this is what from the proposal that I had received, I worked on it. If on main campus, instead of 7, we do 5, $68,528 will come down to $48,925. If in North Campus, instead of 4, we do 3, from $32,434 will come down to $24,325. Will that help?
Yes. Thank you. That's all I want.
Do you have any questions?
I think the question was if we fund part of it, the rest of the money you can provide, or we're not going to do the whole construction?
Well, because it is unit by unit, it all depends how much funding you will approve, and we'll go according to that. Either we'll do 4 of them, or 3 of them, or 2 of them. I know minimum we have to do 2 of them. So it's easier to prioritize and say how much of it the project I can do, because they're all units. 7 units here, 4 units there. So if you come and tell me we're paying you $35,000, so maybe I will go and do 4 units and try to figure out where to find the other $7,000. But if you come with $25,000, then I'll do 3 units. It all depends. If you approve, I want to be very careful. If you approve, then how much you approve, then we'll take care of it.
Thank you.
But in the end, my question was, can you come up with any money yourself, or you can't? Because that will be allocated.
Like the other project that I answered, it depends on the donations that we received in coming year.
Okay. Thank you.
This is something that it is not in our annual budget. Let's put it that way. But if we go somewhere and ask them if donate $10,000 just for this specific project, that's a different thing.
Thank you.
Well, I have a question again. Your weakness here says that you're requiring 100%, and you did say that there was health conditions for the kids.
Yes.
And I would think that you would want 100% if you're really having to address health conditions. And then if they are health conditions, seems that you would have to address it on your own and not waiting.
Thank you for your concern, Madam Chair. What I meant when I wrote that down is that there are two kinds of things. There is something that is not broken yet, but it's already getting broken. Its life expectancy has passed. We can not change it right now. But if we are going to the area, to the space that the air conditioning completely is not working, either in the winter or the summer, then that's a health issue. And that is what we want definitely to be able to fix it.
I don't see that as a health issue, but...
Well, when you come there and you have 20 kids there all sweating and no air conditioning there, touching each other, contacting each other during the game, it can be a very bad health issue. But then again, that's what my opinion, not my opinion, our opinion at the club.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Next one. We have to do this little project here.
Yeah. Next one, when I wrote this proposal for the next one, I wasn't as concerned as I am right now. With the incidents that is happening in the country, shooting in the high schools and all that stuff, all of a sudden the level of importance of the next project got much bigger and much more important. We want to have definitely security cameras in both campuses. Security camera that will cover the parking lot, which both of them are quite huge, and the facilities that an older coach or leader is working with younger people. Our facility is a community facility, so everybody can walk in the facility without us knowing who that person is or not. Take the kid and come inside. So it is very important that we are able to get funding for this project, having cameras in both, security cameras in both facilities.
That's it.
I mean, it can't be more strong than that. I mean, it's a little bit scary. Two issues, Madam Chair. One, the danger of somebody walking in with a gun or not. Two months ago, we were reading about all the gymnastic coaches of United States U.S. gymnastics program, how many of them were being hurt by the coach or the doctor that was working with them. We have kids like this big and their coaches 40 years, 50 years old. I'm not saying that we are worried, we're concerned about them, but then again, the Gymnastics Federation didn't worry about their doctor over there. So it's good to be able to see at any given time our athletic director that is sitting in his office to be able to monitor the practices, and also we monitor the entrance door and the parking lot to see who's coming and who's not coming. Several times, police has come to our facility, the North Campus, because outside there was an accident or there was an issue, and they wanted to see if we have cameras so that they can use our cameras to see what happened. We couldn't answer.
Because the cameras are inside, not outside?
Both. The cameras are going to be inside the building and outside the building.
Let's start.
I have a couple of questions. So security cameras alone don't ensure security. What other measures does Home and Itman take from a security perspective?
This is something new. I brought it up last Monday at our meeting, and the decision was that we have to sit down outside of our board meeting, a committee to sit down and study this stuff. We do have a custodian guard in each building, but that's not enough.
Good news is that I think Homen's main campus is right next to a police station, correct?
Not anymore. Now
what is that?
they built a new police station.
Right.
Well, they went 100 yards the other side. The corner of Treadwell,
But it is,
Treadwell and
you do have a
very
police
close,
station, yeah.
very close, and very good relationship. When they want to use it, we let them use it.
And that's Los Angeles Police Department, right? Or is it Glendale Police Department?
No, it's Glendale Police Department. Actually, we have a better relationship with Glendale Police Department rather than with LA. Because if I need something, I don't go to LA. I go to Glendale. That's where I know. That's where everything I do is with Glendale Police Station.
But from a jurisdiction perspective,
Jurisdiction is LA.
For the main campus.
Main campus. North campus
is Glendale.
North campus is
Right. So, so I think it's good, number one, that you're thinking about these things and doing these sorts of proposals. I am concerned a little bit that, when you're doing risk assessment and on a security basis, that it should be a much more comprehensive assessment where cameras might be one measure you take to mitigate your risks. Particularly, I think, given the number of people that use this facility, and it's a big facility, both of them together, since we're talking about both proposals together. It's a lot of square footage, it's a lot of people coming and going, it's hard to monitor with just a human eye. So I do compliment you that you're taking a look at this sort of issue. I do worry a little bit that it's, not part of a larger plan in terms of mitigating the types of risks that you're identifying as the motivator as to why you're looking at this. So I think as we consider this and later on in the day when we're having these discussions, I think it's not about, in my opinion, whether this is an important thing to do or not. It's more about where does it fit into a larger picture of steps to take to ensure the security of the participants and the people using the facility.
And once we got to that point, well, definitely we have to use somebody that is professional, somebody that has studied this, so that we can see what's the next step.
Okay. And then my next question, I don't think anyone asked this, but if we did partial, because we don't have the money for everything, would you focus on one campus versus the other, or how would you scale something like this?
We have to prioritize the number and the location of the cameras in both buildings, because it's true for both buildings. If there is a concern in this building, there's concern in that building. The thing with it is different with the HVAC, because let's assume that instead of 24 cameras, we come down to 16 cameras, with the hope that next year we will come up and ask for the other 8 cameras. But we have to do the infrastructure, the wiring, everything now, because if we don't do it, then next year they come, it'll be a mess. So I have done another study, if you may. If in the main campus we go down to 36 cameras, we will save about $4,000. And in the North Campus, again, because that was 24, from 24 we come down to 16, we will save $11,000.
Sorry, can you repeat which building that each of those are for? So main
North Campus,
okay.
We will save approximately $10,500.
So that's off of the $47,950?
Off of $47,950 will go down to $36,279.
Okay.
And in the main campus, from $38,209 will go down to $34,085.
$34,085?
Yeah, and that way both campuses will have 16 cameras.
And would you later on be able to add to those systems?
Well, that's what I meant. If we do the infrastructure in a way that the wiring, everything is there except for the cameras or the DVR, things like that, then next year when we come in, the expenses will be much less because the wiring is already there.
Okay. Just for my fellow committee members, that the reduced amounts total together is $70,364.
Very good.
Did I do that?
Total.
You wrote it down.
I mean. Next time I have to bring younger people here to be more alert.
That's all I have.
Are you done?
Yes.
Sorry. Quick question. So at this moment, you don't have no cameras, no security system besides the
big guy standing
yeah,
there.
big guard. Absolutely not. Okay.
Madam Chair, as far as security is concerned, obviously, as my colleague, Mr. Armenia, brought it up, camera system does not make them safe, obviously. And you point out two things, the schools shootings and also the gymnasium, and they're two different things. And I don't think any of them could be implemented, or you can actually, any of them can prevent it by cameras. You can, after it's done, say, I saw it, but you cannot prevent it by having cameras. Cutting on the cameras from 34 or 32 to 16 or 18, I don't think criminals, they're going to find the loopholes, so they're going to find the spots that you don't have cameras. So they're not going to say, let's not go because they have 16 or they have 12. So that doesn't help me also to have a peace of mind knowing those kids are in a safe place. However, you mentioned safety with not having the HVAC system and also safety with the camera system. So no matter which one, it's safety. Having so many bids, if we can't do any of them, technically I'm jeopardizing the safety of a child. So that put us in a very hard position. That's why you coming up with funding of shortage, it'll give me the peace of mind knowing the safety is done, partial from us, partial from you, versus you will delay the process for a year, that 1 year could be a safety issue. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you.
And do you want to weigh in?
Good point.
No, you're good. Well, in terms of safety, we've been safe since 1996, right?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had any incidents?
One incident, but not like that. We had a big incident. We had a very big accident last year. One person passed away, and so it's not that us. The family is working with the truck that drove and it hit the car.
Accident?
Accident.
Yeah. It had to do with the organization.
Hmm?
It didn't have to do with the
No,
organization.
it was in our parking lot. That's it.
Any other questions?
But then, Madam Chair, 20 years ago, we didn't have that many incidents that we have right now, unfortunately. I have 3 grandchildren, and every time I look at it, regardless of what part of the country it is, you get scared.
Yeah, we're
You feel
scared
bad.
at home sometimes.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fun starts now.
You'll fill out our little sheets.
Fun starts now, huh?
It starts now.
Okay. Wow. If you want to follow the schedule, we have half an hour to finish our deliberation.
Really?
If you want to follow the schedule, literally
What's your
28
pleasure?
minutes.
What's your pleasure? Want to follow the schedule, or?
No, let's
Yeah.
finish it up.
We should.
I think we should
I
finish
think-
it.
Well, lunch isn't, on the schedule, lunch is 12:30, so
Oh, is it 12:30?
Yeah, let's just
Oh, we're on
We have
schedule.
28.
we got back on track.
We're back on track.
I commend my
We're
fellow
putting the
committee
home,
members.
yeah, all
Did a
the,
good job.
all the files together, so. All right.
Now let's fill out this little
Could
guys here.
we-
Go.
Could
Did we
we
get all
ask to
your
implement,
forms?
to add on that $89,000 on the application first?
We will. Madam
before-
Chair,
Sure.
committee members, if I may, before you begin your deliberation, to bring up a couple of comments, if I may. I just want to bring to your attention pretty much it's the elephant in the room, which is the HUD budget and allocation for 2019. Again, it's just an estimate, just like last year. It has not been approved yet. We're just going on numbers, off of numbers that we've had historically in the past. That's one. The second thing is it's a trend now that we need to be mindful of, that contractors don't like bidding on federally funded projects. It's just not beneficial to them, their profit margin. As Ms. Hunanian had mentioned earlier, we have had some concerns with that people are not bidding on these projects. So when you consider these things, please be advised that this could be a problem where, again, we're going to come back next year and possibly an agency might have to give back money because it's just not enough to go out to bid and get their project completed. And then on that note, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Hunanian just to give an update on the financial statement question that had come up earlier.
Madam Chair and committee members, a point of clarification on the requirement for board approval of the annual audit financial statement. Tara Peterson from YWCA clarified with us that the board for YWCA does approve the annual audited financial statements, but they don't approve the monthly audited financial statements. Well, basically, we only need the minutes approval of the annual audited financial statements. And YWCA currently has that, and they're willing to share that with us. So if you need that, we could definitely provide that for you. So it's the annual audit that needs to be approved by the board, and their board has approved it. What they're moving forward, they're going to be also doing their monthly reviews with their boards.
Well, generally, you only do an audit once a year.
Correct.
You do a financial statement every month, maybe, but the audit is only once a year. That's what we need to have approved.
Yes, and they have that. To my knowledge, they have that their board has approved that annual audit in October of 2017, and she has informed me that she could provide that.
Yeah, okay, very good.
Thank you.
Good. Well, I have one quick question as Darian commented just now. That is pretty much scary when we know these contractors don't want to bid on these projects or we don't have enough of that. Is there a way that we can request, or I don't know, what is it that we could do to help out these organizations going to the HUD and asking for revision of their policies, or is there anything that could be done to make this a little bit easier for these organizations? And I hate to see these organizations getting the money, getting the funding, or getting approvals, and then they can't do their projects. And this is going to go on the way it looks like.
Committee member Avedisian, basically, Davis-Bacon rule, it's a regulation that came about in the 1900s to protect contractors, believe it or not, and laborers. To be truthful, it was there to protect laborers. And unfortunately, it is a federal regulation, so it's very difficult to change that. Even with this White House, I'm sure it's something that they're probably thinking about. But again, it is there to protect the laborer. Unfortunately, it's just something that, I don't want to say it's untouchable, but it just seems to be something that has been going on since the 1900s, is going to continue at this point.
And then, committee members, if I may piggyback on that, actually, all of our contractors, we are required to pay the higher prevailing wages. If the federal rates are lower than the state rates, we mandate our contractors to pay the higher of the two. So there are times that the union rates or the state rates are higher than our own Davis-Bacon rates, and our contractors are mandated to pay the higher of the two. So that gets a little bit more complicated as far as, you know, we do require HUD does require us to make sure and that they pay the highest rate of the two.
Okay,
So it's not only Davis-Bacon rates. What I'm trying to clarify is like it's the highest of the two that each contractor and subcontractor is mandated to pay.
Let me ask one more question, just to clarify my mind and understand it better, I believe. Per se, if we are mandated to use union wages and union employees, correct, or laborers for all these projects, if a contractor comes in and pays the union labor cost or the price or salaries, but cannot use, or is not a union member per se, they cannot bid on the job and they cannot do the job?
They could do the project. However, they have to be in their Department of Industrial Relations system, DIR system, which all their payrolls, all the rates goes through the Department of Industrial Relations. It has to be the highest of the two rates. They don't have to be a union. However, if they're a union, it's better. But a contractor will be able to bid our projects as long as they follow the protocol and the Davis-Bacon rules and the payroll rules, and they pay the rate in each trade.
Thank you. Thank you for the
Just a quick question. Is there a database or any directory we can find out from other cities or who they used the last 12 months or 24 months so we can refer those contractors to agencies?
We do have a list of contractors that we've been using, but we could also contact other cities. That we could collaborate with other cities. That would be something that we could look into with the HUD's LA office as well. They're big. They have a lot of contractors. We could definitely, that could be a work in progress, that we could get a list that we could try to utilize. We also are very active in our Section 3 program. We try to hire within City of Glendale our own residents. So we also are mandating our contractors to fill out monthly Section 3 reporting as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, doesn't this kind of send a message that if a proposal is in a certain area, you might as well, you kind of know that you're not going to be able to get bids on it. That's kind of what
I don't understand
what I'm seeing, that there's a trend that a certain amount of proposals for certain kinds of work, there's just not the contractors out there willing to bid on them.
Chair Ramirez, members of the committee, what we've also noticed with our park projects, our CIP capital improvement projects, is that contractors are really busy with larger projects. Building is booming, economy is getting better. So the smaller $30,000, $40,000 projects are not being bid on. That's the issue that we're having. Plus the prevailing wage and paying the higher rate. But it's just that when the contractor looks at the amount of money that the project is, they're not bidding on it. They want to bid the higher amount. It's very competitive out there now. 3-4 years ago, one project would have multiple bids. Now we're barely getting 2 or 3.
I think that's been the trend that we've seen, and that the money's coming back.
Yes. Because last year we also had the money coming back from Catholic Charities. We had about $100,000 come, and we allocated to, CIP for social service agencies and a park project. But that's the trend we're seeing the last couple of years.
Another thing I wanted to point out is, now that we're going to start, we have the Home Minutemen has pretty much bid half of our funds. And I was maybe suggest that instead of doling out a little bit, which it wouldn't work anyway, if we just pick one of the projects and fund it. And they'll be competing with the remaining projects that we have.
Well, I agree in a way, but I would think that if we start deliberating, maybe we should start with the numbers as we started, 1, 2, 8, and then go forward from there.
So just to be clear, just so we're dealing with hard numbers, if you add up all the Home Minutemen projects together, it's about $212,000. So it's kind of in line with the two highest.
I had 277. But anyway.
Doesn't matter, it's per phase and building, so we can just.
The others were 595 is what I got.
We can't vote
So it's
on
half of the you know, we.
True, but we cannot vote on
We only
all
have
together.
400?
213,000 is
Yeah.
the approximate amount of the 5 home and amounts together.
$408 to be exact. We gotta go one by one.
Well,
So
what's your
I had a
pleasure?
If I may.
Well,
had a
I was going to
suggestion
I was
put
going
the
to suggest
89.
some broad comments before we throw in
Yeah.
numbers, because then we'll be
Okay.
changing a
Yeah.
lot of numbers. So maybe we can just go
Exactly.
across the table here and kind of give you perspective on
Okay.
where you're leaning, kind of priority,
Sure.
because we have to make some prioritization decisions here. It would be good to hear that before we start throwing numbers into the spreadsheet.
Very good.
Who wants to go first?
Go ahead.
You want to go
You
first?
wanna
I'll go
start?
first.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. So yeah, I did, I was doing, as they were talking, start doing some number crunching. So adding the 89,000 to it, as we heard, the ACF needed the 219,000. It's a one project, couldn't break it to half. As far as the YWCA, they mentioned that the garage was the most important for them to convert. I had about 71,000 change. I don't have the changes, so I'm just rounding the numbers right now. About 72,000 was for the garage conversion. I wanted to allocate that part.
But
As
did we want to talk priorities first before we did numbers? Is that what
Yeah,
you're
I
suggesting?
was just kind of like where you're leaning.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
I
up to
mean,
you.
everybody's priority. I mean, I can't really say nobody's priority as far as individuals.
But before we do the numbers is what Mr. Armenian was suggesting.
Sure. Well, as far as priorities, I pretty much have everybody in there. I spread it out. I didn't cut anybody out. But depending on their projects and what can be done to the projects, I try to divide it down to as many as possible. Some could be done. That's why I was asking if they could come up with money of their own funds and so on and so forth. So, and I know some organizations can. I didn't ask, such as the Adventist and so on and so forth. And some organizations can't. So that's what, but as far as prioritization, I have everybody on the board. I haven't cut anybody out.
Why don't you go first?
So generally speaking, everyone on this list has gotten money in the recent past or consistently over the years, except one, which is number 2, which is the Glendale Youth Center. Of course, they got a big chunk, like I was questioning approximately a decade ago. And what I did like about that program is that they obviously did their homework in terms of an issue I've been bringing up over the last couple of cycles, which is how do you take operational costs and then show a benefit back to the users in terms of programmatic application of savings. So that's one thing I just wanted to note, and that's in my head. So then I come to, YWCA. I do have some concerns about the project management. They've got a big project in front of them that they haven't done. I know they've had some challenges on their board, but I see the service that they're providing is really, really critical in terms of domestic violence. So when I start doing my thinking about YWCA versus, let's say, Glendale Adventist, I'm not trying to minimize the service that Glendale Adventist is providing, but the audience that they're providing it to, YWCA is dealing with domestic violence victims versus seniors, well-being. And I'm not thrilled, to be honest with you, with Glendale Adventist not having an answer to my question, which is, what sort of, an assessment of the population that they're serving. Are they people who have the means and just happen to be coming there because it's free? Or are they truly don't have the means? Now, I know CDBG is not requiring that when it comes to the senior segment of the population, but in my mind, when we have to make some prioritization decisions, in my mind, I start thinking about where is there a chronic need, such as domestic violence, versus a nice to have in terms of fixing windows in a facility that still can be used by that same membership population. May not be ideal, but clearly it's being used. So if we don't provide if we don't change the windows, is that facility going to shut down? It's not going to shut down. It's going to continue functioning. The YWCA one, there's clearly more need than there's capacity to be able to service that, what I consider a critical and a population that is, you know, in a social safety net kind of situation. So I'm kind of looking at that. When I come down to Hominid Men, there's a lot going on here in terms of needs. I kind of view, if I'm forced to prioritize, I think there's an immediate impact to being able to maximize the use of the facility with the curtain, the divider. Then I get into, you know, trying to weigh the HVAC versus cameras. I would have liked to have seen a greater, you know, comprehensive security assessment or risk assessment, you know, so where you say that therefore the camera is one of 5 steps we're going to take to enhance security for users. So I have a little bit of a difficulty. I'm just sharing this, trying to decide between, you know, is it 2 HVAC systems versus, you know, 16 cameras between the projects, and is it one campus versus the other, and kind of starts to create some difficulties for me. So I'd like to see us kind of go in and try and hit some things full on, other things maybe give a partial amount, you know, it's depending on what's left, and kind of do some prioritization that way. That's my general thinking right now.
Yeah, I think for our automation on HVAC and curtains are more priority than cameras. I think we should vote on those. And that's my opinion. And Glendale Foundation, it's important to fund as much as we can, and YWCA same.
Yeah, I did. I was very generous. I didn't know. I wanted to get into so details, but yeah, obviously each one of them, and I said it earlier that YWCA has a really, for me, it's a very important organization to be able to do. But yet almost everybody is. I mean, who are you going to say no to? But yet I look at the financials of who can delay or the project, if it's window, the louvers that he mentioned on the window, my daughter was a first grader, their classes are louvers and they're facing outside. And so yes, I understand those positions, but as we all know, we are short in funds, we can't, and I'm gonna try to keep as much as I can, keep everybody happy. As far as home maintenance is concerned, the HVAC versus the cameras, I think I'm leaning more towards the cameras myself because of more security versus, if I tell them put a gate and a security guard in front of the door, versus the cameras, that's a long-term more expenses versus one-time camera is concerned. So I think I'm leaning towards the cameras versus the HVAC, but nevertheless, it's something they're gonna come back, but which one I wanna delay first? Should I delay the HVAC or the cameras, or rather delay the HVAC, so.
Well, that's, again, we're in a tough position. I'm looking at the YWCA in appreciating their needs, their shortfalls, the community's shortfall, and of course the project, what they're presenting. I pretty much lean for toward the Y, sharing at least a good portion of their needs. And I think Gariban mentioned their actual garage conversion in order for them to have additional beds. I think that would be a portion of my thoughts. Glendale Youth Center, same thing. They haven't been here. They're not every year applicants that they ask money every year. They do come in. They have came in over 10 years ago or whatever, and within a time frame that they were allowed to, they've received some 500 some odd thousand, whatever the exact amount was that they told us. And by understanding, that was my first point, when I looked at the applications and I was reading it, that, okay, if they can do a project, portion of it or half of it in 2 phases, but obviously that's not doable, it cannot be done. When it comes to the Adventist, as much as I like what they do, helping our seniors in understanding the needs of the property, the building, I think the Adventist at this point would be my, if I am prioritizing, I would do the youth center, YMCA, not necessarily in this exact order. Youth center, YMCA, maybe the divider, that divider would be able to be used for more kids, be out of the street, be more in the community and do better. I think that would be, and then I'll go down with the security or the HVAC in that sense. So that's pretty much where I stand at this moment.
Can I add 2 things that I forgot to mention? One is, I mentioned the security camera in terms of a risk assessment, a security assessment. Same goes for my point that I made to Homenetmen, which is some sort of, a reserve study of some sort that shows the life cycle of these things, because they keep coming to us with different spot elements, but with no comprehensive plan. And when you're running a facility that big, the responsible thing to do is to make sure that you know the path forward on where your capital expenses are going to come from, what year they might hit, so that you can do a combination of either applying for these sorts of funds, but also doing your own fundraising and allocating enough in your budget where you would have, because I notice in their budgets they don't have a reserve fund. A facility like of that size should have an operating account and should have a reserve account. And they should be putting a certain amount of money from their operating account into their reserve account every year, saving for the day when things go, run out of their life cycle. As we consider this, I'm not saying that therefore, we shouldn't consider any of these things, but I would really I want to make that statement that it's really important that Homenetmen kind of sharpens the pencil a little bit on that front. The other thing, the statement I had made, which is really an idea I might pursue separately, but you have all these developers that are coming through town and making a lot of money off of the city of Glendale, but I know there's the developer impact fees that they pay, but to me that's not enough. You're making money off the city of Glendale, there should be some corporate social responsibility where these developers act like they are part of the community, because they are now property owners in the community, and they ought to be showing their corporate social responsibility by helping organizations like YWCA build out a small little garage, which they could do with in-kind contributions with all their contractors that they're building huge buildings with. I would really like to see this committee collaborate with these organizations and help kind of make that point and hopefully get some more resources, because our HUD money is going to be diminishing, and it has been diminishing, and it's just only so much you can stretch it. And I hate to see so many worthwhile organizations that are doing important work in the community not be able to make the impact that they really can make, and they do make with so little funds. So as we consider our funding for that, I think there's something to be said to council when we ultimately go with our recommendations about this issue. Sorry, your turn.
Well, and in terms of some of our groups, the corporate community is very involved in the fundraising. And so I think your idea about, talking to the contractors, and it's a matter, like you said, time, can they work it in?
I think the businesses are, but I don't see the developers. The developers are from, a lot of them are from out of town, not all of them, but a lot of them are. They come here and they're building big buildings downtown, but they're not necessarily acting like they're members of the community.
And they write big checks to campaigns, so.
Yep.
So we could pursue it.
Yeah.
Well, let's back to the priorities. I like the why. I think that is one of the big needs which is a demonstrated need. And as far as the Adventist Center, the only reason that we fund it at all is because it serves a certain population already, regardless of seniors. And you see, it's not in any of the census tracts. So, but it does meet the needs of the community. I think that's why we fund it. So, and they're addressing the seniors. I think that is a need that we're wanting to encourage. And we've got the adult center that's, very, very successful. And this one's free too. So. I don't have too much concern about that, but I am concerned about the historic, that they might bump up against when you're doing windows, it's one of the areas that we address and that the city has on their list. And it's come up before and been rejected all because of the windows. So then I really would like to just see one home management project funded in its entirety, and that would be the HVAC in the North Campus.
So out of the 5, you're saying the HVAC North Campus?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it's up to you guys with the numbers. You started out really well with the numbers.
He's a numbers guy.
Oh, I'm a number
That's all he
guy.
does all day
That's
long
all I
is
do.
numbers.
Well, that's good.
Stop doing what you're doing, you're causing trouble.
Yeah, so if we're doing the numbers, my recommendation, again, because ACF is a one project, you cannot break it down. So I have them in full of, was it 219,537?
That you don't. This one.
The YWCA, as I mentioned, because the garage is important because they'll add beds so they can have more people coming in versus the kitchen cabinets are functional except just outdated. I'm sure they can manage that for a year. Or the landscaping, I understand they could be done with some gravels or some. So 72,000 I'm allocating for the, my recommendation is for YWCA just for the garage. As far as the Adventist Health, their budget, they're asking 109,000 if I'm not mistaken.
125,000 total.
I mean, sorry, 109,000 was just the construction part of it. I'm gonna leave them for now. I'll come back to them because it divides down. But okay, why not? Let me just, for now I have them at 86,000 from the 109,000 cost of construction only. I have them down to 86,000. As far as home maintenance is concerned, I only allocated the cameras and the divider and left the HVAC out.
All the cameras?
All the cameras, which is 26,000 for the divider, 47,000 for the cameras of the campus, North Campus, and 38,000 for the, I mean, the other way around, 47,000 for the North Campus, 38,000 for the, and that should break even the numbers based on the numbers ID. That could be off by 100 here and there. So if you want to.
Is the total, is the funds available? We count the 89,000 in there, okay.
Yes, so right now.
We've added that in already?
Yes, with all the numbers, we have $1,143 to spend with everything inputted.
With Mr. Goribian's
With Mr. Goribian's request.
1,100 over or a shortage?
Available.
Available. Okay, I couldn't, the light is reflecting. Okay, so the 1,100, we can give it to probably Adventist because we cut the most from them, or the YWCA, either one of those two organizations. So I would say let's go with the YWCA, they need it more. So I will add that 1,100 to them. That's my recommendation. Pretty much everybody gets it except the HVAC, which I think they have functional AC right now. It's not like they have none. I think they can just, hopefully this summer won't be as hot as last. But I don't know, I think cameras are more of a security versus, and cutting cameras, I mean, instead of doing 36 to 24, that doesn't work. I've done so many of my other properties I owned, and it just doesn't work. You either have to go all out or nothing. The camera's cutting.
But what if on the cameras, you can do the wiring, but only install cameras as you have money?
There's always, actually last Sunday on one of the charity organizations I'm on, I was absent, and so happened a fight broke out. And even though they have so many cameras, it happened in a spot that there's no camera. And what's the chances of that? And it was not picked intentionally, it just so happened accident. That's why I have my experience. I owned, other businesses that I had moved. So I don't know, my recommendation is go all out, make sure you cover all the cameras, and leave the HVAC for the following year, because some are working. I mean, I've been inside. It is cool because some of the ACs are working. It's not like they have zero AC. So.
Have you been in the facility in the summer?
Yes.
And
my kids used to play basketball there. So,
it's adequate?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, it's fine. So.
He said it was health.
Well, as I said, some are working. Yeah, it is true. I don't disagree with him, but I don't know. My preference is security and safety first versus but it's my recommendation. So.
Okay. That's valid. You want to be next?
Oh, me? Sure. If you're twisting my arm, no.
Oh, no. If you want to pass, we can
All
go
right.
down this other one.
No, what's the difference? Let's go on. Well, I think I'm going to concur with Mr. Arabian with Glendale Youth Center. I think you got to do the full amount in order for that project, and obviously they already have pre-planned everything else, that how they're going to use that savings for the community in a different programming. So I would leave that to the full amount. The why, I would think that that 73,000 plus give them a little bit more, maybe they can use some of the leverage. Instead of 70, I would want to give them, like, rounding it up to 100,000 to the Y, and going down, I'll leave the Adventist the last. Home amendment, I think I would want to see the divider for sure, because that will definitely add on more use. So we have more kids, less kids on the streets and more on the field doing good. What do we have left? Now we have only 27,000 left at this, or no? No, you're minus, yeah, because we have the air conditionings and the cameras there. I see. I would probably weigh in with the cameras and giving them, as Mr. Lanyan was saying, that he can do less cameras for time being, and understanding what Mr. Iran is saying. But then again, the cameras as a physical piece of the equipment, think down the road, they can add it on themselves with a small cost when they have all the wiring is done. So I would go to whatever the dollar amount was, go to 24,000. No, that was the air conditioning, sorry. I had it written. Yeah, 24,000 for the cameras on the main campus, and probably 30,000 for the North Campus. In Oof, that becomes the issue. Oh, yeah, we have the wide, okay, we have the wide advantage there for 86,000. So we have 3,800 additional. I think with that, I would take that 3,000 additional funds and add it on to the Y. And that would be my actual numbers. 103. 856. And that would be my suggestion, Madam Chair.
Over here, didn't the three of us agree on HVAC or?
Yes.
But there was a priority?
Well, on home and amend?
Uh-huh.
On home and amend, my first priority is the divider in full. So I'm fine with, so my two biggest priorities, Glendale Youth Center, the only ones in full that I thought we should do is the GYC because they haven't gotten money in over a decade. Home and amend, I thought the divider has the most immediate impact on maximizing use of the facility, so I wanted to see that at 100%. So I agree with that. Then my next kind of highest priority is YWCA. So, and I think Mr. Garibian was stating that with that amount, and I had looked at the numbers too, that they can do at least the garage portion, maybe not the everything, but at least the garage to get the beds, to have the capacity in terms of beds, which I think is, out of everything in their proposal, is the highest priority. If I had to force rank it, getting enough done with the garage in order to increase bed capacity would be the first priority, so they don't have to send anyone to another facility. Then the next things come after that within their proposal. I also think the landscaping, even with the turf, that could be something that maybe, I mean, I'm not minimizing the importance of it from a children's perspective, obviously, but to the degree that they can find some donors to supplement what they're doing, or landscapers, then that could be done that way, hopefully. I'm a little bit torn, but I'm relying on, I have seen the facility, but I have not seen the facility personally in terms of the home and facilities in terms of being in the summer, and I know things can get very hot. But with security, I guess my question I would put to my fellow committee members is, while cameras are great in terms of recording and monitoring what's going on in a facility, but how do they actually prevent security issues from happening? It's great after the fact, certainly, in terms of having evidence of what is going on or what has transpired, but do the security cameras themselves make a facility more secure? That's a question in my mind.
A deterrent, maybe.
Deterrent is, yeah.
From a deterrence factor, I guess. So that's where I'm again, because I think we have to be mindful of where we're spending. We can't spend it on all their proposals on all their campuses. So from what's up there right now, we're prioritizing security cameras in a partial amount. So to Mr. Garibian's point, it still doesn't get to 100%, right?
I did 100% on cameras.
You did 100%, but that's not what's reflected up there.
No, this is decisions.
But in your first version, you had put the full amount?
I put the full amount on the cameras, on the both cameras.
Yeah. So I feel in general on the HomeNet one, whether we go HVAC or whether we go security, we ought to pick one to go fully, and they can always come back for the others. Or if they feel one's more high priority, then they'll have to put their own money into that high priority if it's not included in what we are funding.
That's why I asked a few times if they can put their own funding if they're cut, and they didn't answer me.
So I think the decision is just pick one or the other. I think in terms of category, The other way to split it would be potentially to pick one HVAC and one security. That if you wanted to start attacking both problems, and then they can come back with the alternative building on HVAC and alternative security on the building in a future year if they don't want to do it with their own funds. That would be another approach if you wanted to solve partial problem in each facility.
It seems like I heard that he wanted a complete project, and he has to go to bid too, right? So when you're partially funding, I think it makes it more difficult.
Meaning he might be, does the staff think if we went with just HVAC or just security, that would make it better or easier from a bidding process perspective?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Just because of the scope, larger
Yeah, the scope and the total dollar amount and what.
Will attract more bidders.
Attract more bidders,
Okay.
correct.
Then I guess I'll revise my statement and say we should pick either HVAC or security. It seems like the security amount is a little bit less in total, right?
Yes.
It's about 30,000 less, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, then I guess I'd lean toward the lesser amount because we don't have a whole lot to play
So we're
with.
going with security, right? Are you okay with security?
No, my opinion is to go with HVAC partially, like he says, 3 has to change on one campus and the other one maybe 1. So maybe we can fund enough for those 3 and 1 on the other building and have some, not the whole cameras, and some that is necessary right now, better than nothing. If we do all cameras.
We're back to that whole thing about the bidding.
It's when we cut on their proposal. If he wants to change 7 air conditioning, HVAC, let him change 3 on one building. Better than changing whole thing. At least instead he can have cameras and air conditioning. Let's change the ones he says it's bad, it's not working. If we change 3 of those, so the rest is functional right now. It's old, but instead we can have a security there, security cameras. Instead of 7 HVAC, we can change 3 of them. That's my opinion.
Quick question, if I may, to the staff. You just mentioned that we'll make it easier for bidding for the contractors if they're doing one project per se. We're doing just the air conditioning systems and the HVACs. How would that make difference, or how would that make the contractor easy, or getting the bids easier if there's 2 projects, 2 different properties in a way, 2 or different locations? Would it still be on the bidding part of it, whether it's the cameras or the air conditioning systems? Would it make any difference? Would it, or if it's one building, if it was all one building, yes, I understand. But it's 2 different locations.
Well, we're going off their proposal, and in the proposal, they have to put in those wages, the prevailing wages.
Right.
So our suggestion is, if you are going to make your recommendations, look at that proposal and go for that one location or that one proposal rather than breaking it up. Because that's where you're going to have trouble finding a bidder who can.
All right.
Is that acceptable to you, since you were thinking of splitting them up?
Yeah, I can go for it. But I would prefer otherwise, that they have both the services instead of one complete.
Okay, so which?
But your staff is saying if we do all cameras, makes it a bigger bid, right?
It makes it more lucrative for.
Right, for,
yeah.
right.
Easier to.
Yeah,
But,
to get a bid.
I understand bidding. If it costs 5,000 more, it's better they have what they need right now. They need those air conditions and 3 that is not working, whatever. And they need the cameras too. If you just put cameras, so their air conditions are not working. They
Well,
said,
I kind of agree with you.
you know what I mean?
But I
Whatever
like it
staff
in one location, fully funded. That's my preference. And are you still with the dividers, or?
Actually, yeah. Dividers, I think we shouldn't touch it because it really will actually physically impact how many kids are being used and how many kids are going to take the advantage of the field, or keeping them out of the street or whatnot. So I think that's in my mind that I would keep that all in full in one, and the other ones, I mean, whether it is the HVAC or the cameras, that we can.
Can you
I'm
tell us
open to
now?
that. We can
Can
change.
you just kind of tell us now so we get an idea?
Well, you know what? It all depends. First, the HVACs.
Because we can't split them up. We want them all in one place.
Well, if you want them all in one place, and
You mean location or the type of the?
type
the
of
category,
job.
yeah.
No, the category.
Category.
Yeah.
If we're doing the category as HVAC, then, well, the cost of the HVACs, if we do both of them in the full fund, that's good. That's itself, it's at almost 100,000. It's almost 100,000. So that's obviously with our funds, we're not going to be able to do that. So if we do the HVAC on the main campus, what was it? He said about 32,000, I believe it was, that he can do most of the 4 of them. If we do the 32,000 over there, and then of course we take out the cameras, and we do the other 32,000. So, I'm sorry.
In the North Campus.
And yeah, HVAC on the North Campus. If we do, I guess the full amount, and take out the cameras completely, the 24,000. And if we do 32, what will it become? No, we do the half what he said, that he needs only 4. So out of the 68,000, we do 30. I think I wrote it, but I guess I didn't. Partial. This was 24.
Do you have it?
So we're doing, you're suggesting divider plus
Portion
HVAC
of
or
cost.
cameras?
HVAC. So we have all one contract in a way.
Oh.
What was suggested, right? So it's a 68,000. I know I didn't write the
I
number.
thought staff was
actually.
saying that stick to like an entire category, right?
You do portion.
Or are you saying one building,
Category.
all
It's not a
AC,
full
for
bid.
example?
Committee members, if I may, we could do building by building, and then both trades that, for example, HVAC and/or the security cameras, then we could lump them some together and then go out to bid, possibly be 2 different trades in one bidding. Maybe that would help the situation of getting more contractors bidding on the job.
But those are 2 really distinct, different things.
yeah.
You're not going to get the same contract.
Priorities.
That's the only other option
Yeah.
we would have.
Because if you did security together, both buildings, you go to security company that does that, and it's a bigger project, and so hopefully it tracks. I think if you do building by building, then you're going to get partial of each. It's not going to help you with the bidding issue.
There are more security companies available now because they're not too involved into the building constructions.
Right.
And hopefully next year, maybe with the rates going up, we'll ease down the construction. Will be.
So is the committee suggesting we focus on HVAC or security? Because what I kind of heard from him is that they're really concerned on the security side a little bit more
You brought
than
up
HVAC.
very important issues, even though what's happening these days.
Well, if you notice that he actually has some, they're both priorities, the
Right.
HVAC and the security.
Yeah, but I think, based on.
And then he said health was a concern with the HVAC, and we know it is getting warmer, and last year was the warmest,
No.
and this year's bound to be the same.
Well-
So maybe that's part of their concern.
So, but if I'm looking at the math, right, the security together,
I have $86,159.
okay, and then what about the AC altogether?
100,000
It's
under
more.
is more.
So we should go with the lesser one. I mean, even if we think they're both important, we don't have enough money, so we should go with the lesser one, don't
And
you
the
think?
lesser one will allocate some extra left over to the YWCA or any of them.
So we go to with the cameras, that would be
Cameras
the
and the
less.
divider, yeah.
That's 70.
Can we just
No
look,
divider.
let's just put the numbers in.
If we're putting dividers that they can have more activity and more people in there,
Absolutely.
we should do the HVAC. It's better.
Well, more people, they still play 10 people in the court. They're still playing it. The only difference is that they yell at each other and they start running into each other. They're still playing. It's not like they're playing this, but
No, there's will be two different groups they can play at the same time. What he was saying, once the divider is there, this is per se one group of age.
Sure.
I mean, they
That's
still
for
play it
the
because they
other
have
group,
they have like the basketball thing set up all around all four perimeter walls.
But at
It's
the
just a matter
same
of how
time,
efficient, yeah.
they will have more kids. That's good. Obviously, they will have more kids playing. That's for sure, but not at the same time, because you can only.
Can I
play,
ask the following, just so we can see it on the
Why do we
screen?
need the divider then?
So they can have more kids playing, but not at the same time. So you still have quantities of kids, be present. So it's not like you're gonna have 100 kids at the same time. So you need more AC. You're just still gonna have maybe 20 at a time. Every hour, the shift changes. So that's why they'll have more kids to have more fields, basketball fields.
From what your
Can I ask
explanation, I'm totally confused now.
Can I-
Because
can I-
from what I understood was divider will add on 20 kids in one side of the field, 20 kids
That's
or
right.
whatever number on the other side of the field. So they'll have two groups of playing whatever the number is. So that will be actually adding up more people participation than.
More air conditioning needed.
Well, the air conditioning is going to be on, whether it's one person or 10,
Yeah.
the air conditioning is going to be on at one point or other.
Yes, please.
Madam
I think
Chair,
staff-
committee members, I think Ms. Hunanian is going to give you a little clarification to help you make your decision regarding the bidding process.
Committee members, I just want to make a quick clarification. Historically, we are able to bid simultaneously, meaning that if for the main campus or the North Campus, whichever project you fund, you could go out to bid simultaneously together. Yes, paperwork, contracts, everything will be separate. However, when the contractors see that there's multiple projects within the same trade, it is more lucrative for them to come forward and bid on our projects. So I would like to clarify that so it doesn't deter you from funding the agency due to the fact of the bidding concerns we have. So we could put them together and simultaneously make sure that the projects are moving forward at the same time.
In terms of category.
In terms of category.
Yeah.
As far as the gym divider goes, it is an accurate statement that that gym divider is going to allow different practices with volleyball could be on one side of it, basketball could be on the other side of it. And it's going to serve multiple practices with multiple different kids. So it will serve more practice hours and time, and the time that the kids need to practice, which the agency is having difficulty with.
Thank you. Thank you for clarification.
My suggestion, just because I need to see it visually, and I apologize if it's a little bit more work, but could we see a view of, we do the divider and we do both security, how much can we fund? And then the second version is, if we don't do security, we just do HVAC and divider. So now we're over. So if we'd have to reduce each one by total 32,159 to break even, right?
But the YWCA, we're up to 103 here,
Oh.
based on Mr. Avedisian's recommendation.
What was your original recommendation?
72, which is the cost of the garage.
just the garage?
But there was no labor on that. 72 was only the material, but there's no labor
There was a-
management. That's why I said 100,000, so at least there is a
Well-
portion of the management and the labor included. If you give them a material, but there's no one to install it, what's the point of it? That's my,
They had $30,000, I asked how much of it is. They had $30,000 for total project,
total.
which is just the garage. I'm gonna assume 30% of it at best. I don't know. It's just because they couldn't come up with a number, how many percentage, because they didn't have it break it down. But nevertheless, just the garage versus Antoine, I don't know. It's just a number, but I left that out.
it's open, we could,
Not knowing.
we're trying, let's practice it. Let's go with the 72, 73,000, and then we'll go from there. So we're short $1,400.
Adventist is getting 86,000.
That's advance 86.
I guess take the 1,400 out of it, out of Adventist, what do you get?
84.
Should have brought my calculator, not the phone.
554. 884.
84, 554. And then you're even. So that's one scenario.
Okay. That's HVAC, fuel. I would be okay with this. As it is. Madam Chair?
I'm just listening, because there's not enough money.
Yeah, it's not, it's, you got to make a choice. I mean, it's
No,
not.
that's what it is.
It's not going to be ideal in either way.
Okay.
I'm okay with this.
Can we try HVAC instead of security?
Yes.
Should do a save as.
Should add a column maybe, column F.
Call a friend.
Yeah, actually, that would have made their job easier if we had an adder.
I think next year they're gonna add 5 columns, so we'll each have our own.
Okay, now we're 15,000 short.
Well, yeah, if we do the security, I mean, the HVAC,
Need to
as he suggested that he doesn't need the full funds, so out of the 68, we can reduce that 15,000.
53,000.
So then they'll be covered with their AC system.
So 1.5 project out of 5.
Yeah.
Just
Out of 7.
I think that they'll be okay with this also. This way around.
So it's
Do we have a
full amount
consensus?
for
I don't see a
north.
consensus.
So it's full amount for north, partial amount for main, if we do the HVAC, right?
We're running late on our schedule, guys. Way behind.
I mean, what it really comes down to is, deciding AC over security. And I think, sounds from what he said, AC is working. Maybe it can be improved.
For the
but there's
offices.
minimal security. Because, Mr. Avedisian, you asked about current security cameras, right?
Correct. They don't have none.
They don't have any.
They don't have none. Well, that's what he said. They
Just
don't
a
have none.
reminder.
So,
They just what?
Just a reminder, I asked if the ACs are in the main building or the offices. And he did say most of them are for the offices too.
Offices.
So-
That's a privacy, doesn't that become a privacy if they're in the offices?
No, he's talking about the AC.
I'm talking about the
Oh,
ACs.
we're talking about security
Yeah,
or
so the
office.
kids are,
no, it's he
Kids are
wasn't
cooler.
sure exactly.
He
but
wasn't
yeah,
sure, but he did say
some
somewhere in
gyms,
the
some
offices.
offices.
My suggestion would be if, since they don't have that and they do have AC, may not be an ideal shape, I would go with the security.
I'm okay with either
But
or.
that's just my
If we're doing it, yeah, I'm okay with either or. So I guess, let's call it a question. I don't know.
Yep,
What do we do?
I'm
Madam
okay,
Chair?
except that, I don't vote for any funding for the main campus. So, but that doesn't matter, right? Okay, call for the question.
can we
And
look at
this
the
is just for the
security version of
HVAC,
this?
right?
Sorry. Maybe you should have just added another column so you don't have to keep going back and forth. Make your life easier.
Or just go back.
Yeah, we just kind of fill
Just
it
hit
in,
back,
and we'll
back.
go back into the next
Yeah.
project. Because we might have to adjust. And this is just for the security.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is fully funding security, right? Partial funding for YWCA, but our hope is that at least that gets the garage, right?
Right.
Full funding
Let's
for
see,
the solar.
what's the number there? On the,
Which one?
on the Y?
73,143. Full funding for solar at 219. Partial funding for Adventist at 84,554. Full funding for a divider. Full funding for 2 security projects, security camera projects.
As far as the YWC and the Adventist, YWC, we're pretty much funding the entire cost of without the labor and management. When on Adventist, it's from 109,000, we're cutting it, but I think they can afford to come up with their own versus cutting it from the YWC. It's really, do you guys want to cut more from the Adventist, give it to the Y?
That's what I was thinking.
Or leave it, so be fair. I think we don't want to squeeze Adventist too much.
But
being fair kind of leaves the Y with not enough.
Well, it covers all their material and everything except labor.
Construction labor?
Construction
That's the
labor.
cost.
Which they had total of 30,000 for the entire project. So I'm gonna guess 10,000 of it is, I don't know.
The other part is.
A little bit more.
They didn't have the numbers, so I don't know.
I would say if you guys are okay, just between the Adventist and Y, let's give like basically 50% of what they're requesting is 125, so it's about $65,000 to the Y, and whatever balance is left, give it to Adventist, and whatever balance is left, give it to Y, so at least that will cover their cost of labor and management, whatever it may be. At least we know that one particular project will be done.
So how much are we giving to the Humanitmen?
Well, right now, let's do the
Just so I get-
budget. Let's do the Y. The Adventist 65,000, and then the
No.
whatever left over from the 65,000, we'll give it to the Y.
You need how much?
$19,000.
Sorry, guys.
92,000.
Over $126.
That's fine, 92,000.
Well, I really would like to see the Y fully funded. And I have concerns with the Adventist. I'm afraid they'll hit that wall. And then partial for the youth program. And I just want to fully fund one program at the North Campus. That's what I'm believing. And I don't know what you have left over because but that's dividing the security. We did finally decide on security.
We're just putting numbers, we haven't decided yet.
We haven't decided, but where are we putting the
But
number?
that's what the scenario
But
is,
that's
yeah.
what, yeah, we're going with security, right? Because it's,
If we go with the security, then the second column, the new column that we added, I think that would be the ultimate in, we can move forward with that.
and let the organizations take care of the HB.
Yeah.
HVAC.
Yeah.
Or they'll
I
have to
think
come
the
back.
HV is more
Let's
for
let
them,
it-
it's
let them handle
less
it.
of a concern than the actual, the cameras. And I would think if I had my kids over there, I would feel a little bit more secured having a camera running around instead of AC not running per se, or one AC less running.
Let me tell you one other thing, but one of the babysitters who babysit my daughters, she's a basketball player. She's 18 years old at Homeland, and every time she complains that our practice hours are terrible, we have to go 9 p.m. to practices, and these are girls of 18 years old, 9, 10 p.m. They go play basketball because they're so saturated. I'd rather have a security guard for that 18 years old girl who's going there at nighttime, 10 p.m. to play. And I'm sure it's cool at 10 p.m. She wouldn't mind it. That's why I'm leaning more, because I have heard more stories and I am more familiar with the detail of the organization. That's why I prefer to go with the security for this year.
And then he
manage.
did say that in terms of bidding, getting all that wiring done at one time was
Yep.
Crucial, you know.
So, and we think this 92,000 on YWCA will get them close enough to at least
Oh,
do
yeah.
the garage?
Oh, yeah.
72 was a
the
rough.
garage and probably a little bit more.
I can't
to
believe
do.
that we're giving 219.
Well, you have no other choice. You have
That's
to give
one
it all
project.
or none. If you can't do, and
But
that was
the-
my
yeah.
initial thing, that if we give them half and let them do 2 phases, but obviously it's not doable. It
It's
just
one
doesn't make
project.
sense and it can't be
Yeah,
done.
But
So
it's
either
something
you
they haven't
scratch the whole
had
project.
for years.
Decade, yeah.
They haven't, I mean, it's
But-
just because we can ask, so we're asking. But there's, in terms of need, that need at the Y is, it just stands out. I
Well,
just can't
we are
understand why we
giving
would be
actually-
funding a solar
sorry.
instead of where you actually serve people, needs, and children at that, so. But anyway, that's where I'm at.
Madam Chair, so are we okay with the camera numbers, with the security camera?
Yeah.
Can we just move?
We're gonna have to have a motion.
I make a motion to accept the funding as we see on the fund, which is YWCA $92,697, Glendale Youth Center full funding for the solar system, Adventist Health for $65,000, Home main campus dividers for $26,287. Home main campus security cameras for $38,209, full asking funding. Home North Campus security cameras for full funding as requested, $47,950. And that will bring our total to $489,000 full funding.
I'll second that.
Committee members Armenian?
We have any other discussion?
No.
Well, I just want to point out that we are funding Homenetmen, covered in all of them all, which is, seems to me that's a little bit on the weighted side, so I just want to make up that point, that what it looks like on that board. So, okay, roll call.
Committee members Armenian?
Yes.
Avedisian?
Yes.
Nazarian?
Yes.
Garibian?
Yes.
President Ramirez?
Yes. There it is.
Yay!
Break for lunch?
Now we're behind schedule again.
But not really. 45 minutes, we just don't eat as much.
Oh, don't eat.
Or we don't eat at all.
Don't eat.
Oh,
Okay,
we do have
that's a
people
good
coming.
point. Don't
That's-
eat.
What time?
9/7.
15 minutes.
50 minutes?
Okay.
Madam Chair, if you need half an hour, we'll take half an hour. If you need 45 minutes, we'll take.
Whatever the guys want, you know that.
Okay. Since I'm. You know what?
That food's been
Are we
waiting
adjourned?
over there. We're back from break. Thank you so much for waiting. We ran late on that other segment. So we'll come in with the next item.
Action item 4, conduct interviews with social service applicants and deliberate and approve funding recommendations.
Our first agency up is the Zone Salvation Army. I wanted to kind of reiterate from this morning, there will be a 5-minute presentation by the agency, and then the remaining time will be used for questions by the committee members. Again, we'd like to remind you that your proposal evaluation forms will be filled out after each interview.
So thank you for this opportunity. My name is Lieutenant Jennifer Shiflett, and my husband Justin and I are the executive directors at the Glendale Salvation Army. We just arrived in June, so this is our first appointment here and we're enjoying it. As you're aware, we have an after-school program that goes by the name of the Zone Academy. It is a low to moderate income family program that is of no charge to those families. And as of this time last year, we were averaging 25 children on a daily basis. A year later, we're averaging almost 40 children each day after school in our programs. We offer a well-balanced program between education, fun, and life skills classes for children in 1st through 8th grade. Part of the fun component is offering the elective classes for our children 4 days of the week, which is our biggest attraction and draw to the children. We are finding that parents are becoming much more involved in their children's lives and the activities that are going on in their lives through our program. And one way we monitor this is by the end of each quarter, at the end of our electives, we offer an awards ceremony where the children are recognized for their accomplishments that they've acquired through our program in that quarter. And parents are coming, proudly taking pictures, being involved with their children at that time. We're also finding that the students in the Glendale Unified School District are sharing about the program when they go to class, and we now have teachers reaching out to us from the school district, corresponding and communicating with us, asking for our assistance to continue the education for their students outside of their classroom. We know that the program that we offer is of benefit to this community and to the families that might not otherwise have access to something if this academy did not exist. As always, we're looking to grow our program, continue to grow it, and make stronger programs available. We strive hard to be aware of the needs of the children in our community, and we're constantly exploring the next level of programs that we can offer. One of the ways that we're doing that right now is putting stepping stones in place to offer programs for kids that are aging out of the program after 8th grade, making sure that they still have a place to come back to and be a part of. We feel confident that if we are awarded what we have asked for, the full requested amount, it will ensure that we can meet all of the plans that we currently have for the program and the hopes and goals that we have for the future of the program. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Who wants to start?
A question?
We visited last time and I met you. Thank you so much. Great. And we saw the location for the kids. It's fantastic.
Thank you.
Are you adding anything to the program or just mainly adding more people joining the program?
All the above.
All the above. What's going to be new?
One of the goals that we had for this year was to offer a sports component for the program. We have secured and in the last 30 days started a soccer program for the kids with the Glendale Football Club. They come in twice a week. We now have a JV soccer team and a varsity soccer team for the kids. They had to do tryout, and they spend 2 hours a week with the kids so that they now also have the accessibility to the soccer program.
And where would that, where do you guys practice the soccer?
We have a gym right there on the facility, so they're all set
The
up.
indoor, when
Yep,
we saw
indoor,
the, okay.
Indoor soccer form.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I just had a quick question. So last year we were able to allocate, I think, 18,000. This year you're asking for 25. I see that you served 99 unduplicated with the 18. How much would 25 get you?
So right
How many
now,
people?
as of date, we're at 67 unduplicated students. So we're well on target to meet the required goal of 90. We know that we've yet to have to turn away children. So this funding would continue us to be able to serve. Knowing where we were at this time last year and being at the 99, I anticipate that we could increase that amount probably to another 15, 20 students.
And you would have the physical capacity to do that?
We do, yeah. We
Within
do.
your
We
facility?
have 3 different rooms that we serve the children out of, plus the gymnasium, and we have created an outside space this year as well for them.
Okay. And can you explain a little bit about how you go about recruiting the participants?
So Jasmine Moody is our after-school coordinator. She took over that position this year. She's done a fantastic job. We are aware of some of the language barriers that we have within our community. So all of our flyers are printed in Armenian, Spanish, and English. We reach out to the schools, we reach out to the civic and city community centers within this area. And word of mouth is one of our biggest assets. The kids love our program, the parents love our program, and the Salvation Army name really speaks for itself.
Have you tracked, and I know I've asked these questions in the past, but I'm going to ask them again because I think it's important for the record, kind of the impact you've made. You follow the kids after they're in and out of your program. Do you have any sort of tracking of that success rate?
We do, and I think I could say I would consider it a good problem. Our children don't want to leave the program. When they graduate from the 8th grade level and go on to high school, they're coming back and volunteering for our program, staying connected. They really know that they belong and have a place that they're comfortable and safe. And so everything that they've been able to experience, they don't want to let go. They continue. And so we know between the children that are staying within the program, volunteering, coming back for other activities outside of the volunteer time, as well as the communication that we have with the teachers and the school correspondents.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I appreciate the efforts you've made in the past as we've had these discussions and kind of trying to overcome the language barriers with your multilingual approach. Really appreciate that.
Thank you. None? How about you? No.
Thank you.
I'm just going to make one quick comment. Welcome to Glendale.
Thank you very much.
As a past advisory member of the Salvation Army, I really value what Salvation Army does for our community, for our kids. I've seen it physically. Of course, last time that a few months back when we visited your location, I've seen a lot of changes. And I can only wish better achievements for you guys and for the kids.
We've been busy in 7 months.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
Again, welcome.
Thank
I
you.
think you'll love Glendale.
We do so far.
You have no choice. You're stuck.
This is true. Where I'm from, it's 1 degree right now, so this is beautiful.
And I really do like this program and the collaborations that you have, the way you reach out, and the work that you do.
Thank you.
Are we good?
We're good.
Thank you so
Thank
much
you.
for the opportunity.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Proposal. So the proposal evaluation forms.
The next one. Are you ready for homeless outreach?
Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Ascensia Homeless Outreach, case management.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Natalie Comoro. I'm the Executive Director of Ascensia, and I have our where are you? Lead Street Outreach Case Manager, Alfred Hernandez, with us. I'm going to try to keep my comments limited so you can hear from Alfred directly. Our Street Outreach Program is something that the city has funded with CDBG funding for the last 10 years. Due to funding cuts over the last 10 years, we've gone from 3 full-time equivalent to 1 full-time equivalent, meaning we have a 2-person team in Glendale half-time. We're hoping to expand that with some Measure H money. I'm not sure where we are on those details, but we will still need additional funding through CDBG to make this happen. We submitted to you a budget requesting $33,000, so that's what's before you. And I am going to let Alfred tell you a little bit more about his work and how we've been staying on track and meeting our goals and addressing homelessness in the streets of Glendale. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alfred. I'm Lead Outreach Case Manager with Ascensia. Just to share, I've been with Ascensia since 2003. Anyways, these past few months, I've been successful in housing 2 chronically homeless people that've been homeless here in Glendale for over 13 years. They're doing good. Just last night, I went to go do a wellness check on a elderly couple that we have that's sleeping at Car Park. The gentleman was really cold, looked like he was getting sick, looked like he was just going to freeze over. I called the agency. We just happened to have a female and male bed. Got them in off the streets. They're in our shelter now. And that's where we're at now. And as far as doing the outreach here in Glendale, we're being successful in helping and reaching out and referring these clients to where they need to get help. I hardly don't see any veterans in Glendale anymore. They're all getting housed, which is good. I think that's all about what I got for right now.
I would just want to add that Alfred does work closely with the Glendale Police Department to talk to folks who are out on the streets. And
I work closely with Officer Koses. And also, we do have a social worker that is hired by the city of Glendale through the library. And so what she's doing is outreaching to the homeless, and these are all the libraries here in Glendale. And then on Tuesdays, I go to the Central Library at 1 o'clock, and I meet with all these individuals, and I refer them or take them to Ascensia, and we start doing the proper work on them to try to get them off the street.
I just want to also close by saying recently I met some folks from outside of Glendale, but they're saying, you don't seem to have a very big homeless problem in Glendale. And I said, yeah, because we do our job. And one of the reasons I think that we don't have the numbers that you see in other areas is because we have Alfred and Armando out there working with the police department and with other city agencies to help people as soon as we find them. So thank you for your consideration, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I have a quick question. You mentioned Measure H funds.
Yes.
What have you applied for there?
So we're actually looking at, the city had an application for city direct funding. I will say that we've been looking at the different strategies that the county has, and they do have a strategy for outreach. It's not an easy fit. And so we're going to continue to advocate for having better consideration for our outreach services, not just in Glendale, but in the surrounding areas. But that's a little more problematic. Perhaps Anna could speak to the Measure H city request.
Yes, Chair Ramirez, members of the committee, Measure H funding, we've been meeting with LA County CEO's office to have the Glendale Continuum of Care receive direct allocation of funding. To date, we're hoping to get $262,000 in direct funding, which we will then RFP out, and we have met with Ascensia staff for them to apply for the $262,000. But this is only on 8 strategies, one being the case management component, another one being coordinated entry system, which Ascensia does handle. We received $100,000 from workforce development as part of Measure H funding to employ homeless individuals through the Verdugo Job Center to work in our city parks, to maintain parks, do some cross-training and train them and get them ready for a permanent position in maintenance, cleaning, skilled work, building work, and so on. So we have close to $360,000 coming in, and when those funds are allocated, we'll distribute them to Ascensia and other nonprofits that deal with homeless.
And so the 262 is still an application stage, or you said you've gotten approved?
We received the award letter. We need to go to council to accept the funding. It will be 262 a year, depending on our point-in-time count.
For how many years?
So the Measure H is for 10 years. It's a 10-year measure, and that's because our sales tax, the sales tax went up, I believe, 0.25%.
Right.
And that's for the next 10 years.
And what about the 100,000? Is that over 10 years?
Yes.
100,000 a year per?
It's 100,000 a year for now. If the program succeeds, we're going to ask for more money. Initially, we asked for 330,000. We were given 100 for 13 clients. We want to increase that to 39 clients next year.
Thank you.
Any other questions down here? Question? No. Over here? Yes.
Just quickly, this particular budget you were asking for, it's a mental health outreach case manager. Is that is that a new, I mean, is the same salary has been going on, you're just asking funding for it, or you just added the?
It's a continuing
continuation.
position. I will say that we are really evaluating our salary structure. There's huge competition for staff right now because of Measure H. If we don't keep up, we will lose personnel. So we need to be tracking what we're offering our employees as well. But Alfred, as you mentioned, he's been with us since 2003.
Okay, thank you.
I must have had something. I was just going to check on, do you apply for the Measure H every year?
The Measure H funding for the Glendale COC for 5 strategies, is directly funded to the Glendale Continuum of Care. But there are over 30 strategies. So the other strategies, we're going to be applying for it, or Ascensia and other nonprofits that deal with homeless, the homeless population can apply for it through LASA.
And then on the award that you're going to accept, are there any conditions in there?
No, there's no conditions.
If I may, the strategies are very restrictive. So there are those kind of conditions. So, for example, we have an employment case manager I would love to fund through Measure H. They've structured in a way that that position cannot be funded. So, so those are the sort of things that it's a little bit of inside baseball, but it's. I think it's important to understand that it isn't easy money. And particularly if they're tying it to the homeless count in Glendale, we're going to be further challenged in terms of accessing that money because our homeless count has been consistently low. That said, Ascensia serves, 80% of our clients come from outside the city of Glendale.
Right, yeah.
So that's a conversation for another day.
Is that factored in?
No, it was rejected. We made the point, it was rejected by the county.
Yeah, we made the point, it wasn't factored in. They're still going off the 2017 homeless count. We'll see how our 2018 count was. But we're meeting with them now for next year's funding allocations. So every year it's going to be changing. But the direct allocation, the funding stream will be there for the 5 strategies.
And then on the veterans, how are we doing?
Well, as Alfred said, it's been very stable. We have a lot of, relatively more resources for veterans. And so do you have any that you're working on now, or they're all housed?
Right now, I was working with the veteran, and I just referred him to the VA. So the VA already took over his case, and hopefully he'll be housed within the next 6 months.
That's all we're aware. We'll see what happens with the homeless count, but last year it was, I think, 6 or below, or might have been 4 veterans that were identified in the homeless count. We're able to, once we find them and engage them, we're able to move them on track to housing.
And you had enough volunteers to do the count this year?
Well, I would leave that to the city. They were managing the count. I think so, when I asked Yvette.
I think that this year we had more police officers.
Well, that's good, yeah.
This past year, the Glendale Police Department, they created the HOT team, the homeless outreach team. There's 2 officers assigned to the homeless outreach team. Both of them work with Alfred from Ascensia and our staff with the homeless services program. So Officer Kozis and Officer Colvin, they work day in, day out, work in our parks, facilities, and so on to deal with the homeless.
And I think with the collaboration with the police department, it's really helping Glendale from getting homeless camps popping up here in the cities.
Well, you notice that right across the border in Eagle Rock.
Yeah, they're all, if you notice, they're all on the borders. They're all on that side of town.
And then on the training for our police officers, who provides that kind of mental health that we've been trying to do, and some police departments are doing really well. I think we started doing real well. I don't know how we've done.
The police department has a mental health worker from LA County Department of Mental Health, I believe on a full-time basis, working with them while they're on patrol.
That's good signs. Then your numbers will continue to go down, we hope. And I know that the report was that LA County has the largest homeless population in the nation.
It's also the most populous county.
Yeah, but,
Goes hand in
and we
hand.
have, and it used to be warm here too, huh? Okay, thank you.
Can I ask one last question? How's in your opinion, the continuum of care, how's that collaboration going between different organizations that are serving this population?
Well, we have the Glendale Continuum of Care, which works together really closely. Because of the way the county structured the coordinated entry system, we are required to subordinate to another agency in the San Fernando Valley. Frankly, it's been problematic. I think that my concern is that it's detracting from our attention to local needs because we have to continually communicate with folks who are further far afield. Service Planning Area 2, which is the San Fernando Valley, is enormous. It stretches from Glendale all the way up to Santa Clarita. So I think there's a structural problem in requiring us to do this. We would prefer more autonomy. We would love to be a direct contractor into that system. But at the moment, that's not the world we live in. So we do continue to go to meetings and case collaborate and do our best to make the systems work. We do have a 32-hour-a-week case manager for the homeless family systems. So she was trained at LA Family Housing, and then she's located at Ascensia, so we get our family referrals through there. But any family that comes to us must first be vetted by LA Family Housing, and many of those families are getting moved into motels, and they're not coming back to the Ascensia shelter. So that's affecting our census, and we've been exploring how we manage that because it affects our ability to keep that operation going.
Thank you very much for your service.
Thank you.
Doing the good work. Next one.
Next, we have CASPS, Intervention Prevention Clinical Group Counseling Committee for Armenian Students.
My name is Arsina Hovanesian. I think most of you know me by now. I've been here a few times. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about our program. And I'm here to answer any questions you have. For those of you who don't know, our program is it's called Intervention Prevention Clinical Group Counseling. It's a play, art, create based therapy program for elementary students in Glendale. We are based in 3 schools. The students are pulled out once a week during school hours for 1 period, and they work in groups with the psychologist and her interns. And we've been at Columbus for almost 16 years, at Edison this is our 4th year, and at Muir for our 2nd year. And we're very happy to continue the program. I must say it is always a struggle to get through the financial forms with the parents, and that remains to be a problem for us. However, the need is there. The referrals are coming through all the time from the teachers and administrators. It's the second hurdle of getting the parents to commit that sometimes is problematic. Otherwise, one of the administrators was going to come with me, but last minute had an issue at school and couldn't come. But I wanted you to hear from the administrators themselves how they view the program. They depend on the program, and so do the teachers and the parents. So if you have any questions for me, I'll be happy to answer them.
I have a couple questions. So just to refresh from last year, I believe my memory serves me correctly that we had talked about minimum of 12,000 per school, right? So that's how we had arrived at the 38,000 that you were allocated last year.
Correct.
And so this year you're looking for 48. Where's that additional? Is it being divided amongst those 3 programs? I mean, 3 schools?
Because the 12 is the bare minimum. We do leverage the rest, so if we were able to not leverage as much, but the bare minimum is 12.
Okay, and then how's your own fundraising going this year?
It's okay. We're working on it. I mean, we do the best that we can in order to leverage the rest of the costs and be able to do it with just 12,000 from CDBG.
Thank you very much.
But we're working on it all the time, so.
Next.
How many members per location you have?
We serve up to 25 students per school. That's generally the maximum we can serve because they're divided into groups and there's just so many kids you can have in one group.
And
So
it's a
it's-
certain time you work with the same student, or?
It's the same students. It's like a rolling enrollment. So students come in and come out throughout. But at any given time, we can serve up to 25 students per school. We have served more at some instances per school, but that's the maximum generally.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Go ahead.
What percentage of the students are you serving now that it's in need?
That is what?
Well, how many students can or want to apply, but you're capped at 25 students, you said?
Yes.
So how many stays out?
No one is staying out right now. We still have a few spots available at each school site.
Okay, so you're not capped at maximum?
We're not capped. No.
Okay.
At Muir, one more spot left.
Okay, good. All right, and what does it take to go to the next schools or add fourth school or the fifth school?
Funding,
How much to add one more school?
12,000
12
per school.
Per
Minimum
school.
is 12,000.
So if you have additional 12,000, you can start fourth school right away?
Yes, I think with everything going on in the country right now, I wish this could be done in more schools. Of course, organization itself doesn't have the funding to expand, but I wish that the city and other entities would really consider these programs like ours, not just ours, but other ones as well, to stop these problems before they escalate and before these kids reach middle school and high school, where their antisocial, erratic behavior escalates, and then it's harder to correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'm good, thank you. I mean, there's not much to say for this organization.
In a good way.
Yeah.
In a good way, yes, absolutely, in a good way.
Thanks.
We visited last a couple months ago, and they literally gave us very detailed what's going on. It's almost in every case or overall what goes on in the school and how they're mitigating and helping out those kids going out. And I understand the physical factor that you cannot get parents to participate in the sense of the financials and communications, but hopefully that's something that you can.
There are many parents
achieve.
in Glendale who fear releasing information, whether it's fear of deportation or fear of many things. So that's our only issue. Other than that, we reach out to as many as we can.
Thank you.
Well, I really like this program, and I think it's one of the programs that's needed the most and almost ignored. And I think that our educators recognize this, the fact that we have it in 3 schools. I think it speaks for the community, and definitely for your organization that has just persisted in trying to do this work, and it is commendable. I had a question regarding the placement of students where you have groups. I think that's a great idea, the way you do it, with your AD and ADHD, how you have them separated, and they face different issues, right?
Yes, the groups are based on issues and age. So in each school it's different, each circumstance is different. It depends how the therapist, whatever she sees fit, how to group them. But yes, kids with certain issues. The severely special ed students are not put in this program.
But yeah, right.
Yeah, they are not. But the ones with certain, like you mentioned, ADD, et cetera, who are in the program, they are grouped based on their issues and their.
So you address it early,
yes.
which is key.
Yes, we try.
Why, thank you so much. I really like this
Yeah.
program.
Okay,
I've always supported it.
I have one last question. So if you got let's say 12,000 more, hypothetically, where would you go? Where would be the next school?
Oh, well, it would be at another elementary school, either R.D. White or further south, I would think.
Okay.
Is R.D. White in your census tract?
Well, we had the program there a long time ago for one session for only 10 weeks just to see how things are. It is, but I think the schools more south probably would fit the.
No. Well, I think that what's the good part about this program is that it's in your schools. It's
Right.
on the grounds. It's
Right.
pull out,
Yes.
and it's
You know,
your clients
are
attend.
right there.
If they don't have this.
Because if you do it after school, it's very difficult for parents to get their students, get their children to these intervention programs. So this is the best way to get the students to participate. And the teachers appreciate it because they're getting the help they need, and then they go back into the classroom and do much better. And it helps them and the entire class.
I think, just borrowing from the federal funds used in the schools in the Title I, they're required to be pulled out, and I think that's kind of following along those lines. I think it really works and makes it very successful. I wish you well on other schools.
We're really glad that, we've been able to gradually increase year over year to where you are today. So I'm glad to see that we're making a difference and you're having an impact. So appreciate your work.
Appreciate it. Thank you for continuing to support us.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Maybe.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. You want to do your form?
Hey, we're back on track. That's what happens. You move quicker.
You don't eat as much.
Oh, youth.
Well, no, maybe it's because we had
Or at all,
lunch.
or
We're moving quicker.
or maybe, yeah, okay. All right, we're on to the next
Energized.
one.
Next up is Glendale Youth Alliance Youth Employment Program.
Good afternoon. My name is Karina Grigorian. I'm with the Glendale Youth Alliance. For the past 25 years, Glendale Youth Alliance has been providing employment and training programs for the youth of our community. We've served over 10,000 youth, and annually we're able to serve 350 to 500 youth based on allowable budget. We do have over 700 youth annually that we're unable to serve due to the lack of funding. Over the past 2 to 3 years, we've really shifted our focus to serve the disconnected youth. These are the youth that are not going to school and not working. And typically they tend to be the youth that are either homeless or on the verge of being homeless, the youth that are foster youth, have some sort of disability, are on probation, and so forth. These youth generally do have a harder time finding employment, and they do need additional services to meet their human needs. So as an organization, we've taken a holistic approach in serving these youth. We work very closely with a lot of the community partners to provide housing, to provide food, to provide other necessities that these youth participants need. Over the last year, we've been able to secure funding through the Kaiser Foundation to dedicate a portion of a staff salary to provide intense case management and mental health services and referrals to the youth of our program, a service that we think is needed nationwide. As you can see, the needs in our community are ever expanding, and there's always need for youth employment as well as human services. We do really appreciate all the support, the financial support we've received through the years, and we really do count on your funding to continue the work that we do in the community. I can answer any questions you may have.
Where do we want to start? On your side. You're good? Shall we go back to you?
Oh, no, I'm good. We visited the site last time.
Yes.
Met you. Thank you. Great program. I just noticed our portion's only 5 or 6% of your entire budget.
It is.
Is it still the same? The budget has it changed? $1,190,000? Is that the most recent number?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes. And minimum wage is going up, so the number of
Right.
youth we're able to serve with the same amount of funding actually decreases. But we're trying to stretch every dollar and serve as many youth as we can in any way that we can.
Any from you?
My only question is, so we, as usual, don't have enough money to go around for everyone's requested amounts. If you were to get slightly below what you're talking about, how would you adjust? What impact would that have on you?
Right. We would leverage with other funding sources, but ultimately the amount of funding we have determines the amount of youth we can serve. So if the funding level drops, we would alter the service levels.
Thank you.
I had a question regarding the ages.
Yes.
It's 14 through 24, and it's a youth alliance.
Yes.
And no one in my sphere is over 21 is considered a youth, and now 18, you know.
Right. A lot of the federal grants are increasing their age limit to 24 because this population really needs the services. The 18 to 24-year-olds do. They're getting out of high school and they're not prepared for the real world, so they need all the services that they can get.
Well, I understand the need, but maybe, how about that youth part?
They're older youth. Yeah.
I think it's kind of misleading in terms of who applies and proposals. And
yeah.
Not recognizing that, in fact, you serviced a real need.
Right. Previously, our youth participants were younger. They were 14 to 18 to 21. But through the years, as I said, because of federal grant guidelines and the need in the community, the age has gone up to 24.
And that's well known, publicized.
Yes, yes.
One quick question. So
Yes.
with her question, so what's your percentage of the actual youths, saying 14, 16 years old, comparing to 24 years old? What is yours?
I would say it's probably 50% younger youth, 50% older youth. We have specific grants that are focused on the 18 to 24, but the summer program, it's mainly 14 to 18 and some 18, 19, 20-year-olds. So I would say overall, if we're looking at the entire Glendale Youth Alliance, the youth that we serve, about half would be younger youth, half or 40% would be older youth.
Thank you.
You had a question?
You train them. You train them for employment, right?
Yes.
And how do they find the job?
We actually do the placement. So the grants, some of the grants that we have allow us to place youth in different work sites. We pay for the initial 120 to 200 hours of work experience with the hope that the business will pick them up at the end of that training term. So for the older youth, we pay for 200 hours of work experience, and it's the understanding with the business that if they're a good fit, they will transition onto their payroll. And about 83% of those youth do actually successfully complete the program and transition into permanent employment.
Thank you.
A question, what
Yes.
primarily, is it kind of into a career or jobs? What primarily, where do you place our?
It depends on the youth's interest. We're very fortunate to have a lot of various work sites within the community, from law offices to accounting firms to retail to almost every department of the city of Glendale takes our youth participants. So depending on their career interests, we try to align them with work experience within that industry.
And I know you do great hillside work.
Yes, we do.
Okay, that's it. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, committee members, we were just contacted by the Housing Rights Center, who's up next, that they're going to be running a bit late. However, we have Catholic Charities Loaves and Fishes program here with their representative, Moises Carrillo.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you all, first of all, very much for your time and for facilitating this program. I know it's a lifeblood for many organizations, including Catholic Charities. My name is Matt Ackles, and I'm representing the San Fernando region and the Glendale Center for Catholic Charities with my colleague Moises, who of course you guys know, and Saeed, who many of you know well, who runs the Glendale Center. And we've gotten Moises to defect to our organization. We're very happy about that. So he's been great.
We're going to deduct that from the amount. So.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Penalty. Well, I'm going to give just a very brief background of our organization, and then Saeed will talk a little bit more about the specifics of our program, and then we'll be very happy to field questions. Catholic Charities, as many of you know, has been around in Los Angeles since 1919. We serve the county and Ventura County through 5 distinct regions, this falling in our San Fernando region. So within that region, we have several community centers. We've served more than 12,000 individuals in the past year, and we provide everything from homeless prevention care, which we're talking about here, food pantries, youth services, ESL classes, senior services, really across the board. Children from pre-K come to our pre-K in Canoga Park, and seniors for end-of-life care, we work with them in home. So we're very much a full-service type of organization. Here in Glendale, what we're here to talk about today is our homeless prevention program, which we achieve through a food pantry, clothes being provided, and a full-service case management system that includes legal support, immigration support, emotional support, and all sorts of things like that. We've been doing that program specifically since 1987, so about 31 years now, and you guys have just been fantastic partners for us on that front. So Saeed Hamidi, who runs the Glendale Center and is our primary case manager for the homeless prevention program, will give you a little bit more specifics about that.
Thank you, Matt. Hello, good afternoon. I want to tell a little about our Glendale services that we provide. We have the center, Glendale Community Center. We have 3 programs within: immigrations, then loaves and fishes, which I run and oversee, and then we also have employment. From my program, loaves and fishes has been blessed with the help of the city for more than 20 years, I should say, financially and mostly the overview from the city. The services that we do, that I run and control, is the loaves and fishes. We have a major food pantry program. That's our program. But plus that, we have other main health and poverty services that we have, is the rent and utility assistance that we do, the case management. Then we have the any referrals that we do. We are part of also of the COC program, COC of Glendale, the Continuum of Care. And every client that comes to our doors, we make sure that they receive any source of services. If it's not through us, like as I said, in-house, we provide food, clothing, we refer them to shelters, we provide rent and utility assistance with the help of the city, and we have immigrations, and also we refer them to cane services for the employment. But outside, we refer them to any of the centers, any of the services, which is the Vertigo Job Center for their jobs, for D.D. Hirsch for their mental health, or any other mental health departments here. And also, we refer them to Ascensia, or we refer them to even if it's as simple as getting an ID card through referrals for the Ascensia, we refer them with the forms. Well, we used to have forms. Now we send it to Ascensia to control to get an ID card so they can come to our centers and come to any other centers in Glendale and receive those services that they require or they need. As I said, our CDBG program has been a backbone for all our case managements, and it literally helps us to run more hours. In my center, we have 2 staff who are myself and 1 case manager that I have on a part-time basis. All our centers blessed with volunteers, with the program from AYUDA program, from the county's transitional subsidy employment programs that they have. So what we do here is what we get from the CDBG. It really helps us to keep our doors open and run our centers smoothly and add more to whatever services that we are doing. And for now, budget-wise and then numbers-wise, and as Mr. Ackles mentioned, that he helped writing the grant for us. So any questions that you guys have, please we would be happy to answer. Thank you.
You want to start over here? No. Okay, we'll let you go first.
Sure. Most years, we haven't been able to fund Catholic Charities the full amount you've requested. So if that were the case again this year, how would you adjust in terms of what you're looking to do with your proposed amount?
I should say our plus point here is that we are part of the San Fernando region for Catholic Charities. And yes, we didn't get any of the actual amounts that we requested. We know that there are budget cuts and all that. We usually ask for our foundations to help and ask from our main downtown office to help financially. And on the San Fernando region, we have different programs, so we're trying to adjust the budgets and make sure that our services are more than actually amounts that we get. It's always we rebudget during the year, during the months. We try to allocate more services, more money to the places that we provide more services to it. So yeah, as I mentioned, so our main source is our Glendale, but then obviously is our downtown office, the Catholic Church's main office, and our San Fernando Region Foundation and funders.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Nothing over there, over here?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
I'm good. So this is just a continuous program. This is not, you're not adding in another case manager or a part-time to the full-time.
No,
right?
unfortunately we
This
can't.
is the continuous.
This is the
What
continuous.
you have already.
Yeah.
Okay, just want to
We
make
wish
sure.
if we can add one
I
more
read it
case
correct.
manager, but we can't.
Okay. I'm sure Moses will find a way to achieve that down the road.
That's why we brought back up.
Well, you're
back up
lucky.
into the Catholic Charities itself.
Yeah, you're lucky that he
He's a
went with
blessing.
you.
He's a blessing to our team.
I had a question. Do you still have an advisory or the need for an advisory group at the Glendale Community Center?
So Glendale Community Center is also part of our advisory board of San Fernando region. Through that, we get all our, so San Fernando region is part of our Catholic Charities main board. So if I understand the question correctly, so whatever the counseling and the guidance that we need, we refer them to our main board.
Okay, but we understand that the board, the proposal is, it comes directly from the Archdiocese.
No.
But the Glendale Community Center at one time had an advisory board, and this was just, for the block grant monies that we spent it here. And so I was just curious if that group still exists.
Actually,
Moises would know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I do remember those times because our chair was a member of that. No longer is there a local Glendale Advisory Committee. Is actually folded, as Said mentioned, a more regional board. So there are members from Glendale and San Fernando Valley that actually encompass the whole regional board. So the regional board, it covers Glendale, the Canoga Park site, and Van Nuys site, and Burbank. And that region board reports to the Board of Trustees. So it's changed a bit since a while back.
And then do you still operate the Labor Center, which is that in Burbank?
Correct. Cafeterias is the operator of the Burbank Day Labor Center over at the Home Depot in Burbank.
And do you have one in Glendale?
There is no one.
No
there's one
more,
in
huh? It just switched,
Yeah.
which is on the border, actually.
Right, it's on the border of Lake, I believe, and Western. So it's right on the border of Glendale, Burbank.
Well, I know a lot about it, so I don't have any more questions. Good.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your hard work.
Thank you, guys.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, before you guys leave, can you please state your name for the record?
Oh, sure. I think I stated mine, but Matt Ackles is my name for the record.
Said Hamidi.
And you're local.
Yeah, you too.
Me too. Moises Carrillo, Catholic Charities.
Yeah, you're the new guy.
New guy.
Thank you.
Do we have our rep
Uh,
here?
Madam Chair, committee members, we're about 15 minutes ahead of schedule. If you'd like to take a 5-minute break, now is a good time to do so while we wait for Fair Housing Center to.
Let's do it.
The other two agencies are here, but we can take a 5.
Who follows them?
Our stock went up.
Did it? It was Semper.
It's in bad. No,
Madam Chair,
Edison.
we're up.
It's still in the tank. though.
We're live.
Okay, we're up.
We're back from our 5-minute break.
Madam Chair, committee members, next up is Armenian Relief Society of Western USA with their community outreach program.
Good afternoon. My name is Talarain Tablian, and I serve as the Director of Operations for the Armenian Relief Society Social Services. Our agency is requesting CDBG funding from the City of Glendale to help continue our community outreach program. This program is targeted at servicing low to moderate income residents of the City of Glendale, primarily those who are senior citizens, as well as new immigrants and refugees who have language barriers. The funding request is to provide English as a second language classes and life skills for 120 senior citizens. This class helps them develop their reading comprehension, writing, communication, and basic language proficiency skills. We hold these classes twice a week at 2 different levels each week. The second component of the program is employment services, and we intend to provide these services to approximately 45 clients throughout the fiscal year. It includes job searches, assistance with resume preparation, building their interview skills, referrals, as well as placements. We have a good rapport with many businesses and establishments in the community where we keep close ties with potential employers, and we can make referrals to our clients. Overall, we anticipate to serve 165 unduplicated clients. And I also want to emphasize that beyond these services, our case manager has been offering general social services to clients on a monthly basis. And in this field, we serve approximately 85 per month, some months as high as 100 clients. These services vary from completion of forms to translations or interpretations, referrals for counseling or other community services. We've seen an increasing number of emergency cases where we've made various referrals for shelters, and we continue to distribute food, clothing. We've actually started doing one-time rental assistance for those who've been on the verge of homelessness, as well as made one-time payments to help with utility shutoff notices for some clients. We continue to work closely with the City of Glendale and other community organizations. These include Essentia, YWCA, Catholic Charities, basically to help meet, the various needs of our community members. This past October to November, we helped Onyx Glendale distribute about 1,500 affordable housing applications for the 8 units that they had available. We've seen a very high demand in this area of need from our community members, and we continue to maintain public postings at our headquarters for affordable rooms for rent or apartments for rent. I'm pleased to report that we continue to meet and exceed our outcomes, through the community outreach program. Close to 95% of the clients that we serve through our ESL classes fully complete the program curriculum. And 80% of the clients that we have been delivering employment services to have already secured employment within the first 6 months of this fiscal year that we're in at the present time. We have been operating in this community for nearly 4 decades, and so ARS Social Services really knows how to meet the needs of the community in need. A majority of our clients have a primary language that are those other than English, mostly Armenian, Farsi, Russian, and Arabic-speaking populations we've seen an increase in. And these populations come from Armenia, Lebanon, Iran, Russia, Iraq, Syria. We're proud to be operating under the CDBG program, and we hope that in receiving this funding request, we can continue to offer the full scope of services under this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Your light's been on forever, since she started. That's fine. All right. Why don't you go first?
Question for you. You provide many different kinds of services.
Yes.
Any trends over the last year in terms of types of needs, or where is your greatest unmet need?
Right now, it's in terms of affordable housing. We get multiple requests on a weekly, monthly basis, people who are no longer able to afford their rent. We have families coming to us who've been living in motels or couch surfing at friends, or, you know, contacts through their children's schools, et cetera. So there's a great need there. And so we do our best to keep an eye out if we see something that's affordable. That way we can refer clients, not only in Glendale, but, you know, we're seeing this from nearby communities too, you know, coming to our headquarters seeking assistance.
So just to go one step deeper, so within that unmet need area, is there a particular demographic? And what I mean by that, is it families, is it seniors? What kind of folks are they?
I would say across the board. We have seen families of 5. I've seen a single senior citizen aged 80 plus. So I would say families and seniors are, you know, the most that we see.
And are any of them on the verge? I mean, obviously, if they're that desperate, how many is there any percentage of them that then turn into a homelessness situation?
The ones that we've served with the short-term or one-time assistance have been able to, you know, get by. We haven't seen anybody that we've provided that type of assistance to come back and say, well, now I'm out of, you know, I have no options left, fortunately. So we're seeing that in delivering these type of services, we're helping, you know, community members. It's making a difference.
And kind of separately, are there homelessness situations that you do deal with? Because I understand you collaborate with the other homeless shelters, right?
Yes, so we keep our eye out for the winter shelter notices, for example. We've done a lot of referrals. Our first point of contact is Essentia. You know, we let them know the procedures, how the intake process works there. If need be, we will accompany them to Essentia if there's, you know, any kind of additional help they need while they're there. So really, through the city or Essentia is the first step that we take when we see someone who's actually already homeless, living on the streets, for example. Yeah.
Okay. And then my last question is, what are your other sources of, you apply for funds from, for example, the LA County or whoever, who else do you get?
We operate various programs through ARS Social Services. They're specifically tailored to those program requirements. We currently receive funding from LA County CSBG for senior services, City of Burbank, Pasadena Community Foundation. We're doing our best to diversify our funding sources, so we're actually really focusing on private foundations, corporations, et cetera, to try to seek donation and boost our fundraising efforts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next.
I've been in your office. There's an area. There's an area. Do you guys use it to rent them out or get more money for it to help homelessness?
I don't think I understand the question. Can you repeat it?
There was an area that you guys said you rent them out or across the from office?
Oh, we work with, we collaborate with Pacific Clinics. We've been doing that for a few years to deliver mental health services to senior citizens ages 60 plus.
So you just use them for your own?
Yes, yes, yeah.
Okay.
They use part of our space and we collaborate together to refer clients and help enroll them in their older adult wellness program.
Thank you.
So yeah, various programs working with different demographics for different needs for the community.
First of all, your services are great, obviously. I have many people come to me for various help, and I have directed so many people to you guys, anywhere from filling out forms to jobs seeking, and and I've visited your office multiple times. Obviously, I know you guys have that board, which is, how often does that board, how many percentage do you know that gets used from people posting either needing an employee or needing a job? How often people use that? How many people?
Oh, daily. The
roughly?
foot traffic is amazing at the office, just for those, that job board posting or the rooms and apartments for rent.
Right, right.
Heavy foot traffic, you know, those without appointments know that that board is available and accessible to them. I would say anywhere from,
So it doesn't just sit there, it gets
oh no,
used
that's
often?
used daily
Okay.
and updated weekly, actually.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
we get telephone calls on a daily basis with employers who'd like to put a posting. The next day, we'll get a call from a different employer saying, thank
Alright.
you, I was able to fill the position through your posting, please remove mine now. So that's ongoing and daily.
Excellent.
Yes.
And as far as the job placement, you mentioned you did about 45 a month. Is that pretty much cap, or why so little, or why so much? I mean, can you do 100, or why is it only 45?
Because these are ongoing services that we're providing to these clients. The same individual can come to us to help them prepare their job application. The next time they visit us, it's to help work on their resume. So they're duplicated services for unduplicated clients in
Got
the
it.
field of employment.
Excellent. And lastly, just recently, very recent, the Federal National Mortgage Association rolled up a program that if anybody rented out a room from their primary residence through Airbnb, those individuals can use that income to offset to refinance or purchase. If Federal National Mortgage Association accepts that, can we market that to the community? Hey, because of housing issue that you mentioned, there's an issue with the housing,
Yes.
which we all know that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can we market that, hey, if
Absolutely.
it's your primary residence, you have extra room,
Yes.
you want to rent it out, either
Yes.
subscribe to Airbnb, which is more secure site, versus they act on their own, not knowing who's renting in.
Yeah,
Maybe you guys can look into that to see if you can correlate or collaborate with Airbnb to market to local residents
Right.
that if they have extra rooms they want to rent out, they can use through that, and it's a credit from Federal National Mortgage Association Center.
Yeah,
So it's just an idea
yeah,
if you
and we're
can.
well known as an information source for community
Right.
members, so we do like to disseminate that kind of information when it becomes available. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, your turn.
Thank you. I'm good.
You're good, good. All right, well, I'm pretty familiar with this organization too. You do the good work. And I think you addressed the affordable apartments that you
Yes.
refer people to, and I was going to ask you, where do you find them?
Oh, they call in.
No.
We'll have the units or et
Yeah,
cetera, they'll
mhm.
call in and say, we have a room for rent. We have an apartment for rent. So we will help them try to find a tenant,
Okay.
right? And we keep our eye on it for those who come to us seeking, and we'll let them know, we have a posting here. This may be something that's in your means. You should, we'll help them inquire into that for them.
And then in terms of your immigrant population which you service, have you felt any of the repercussions with all what's going on with the immigrant populations?
We've felt a drastic impact in our refugee program, actually, that we operate with Catholic Charities. This is a completely separate program than the CDBG funding one. But we've seen a decrease from that program, actually, yes, in the number of refugees served through that program, because it's an LA County operated program. But we have our community members who still, continue to seek these services from ARS.
And some of our population is a sponsored population, right?
Yes.
Immigrant population.
Yes.
So you can verify that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. All right. I recall that after the Vietnam War in our church sponsored 77 families. And so we continue to do that good work here in town, obviously. So thank you for the good work.
Thank you all. Thank you all for the opportunity.
Thank you.
And we have Fair Housing is here.
Madam Chair, committee members, Fair Housing Program Housing Rights Center is here. If you'd refer back to packet number 5.
Ready? Hello, thank you so much for inviting the Housing Rights Center to come. Thank you. I had to, our service area is quite large. We represent cities and counties in Los Angeles County and Ventura County. So we had to change gears whenever there's a disaster to kind of get up to speed on disaster assistance. So we've been helping the Thomas Fire evacuees with wildfires and trying to help tenants and with property owners as well apply for the FEMA assistance that the administration finally approved. So, but thank you for accommodating me. I can start with the presentation, start with questions?
Please.
Okay. So the Housing Rights Center has been proudly representing the city of Glendale and assisting its staff and its community-based organizations for a number of years in helping the city fulfill its fair housing obligations. Under the HUD requires that for localities that receive federal funding, they must affirmatively further the Fair Housing Act and engage in affirmative fair housing measures, not just accept complaints when a tenant feels that they've been discriminated against, but actually go out and educate the public, educate landlords, property owners, let them know what their responsibilities are, as well as tenants, to try to avoid any violation of fair housing laws before they happen. So the Housing Rights Center very proudly does that. We've had a very good collaboration with the city. Even though we're contractually obligated only to serve 500, a minimum of 500 residents, we serve closer to 800 residents a year and property owners as well. We provide workshops in addition to that. I also was able to hear some of your questions to the previous speaker and could respond to some of those questions as well. Just the last question had to do that you asked about whether or not there have been more complaints filed. We have seen a number of complaints. We've assisted a number of tenants who were told, you need to go, you're an immigrant, and we're going to evict you. So we've had a number of tenants that received notices, eviction notices, where the landlords requested a social security number, even though the tenant had been there for 9 years, never missed a rental payment, never paid rent on time. Landlord all of a sudden demanded social security numbers, things like that. So we're addressing those. California, fortunately, has a very strong immigrant protection law that just went into effect actually January 1st that prohibits a landlord from discriminating against a person based on their immigration and citizenship status. So under California, we do have laws that help us provide assistance.
Well, that is great. Surprising. Then you don't have to meet a lot of the other criteria that the other nonprofits have.
Well, just by nature of the way the housing market works and the unfortunate predicament of a lot of tenants, close to 99% of the people we serve are extremely low to low income. So in terms of the income eligibility, we do meet that because of just unfortunately the situation. One of the previous questions to the last speaker was, what are we seeing in terms of calls and complaints? And definitely, the lack of affordable housing is huge. We assisted here in Glendale. It was last year, a woman and her 2 children. She'd actually come to us through the Glendale YMCA, through the domestic violence clinic at the Glendale YMCA, YWCA. And she was in temporary housing. The housing of the Glendale Housing Department gave her a Section 8 voucher, so she was very happy to get a Section 8 voucher. But the problem is she couldn't find any landlord who would rent to her because the rents were too high. I know as of a couple months ago, she was on the verge of losing her voucher because you have to lease up within a certain amount of time or you lose your Section 8 voucher, and she was actually pretty close to losing her voucher because she couldn't find an owner to rent to her. So
they're almost worthless.
Yeah, and that's why the city of Santa Monica passed an ordinance that says that it's illegal to discriminate against Section 8 tenants. So California, there's no similar law in California state law. Santa Monica was the first one to kind of take a leap out there and do it. They were sued by the Apartment Owners Association of California for this law, but they won in court and they also won an appeal. So it's a good upstanding law, and I know a lot of localities are looking at the city of Santa Monica's ordinance as a model potentially for them as well. And also when it comes to rent stabilization and as well. I know the city has been working on, going back and forth with its just cause ordinance. So I've been providing technical and assistance to the city as well, and definitely would make my position and my knowledge and expertise available. I've been a legal aid attorney representing the city of Glendale for close to 25 years now. I was with Neighborhood Legal Services of LA County for 18 years before I became an executive director of the Housing Rights Center. So I've worked with the city and with the very prestigious Juaces Carrillo years ago when the city of Glendale first passed its Just Cause ordinance, a very good step. And unfortunately, as you know, the problem is when rents go up, then that becomes the basis for the eviction. So it's kind of hard to have a just cause ordinance without a rent stabilization ordinance. But you know, we're here. Feel free. I also let me offer my staff that we would like to come and meet with your staff as well, and so that we can educate your staff. So that when because I'm sure your constituents are calling you and you know, complaining about rents going up and not being able to afford to stay in Glendale, the city that they love and the schools that they love and so forth. So you know, we're more than willing to meet with your staff and at least kind of give them some education about what laws are available, what rights are available, and you know, hopefully work out some type of solution to this.
A question before I go on to the others, maybe a clarification on your application.
Mm-hmm.
There's this little box that it lists the what I consider the 5 protected classes, but maybe you might want to maybe elaborate on that one little box that says Hispanic and non-Hispanic, and then.
Do you think that's the reporting? Because we wouldn't have listed Hispanic and non-Hispanic when it comes to the protected categories, but the HUD requires that the organizations that administer this have to. So I think
when people fill that out, I think we want to know, are you being discriminated in these classes specifically? And of course, we have other discrimination, which we well know.
Yeah. Well, we do ask that maybe it's an issue of making it clearer on the form so that when we
well, just so we understand, so and the community understands.
Yes. Okay.
That we do have protected classes, and that's why actually we have the fair housing. Okay, you're next.
2 questions. We're probably going to see quite a few initiatives locally and statewide on rent control. How do you see that impacting what you're doing?
Well, the Housing Rent Center does not take a stance one way or the other, and that's primarily because we understand that part of our mission is also to educate landlords as well, so we don't want to be seen as being biased against landlords. I
guess my question is more in the context, if such either legislation or local ordinances or ballot measures pass, how does that affect your operation in terms of what you do and what you focus on?
So we'll educate, our staff always stays on top of any new laws, and we actually stay on top of laws before they even are enacted or become effective, so that way we can update all of our materials. As Council Member Ramirez said also, as Commissioner Ramirez also said, we want to update all of our education and outreach materials to make sure they're up to date, to include any new protections or any new protected categories as well, because we distribute thousands of pieces of literature with all that information to the city and to the constituents and the community-based organization. So our staff will be educated. We'll provide if a caller calls us from one of the affected communities where there is a potential for rent control or rent stabilization ordinance, we'll provide them with that information about what the law is. Same thing for landlords as well. If they call us and say, so I'll give a quick little example. Governor Jerry Brown enacted an anti-rent gouging, price gouging, after all the wildfires that happened in California in the fall, and they're statewide. So so even if a person in Glendale calls us and says, my landlord's trying to raise my rent by 20%, we refer them to this ordinance or initiative that Governor Brown signed that says that at least until May, possibly June, because it may get extended, landlords cannot raise their rent more than 10%. There can't be any price gouging more than 10% because all communities are affected by the wildfire, because the wildfire was so devastating and it did cause a lot of loss of housing. So that's an example where we'll educate ourselves about a law that kind of restricts rents from going up, and then we'll educate the consumer and the landlords to let them know. And in that particular situation, we told the landlord, and the landlord said, okay, we'll hold off until at least May or June before we initiate that larger rent increase.
My last question is, in your application, so in past years, you've gotten somewhere around $11,000 to $15,000 in terms of allocation, and it shows a number of folks served is actually gone down as you've gotten more money. So I wanted to understand, because for example, it shows 2016, 2017, 15,000 with 600 to be served. And then 20,000 with 2016 and 17, 18, 500. So is there a cost going up? Is that what's driving those predictions?
So
I know
actually,
those are the estimated amounts.
Yeah, those are the estimated numbers. I think our numbers this year and where we currently are definitely in the closer to the 600 range than the projected 500. Only because I know I've received a number of the calls and so forth. So, and especially if Glendale does enact this new kind of change, and we're going to get a lot more calls. There's going to be a lot more opportunity to educate landlords as well. So I'm not concerned, but I will make sure that I will do periodic checks to make sure that we are on track with meeting our estimated goals.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking is obviously, I mean, if it doesn't correlate, it's not logical that we would give more money and get less served,
Yeah,
so
I think
that's
the
why.
500 you're quoting is the projected number,
Yeah,
not
it is
the
the
actual
projected
number.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you responding more to people who are the party with the grievance, or are you dealing with landlords who have a question about how to manage their property?
So most of the calls, there's actually an issue. Yeah, that there is an issue. Every once in a while, we'll get a landlord who wants to kind of proactively know what their responsibilities are. That is a little bit more rare. Usually it's because they have an actual person in mind,
grievances.
a tenant in mind that they're having an issue with, or other tenants are having an issue with that tenant, and that's what generates the call.
Okay, thank you very much.
Quick question. I've asked this question before. However, we know that you work with the city very closely, the housing departments and all the issues, but I keep looking, and I've looked earlier. I don't see exact number or very almost close number of what exact amount of people actually for Glendale services, because I know you do work with multiple different communities and cities. So what is the number of the Glendale residents do you actually have served?
A minimum of 500 households a year, not individuals, but 500 households a year we serve.
Do you have that in some sort of
It's
a
in our report.
recording?
We submit reports.
Is it?
Yes. I'm sure I haven't met Maggie yet, who receives
in the
our
file?
reports.
The committee members, yes, we receive quarterly reports with all of our agencies, and Fair Housing Rights Center for their Fair Housing program, they serve 500 households annually.
In Glendale?
Yes.
In Glendale?
Yes. Yes, so they have, based on our agreement, minimum they serve 500, but they're always at the end of the fourth quarter. We have close to, I believe, last year about 700 clients that we were served. And they also provide 2 workshops, one for tenants, one for landlords, annually for City of Glendale, that we have Glendale residents, landlords and tenants attend the workshops and get the information through Housing Rights Outreach Coordinator. So with that said, yes, they definitely do have their numbers, and they minimum have to serve 60% Glendale residents to begin with HUD dollars, but almost all of their clientele is for Glendale for this grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Armene. And one other thing, we also actually started doing 3 workshops because we did the one at Glendale Community College for students as well. Last year we started. So,
thank you.
Thank you for the explanation. But the 500 numbers, is it also including those community outreach or seminars?
No.
So you're counting those attendance as the service clients?
No. Committee member Avedisian, no. For each workshop, we have a sign-in sheet, and it's just basically that's tallied differently. Those workshops are standalone, and they're mandated to do those workshops annually.
No, I understand. I
Yeah,
just want
but
to make
no,
sure
the numbers are
that
separate.
we're not calculating those numbers, attendees,
No.
with the numbers that we served.
No, the numbers on the quarterly is based on the number of contacts each participant or each client that calls into Housing Rights Center, and they tally those numbers, and we get a report each quarter.
And that would be household?
Households, 500 households. Oh.
A minimum of 500 households.
Yeah.
Madam Chair. Yeah. Quick question. You just had the workshop recently, didn't you guys have one
We
recently?
did.
Yes. The number of attendance from the tenant side, how many were there last time?
I wish I could tell you that. I don't. I didn't conduct that workshop, so I can provide you with that information.
Do we have that number?
Committee member Garibian, usually we have about tenants last year, I could recall about 20, but this last workshop that we had in November, we had a full house. I could say about 50. We kept bringing in chairs. So it was one of our biggest workshops. I do believe one of the reasons for that is due to the housing crisis that we're in, and there's a lot of landlords and tenants that have the interest of knowing what's going to happen. So we had a full house, and we accommodated about, I would say, 50 people. But to be exact, I have to look at our
Roughly,
reports.
yeah, just because I knew I was aware of it.
Roughly, I would say we have 50 plus people in that workshop.
Because I was aware of the detail, that's why I asked, because I was told about that, and I didn't go that day, but I was told about the increasing. So as far as so happened yesterday, 2 days ago, I had a call. Apparently somebody's garage caught on fire, and the landlord evacuated, told everyone, I think this is red tagged somewhere in Glendale, that they have to leave. So they call and say, hey, what do I do? I said, I don't know, call an attorney. And I gave them your number, so it happened to be, I said, call them, maybe they can help you. I don't know if they called the office or not, you wouldn't know. But these are cases you guys can help also, because the landlord says, well, it's red tag, you have to move. And she's like, well, I can't afford to move. Can you help me? And landlord says, not my problem, it was a fire, so I didn't do anything. So these are stuff you guys can help as well?
So in that situation, it doesn't sound like it was, obviously it's not a Thomas Fire situation where the federal government may step in, which would provide assistance to the tenant and possibly into the landlord as well. You're talking about a one case scenario. So unfortunately, yes, we have the information that we could give the landlord and the tenant to let them know if there are any local, state, federal disaster-related funds and assistance available for them to apply for to provide assistance. If there's none of that, then we will give them information. The tenant always asks, well, is my renter's insurance cover this? Should I report it to the landlord? We'll explain the difference between, in that situation, like the tenant's renter's assistance and the landlord's property insurance. And then finally, we will try to talk to the landlord and try to try to negotiate something. That's exactly what we're kind of facing in the Thomas Fire situation. It's a hard situation because the landlords are saying, I'm going to need 8-9 months to completely redo this apartment and so forth. I'm not getting the rent in the meantime. How am I going to make my mortgage payment? And the tenant's saying, but you're taking away my housing. This is the apartment I lived in for 22 years. I don't want to live in another place. I want to be able to come back in at the same rent I was in 8 months ago before the fire. And even though you're going to put lots of money in it and renovate it and you want more money now, I can't afford to pay that. And so that's kind of the hard situation that we see in that type of situation when the tenant's displaced due to a fire. So the most we can do if there's no legal remedy there is to try to negotiate, try to appeal to the landlord to kind of help the tenant out a little bit, and vice versa, the tenant to be patient with the landlord as well, and try and hopefully can convince both to work it out with one another.
I hope so. They've been having a lot of problems like that in Houston after the flooding, apparently.
Yes.
That's a major problem they're having. Some landlords did work out, but most of them have a problem, and they had to be moved out of the area. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
We're good?
Good, thank you.
Thank you very much again. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, before you return to your seat, can you please state your full name for the
Yes,
record?
my
Thank
name,
you.
thank you. It's Chancellor Al-Mansour, the Executive Director of the Housing Rights Center. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
May as well.
Madam Chair, committee members, last but certainly not least, we have the gift program expansion, which is All for Health, Health for All.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adrina Ibrahimian. I am the president of All for Health, Health for All Community Health Centers, which was founded by Dr. Nubar Janoyan about 25 years ago. We have 12 locations, all of them designated as federally qualified health center and accredited as patient-centered medical homes. We operate our health centers in the cities of Glendale, Burbank, Sunland, in LA County, in San Luis Obispo, Atascadero, and Templeton, and now in Las Vegas, Nevada. And we've been providing primary care services mainly to different communities. We are applying for the CDBG program funding to expand our GIFT program, which is our mental and behavioral health program, which we have been able to provide in collaboration with the City of Glendale from the Glendale Heritage Gardens, the Cedar House, also known as. We've been able to serve many patients. We expect to serve about 700 unduplicated patients at the Cedar House this year in 2017 for about 2,000 patient visits. And we hope that with the CDBG funding, we will be able to expand the GIFT program services by adding one more provider, one more licensed clinical social worker, and by serving 250 more patients, which will equal to about 700 patient visits into our Cedar House. That's about it.
Very good. You ready for questions? It's a new program that I hadn't heard about this one.
Yeah, we've actually been able to provide our services from Cedar House since May 2014. And of course, with the great support of the City of Glendale, as the Cedar House is a property of City of Glendale that was given to us as a form of funding, I guess.
Madam Chair, committee members, although the GIFT program does not receive CDBG funding currently, they do, as Audrina had mentioned, they have been part of the social services, we could say, human services section since 2014. So we do receive quarterly reports from them, and we do keep tally of that. So that's something to be mindful of, that they have been in the program. They are monitored just like the other CDBG programs. It's just that we don't have an expenditure rate because there's nothing to expend because they are part of the program. But they do have a lease with the City of Glendale to provide services.
And that was what department? Your department?
Community Services and Parks.
And as we started the program, we've definitely been seeing a lot of more and more demand for mental and behavioral health, as we all know. And that demand keeps increasing. So we definitely want to and would appreciate the support to expand the program and serve more patients.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, back in 2012, when the city had a large number of programs that were cut, budgets were cut in the Parks Department, and one of the items that were cut was the Youth and Family Services Program provided by the Parks Department. So what we did in 2012 was we combined both the Youth and Family Services component and the operations of Pacific Community Center under one supervisor. And the coordinator at the time had moved to another city. We didn't fill that position, and that position was cut as part of one of the budget reduction strategies that we had. Then we RFP'd the house at the Glendale Heritage Garden, the Cedar House, and All for Health Clinic came in, the gift program came in to provide similar services to what we were providing at that location. So they currently pay, I believe, $500 or $600 a month, $500 a month to use the facilities. And now they've applied for CDBG funds to expand their program.
And I forgot to mention that I would say about 14,000 of our 19,000 patients are low income. And so the majority of our gift program patients are actually low income or just, and mostly don't even have any insurance. So it is definitely a great resource for our community.
And is that both youth and adults?
Yes, transitional youth, adults, and families. Family treatment therapies.
Yes, a couple questions. First of all, thank you for what you're doing. For me, I guess I had heard the name of the Cedar House, but I really wasn't exposed to it. I didn't know what it was or where it was and what they were doing. Now, by reading it, and we understand a little bit more, and then help from the staff, giving more explanation, at least to me, it gives me a little bit more vision and understanding of the organization, somewhat. First of all, until now that you didn't get CDBG funding, how did you run your program? From where do you get your fundings from? How did you run your program? And by adding this funds that you're asking for, how is it going to change in what is it going to actually add on to? Or is just an employee add-on, or actually just adding on time, or just a new clients?
My name is John Pazranda. I'm the CFO of All for Health. So as a federally qualified health center, we get funding from the federal government. And up to now, we've been able to run the program through those funds. However, we plan to expand the mental health service to the city of Glendale. So what we're asking for is just additional provider time, licensed clinical social worker, to be able to provide more services. We would need that funding.
Okay. How many more do you think this one staffer, or is it full-time, part-time staffer that is going to help out? And
yes.
How many more? And I'll add one more question, then you can answer, I guess, all at one. I know that you already mentioned that you've been serving multiple different cities or areas. How do you determine where your customers come and your clients come? And the Glendale Cedar House, are they all Glendale residents, or it's Eagle Rock, Pasadena, and they show up here and you drive them all in one location?
Yeah. So the first question is, I forgot what was the first question?
How many more patients?
Yeah, that's right. So we're asking for a 0.5 FTE for licensed clinical social worker, and we estimate we're going to be able to serve 250 patients, which will result in about 700 to 750 visits for a 0.5 FTE in a year.
Annually.
And as far as the city of Glendale?
And as far as the City of Glendale residents, this is not the only mental and behavioral center that we have in the remote cities, the Las Vegas and San Luis Obispo County, the two cities there. We actually have mental and behavioral health centers at our clinics already, serving those communities. The rest of our clinics are, I guess, mainly here in Glendale. The rest of the 9 clinics are here in Glendale, 1 in Burbank and 1 in Sunland. So the majority of our patient population is already in Glendale. We do have very, very small percentage of our patients that take advantage of our Cedar House services, but our non-Glendale residents, which we report to the city on a quarterly basis, but about over 95% is Glendale resident, are considered Glendale residents. And the remote locations, again, we're not only serving our current patient populations, we get a lot of referrals from local healthcare providers as other psychologists and psychiatrists, unfortunately, given the current healthcare industry and the situation. Not all, and I would say majority of them do not accept low-income patients or certain insurances, most of the insurances. So these patients don't really have any other medical homes to go to. So that's why they come and take advantage of our services. And so we do get a lot of referrals from other primary care providers in our community that don't have anywhere else to send their patients to, except for either All for Health or Pacific Clinics, which is another community mental health center. We are just fortunate to have the governmental resources to be able to serve as many patients as come to our doors, of course. But as mentioned, any additional funding will go directly into just expanding the services and adding more providers so that we can serve more patients.
Thank you.
In Glendale, specifically.
One more, I think, and I guess I'll stop. You just mentioned multiple clinics in Glendale. This is medical clinics, correct?
Yes.
So you're serving those clienteles, and we're calculating those numbers that what you're serving is at your medical clinics, not necessarily at the
Yes.
Cedar House, or correct?
No. The medical clinics encounter number is way higher. It's about 19,000 encounters, actually, the 19,000 patients, unduplicated patients, about 60,000, 65,000 visits. So specifically at the Cedar House, we have served, and we expect to serve by the end of 2018, for this year only, 800 unduplicated patients. Which is about 2,000 encounters, only at the Cedar House for mental and behavioral health services. So with this additional funding, we'll be able to add another 250 patients to serve.
I understand that. Each patient that comes to you, to the Cedar House, how many visits they need to go through in order for them to some kind of a actual result, or whatever your goal is to get them to?
Yeah, it is very specific to every patient.
Okay.
I don't even want to say an average of, because every patient's situation is different. But given all the resources that we have as federally qualified health centers, we obviously treat them all the way. And the beauty of our program compared to other mental health centers is that our services are integrated into just one home, one place where the primary care providers and the mental health providers always collaborate and work with each other, work on case management and see the same patient going back and forth from medical, clinical care to mental and behavioral health care. So they have access to the same software, same patient's chart, and it's very important for both of these cares to the integrated care helps us provide a better or have better results. And I guess prevent unnecessary additional visits that we would otherwise have. So when the mental and behavioral health provider and the primary care provider consult with each other and manage the patient's case together, the end result is always better, and which is what many different funding programs actually support on state and federal level as well.
All righty. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Well, I just wondered, you are a partner with the city, right? You partner with the city?
Yes, currently, specifically on this program.
Yeah.
Yes, they use our facility, and we refer them. We also have a youth and family services program, not as big as what we used to have back in the day. So if there's any clients that come through our office, we either refer them to All for Health or other nonprofits in the area providing mental health.
Well, that's the first I heard about your program, and good work.
Yeah, and I was going to mention that we've been getting a lot of referrals from the city of Glendale. We have a great outreach program too. We constantly outreach to our community. We try to stay as active as possible, attend to health fairs, and inform the community about our program and encourage them to take advantage of the program. And we've definitely been getting a lot of great results because the number up to 700 patients currently is not even what we had proposed at the time when we applied for the Cedar House. We weren't expecting it to be as high. So, and of course we can increase it even higher with the additional funding.
It's a little bit disturbing that you kind of describe it as it's
I know, as
becoming
a net
an
positive.
Industry. Besides that, it is the almost a crisis that it is.
It is.
That on the other side, it's becoming an industry, and that's kind of troubling.
It is. But we have to keep in mind that this also serves as a prevention, so it's better to address it than not to address it. So,
well, somebody's alert. Thank you.
Thank you.
Didn't I get
No.
you? I'm so sorry. I thought I started with you.
No,
I've been here too long.
I usually do. I jumped in first.
Oh, that's what happened.
And you'll pardon me, I'm going to ask more questions than normally would because it's the first time we were hearing from you, so we have a little bit less familiarity with your program. So starting with staff, can you give me a little bit more history, like how they were selected for the Cedar House, or why, was there multiple applicants and all for health was selected?
Back in 2013, we issued an RFP for youth and family services, and I believe All for Health was the only agency that applied. So basically, they were awarded the contract to operate a program, the GIFT program, out of the Cedar House.
Okay, thank you. And so what is the interrelationship between All for Health and the Cedar House specifically? Your application is specifically for funding for Cedar House. You mentioned, if I was listening correctly, that in most of your locations, these services are co-located with the primary care services, but Cedar House is specifically for the mental health services. So, and you were mentioning that it's good to have them co-located, but in this particular case, for Cedar House, they're not.
Co-located. I'm so sorry. I probably wasn't clear. Not co-located, but just integrated under one roof as an organization. So at every location, all of our clinics have access into the same system. So, for example, if a patient on certain medications goes to the mental and behavioral health provider, the mental and behavioral health provider is able to access their medical records and see what medications they're on, and they're able to just quickly contact the provider and consult with each other and see what they can do to properly manage and try to maybe even wean them, and so they don't have to be in the same location, and it's better when they're not, because Cedar House couldn't be a better fit for our program. It's such a perfect space for mental and behavioral health therapies, because first, it's so accessible to the community. It's not hidden in a building. It's just very out there for the community, very visible and isolated, separate from the clinics. And the type of practice is so different. There's not much traffic. There's a lot longer periods being spent with the patients. So the daily traffic in our waiting room is not the same. It's more of a therapeutic space that we were able to create by keeping it separate from the clinics, but at the same time still together with the still combining and integrating with the medical care to get better results.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that most of your patients, generally speaking, do not have insurance.
Are either low income, have Medi-Cal, which I would say 99% of the providers in the community don't accept, especially for mental and behavioral health services. And so these patients don't have any other place to go. except for very selected community mental health programs. And some of them don't even have any insurance at all. So we are able to, sign them up with different other programs that we have. We get either through the county or just other funding programs.
Do they pay out of their pocket?
They never pay out of their pockets unless they're some self-pay patients. We put them on sliding fee scale. Based on their income, they get major discounts actually. So most of the time, if they don't have any insurance, they obviously happen to be very low income. So most of them actually qualify for major 90% to 100% discount.
And so I'm going to continue, and pardon me because, it's part of our job to do some due
Of course.
diligence, and you're the first time. So in looking at your financial statements, the reason I was asking about the income part of it, when you start to look at it, there's revenue received of, it says patient service revenue, net of contractual allowances and discounts, almost $7 million. And then expenses, obviously, your expenses and your revenue seem to kind of pretty much net out. So where's that $7 million coming from?
Yeah. So about $1.5 million comes from the federal government, and the rest comes from the state of California.
So the $7 million from the state?
About
It says
$5.5 million.
about $1.5 million from government grants.
How much, I'm sorry?
Here's how it's listed. About $7 million, I'm approximating. About $7 million from patient service revenue.
Yes.
And then it says $1.5 million government grants.
Yes. So then the $1.5 million is the funding we get from the federal government, specifically Health and Human Services.
Okay.
And then the rest we build Medi-Cal. We get it from the state of California.
Okay, the rest
Yes.
is Medi-Cal.
Yes.
Okay. And does the city, other than providing the real estate, does it provide any other funding to the program?
No, we just provide the facility. They pay us $500 a month, and then we refer them our clients so they can provide mental health services.
Okay. And generally speaking, how do you market your services? How do you make people, you mentioned making the community aware. How do you do that?
Mainly just, we have an active outreach and enrollment department that just outreaches to the community with different ways. Some TV advertisement, a lot of, flyers being passed out, active participation in health fairs. We, since we're targeting the youth, we always send out our outreach and enrollment staff reaches out to the school districts, schools and the Glendale School District. They will educate the schools, try to, encourage or educate the parents. So any type of programs, workshops, anything that the community organizations might organize, we try to, be there, present, represent the GIFT program, and encourage them to take advantage of. So different, and all of our outreach and enrollment staff is certified, just like the DPSS employees, to be able to apply for Medi-Cal for these patients. So on the spot, actually, wherever we are trying to outreach, they're able to log into just basically a similar system, just like the DPSS employees do, and apply for Medi-Cal for them so that they don't have to go to DPSS and apply for that. So that helps them, encourages them to come. Or obviously, if they don't qualify for Medi-Cal for one reason or another, if they're not, their immigration status or anything stops them from qualifying, then we enroll them into our other programs that they never even knew that would exist anywhere for them to actually take advantage of and get mental and behavioral health services, especially.
Outside of their collaboration with the city, do you collaborate with any of the other CDBG funding participants? Because they have.
Yes, the Armenian, well, I guess most of them, majority of them, we always try to collaborate. We periodically will meet with each other. We always refer, the referral system has been established already, I guess indirectly too, without much effort, by just, making sure that there's flyers in every organization that shares some similar mission and vision and is targeting the, I guess, almost the same population. And we encourage them to refer any patients that come their way that don't have any insurance, are considered low income, and don't have any other medical homes to go to.
And who are the founders again? You mentioned
Dr. Nubar Janoyan, who's also our current CEO.
Okay. He's the only founder, or are there others?
Yeah, he's the only founder. Oh yeah, and of course, and we share this with, especially when we collaborate with our other agencies in the city, we share this so that they also can share with the community members that as federally qualified health centers, we serve patients regardless of their ability to pay, so we are not allowed to turn any patient away, especially for their financial status. So our doors are open to everybody, regardless of the insurance type they have or the financial status they have. Which again, obviously, especially for mental and behavioral health, especially given the current healthcare rules that we live in, not all of the mental and behavioral health providers are able to accept just any patients, regardless of their financial status.
I was going to ask, on those federal funds, do you receive some of those CHIP funds, the Children Health Insurance Programs funds that was so debated the last shut the government down?
We actively apply. We basically qualify to apply for being, as federally qualified health centers and especially accredited as patient-centered medical home. We're in good standing as an organization, so we qualify to apply. We always have our eyes open and we constantly apply, and every once in a while, of course, receive funding for different programs. Yes.
Okay.
Chair. Hi. Hello. Two things. One is, it says here you're applying to hire a licensed clinical social worker. That means you don't have one now?
We have psychologists. We have 3 psychologists currently.
Meaning it's a new program? You want the funds for a new program?
No, a psychologist and an LCSW basically provide the same type of service.
So you're adding one salary, or you're replacing one?
No, we're adding one.
You're adding one,
yes,
okay.
We're adding one, and we're basically asking for the CDBG funding to just fund 50% of their salary.
Next question I have is, it says 250 patients out of 700 visits. Is it annually, I'm going to assume?
Yes,
and
annually.
This, obviously, the Nevada, Las Vegas, you just started, so it's not even part of this. So annually, you're servicing how many people in total?
Total, so 19,000 patients, which ends up being about 65,000 patient visits.
Okay.
In all of our locations combined.
All of the, okay. But as far as just Glendale?
Just Glendale, I would say, yes, 80%.
80%
because
of
the
the
remote
19,000
locations are
is
newer.
Glendale.
Yes, about 16,000
So about 16,000 patients from Glendale only?
Oh, yes. We're based in Glendale. We started in Glendale back 30 years ago, so the majority of our patient population is here.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Any other questions?
Oh, very familiar with this
Very good.
program. And watch them every night on the TV.
Thank you very
You have a
much.
TV program?
I'm sorry?
You have a TV program?
Every once in a
No.
while, yes, we
Yeah,
do show up on
advertise.
TV on different programs.
Yeah,
We get
advertising.
invitations.
Not that I watch much TV, but
Yeah.
honestly, before getting this application, being a Glendale resident for 40 years, I've never heard of it.
That's so strange.
Okay, doctor.
And I was
strange, it's sad,
I was
but-
confidently gonna say, almost every Glendalian, and especially if they happen to be Armenian, have been through our doors at least once over the past 30 years, but I guess not. We haven't been able to reach out to every single member in our community.
Doing a
But
good
we try
work.
to, of course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Jananian, before they start, he does all these centers. A friend of mine said his employee was sick, told him, why don't you go to doctor? He says, I don't have money. So he sends it to Dr. Jananian, about 25, 30 years ago, and called Dr. Jananian and told, I'll pay for it. Then later on he went to pay for it. He says, no, don't pay it.
Exactly.
Any patient, they don't have money, send it to me. That was before he starts getting government funds. Dr. Janoyan.
Yeah. And that is how actually that's the motive of our community health center, and that's how we got the attention of the county, who just monitored and admired what he was doing at the time as a private practitioner, not turning any patients away, regardless of their financial status. And with the word of mouth, the word of free doctor reached out to higher levels of government, and so we are now where we are, thanks to stories like that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's it. That is it. I can't believe I hadn't heard about that.
You don't watch Armenian channel.
I don't have it.
We get to work.
Madam Chair, committee members, the Excel spreadsheet is up. If you would like to take a break or just move forward and deliberate.
Yeah, let's move
What's your
forward.
pleasure?
Take 5 minutes break.
5 minutes break.
Okay.
5 minutes break.
And be sure it's 5 minutes. Oh, you
We
should
are
have
not.
seen, you should have seen the talking. Oh. We're back from break, and we have no cards. So we can move on to the next item, which is,
Madam Chair, if I may, to start and make suggestion. Considering all the organizations that we've already known and know how well they've been doing in serving our communities, and based on the last year's fundings, I am suggesting as a base, maybe we can start putting a base as what we have funded last year to them, and then work out the numbers from there. That would be my suggestion.
That's how we've done it every year.
and you had started out like we did in the previous
Yeah, that's what he's
session.
suggesting.
Yeah, just go with the priorities.
Well, what we've done in the past, I don't know if we want to follow it again, is just as a starting point for discussions, we've put in last cycle's numbers into this year's recommended and see what we have left, just as a starting point. And then, which is I think what they just did up there. The one difference this year, of course, is that Door of Hope is not there, so maybe take that amount and put it into gift as which was the 20. So Door of Hope didn't apply this year. We gave them 20 last year, put the 20 in for gift, and let's see what it does to the numbers.
Oh,
What happened?
is that it? That's it.
That's it.
If we don't do anything, that's it.
So the only way to really change numbers is either change an individual organization's numbers or don't fund an organization and redistribute that money somewhere else.
Can I change one thing?
Make a suggestion.
Suggestion, yeah. Because I feel so strongly about Salvation Army and what they do with the kids and everything, and comparing to All Health, at least, or Health for All, being a new organization, at least to CDBG and us, I would say they're asking for $28,000. If we give them $15,000, and the rest of the $5,000, we pass it on to Salvation Army. Every year with the Salvation Army, we cut them down, and the amount of work that they do for the community and the kids, it's really valuable. I think this will just give them more power to do more for those kids.
I have a question to staff. When the report, it showed a different amount. It showed a higher amount than 11,500 in terms of last year's allocation.
Salvation Army?
Are we talking about fair housing, committee members? Housing Rights Center,
No,
11,500?
no, I'll show you.
Because the remaining,
At least in the numbers that they showed, here it is showing
20,000 for Housing Rights Center.
18,000, no, I'm talking about Salvation Army.
Oh.
It shows for zone 2718, which is what we have up there, right?
18, yeah.
It shows 18,000, but up there you have 11,500. Which
No.
one is it?
That's Housing Rights.
That's housing. Zone is number 7 on the board.
Oh, okay, sorry. So you're suggesting 5,000 more for Salvation?
Correct. In one of the reasonings that I'm saying, what I just suggested, especially for Health for All, they're saying they have multiple locations and multiple services. I'm a little bit confused. I guess I'm not understanding it well from what they're explaining or what they did explain. The amount of people they're serving and what accurately serving as a Glendale residents, to me, is a little bit more questionable as a health organization. than mental health services, what they're doing at the Cedar House. So probably if we see in a more detailed in the future, years to come, then we can probably obviously look at it in a different eye.
Next.
From what I see, obviously, we're short. Whatever we do, we're short. So at least not getting worse than last year. I think it's a blessing for them to get something. But I think the only one of the main shortfalls, yes, it is Salvation Army. Almost everybody is. I mean, you can't really, and they're all. I'm okay the way Mr. Avedisian recommended the way it is now.
I'm okay.
Your thoughts?
I'm okay.
You're okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very difficult to be able to maneuver $1,000 from one to another. So I think the way it is, it's their last year's budget. Whoever it is should be able to manage within the last year budgets. Hopefully they won't be too short. And we have a new addition, obviously. Like, well, Dora Hope didn't apply, so that helps. But we don't know what happens next year. We don't even know how much money we'll have next year. So I think this is it.
Well, they're all such good programs.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's
it's very, very difficult to try and make a choice. And that with that gift program, I really think that they're meeting a need that nobody else is meeting, and that I think they're anticipating and have been for quite a while, obviously. So I'm good with that, too.
I'm good.
Make it easy.
You good?
Yeah.
We're good.
Okay.
Good motion.
wow. You guys are actually good.
I'll make a motion to approve the funding as designated. Armenian Relief Society, $54,250. Fair Housing Rights Center, $11,500. Gift program, All for Health, Health for All, $15,000. Essentia, $20,000. CASPs, $38,000. Catholic Charities, $32,250. Salvation Army, $23,000. Glendale Youth Alliance, $46,000, for a total of $240,000.
I second that.
Moved and second. Roll call.
Committee members Armenian,
Yes.
Avedisian,
Yes.
Nazarian,
Yes.
Garibian,
Yes.
President Ramirez.
Yes.
Next item, we have oral communications. I don't have any cards. Next item.
Moises.
Next item is item number 6, committee staff comments.
Yes.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'd like to thank you. I know this was a lot of work on your end, reviewing all the proposals. Special thanks to Madam Ramirez for leading the meeting and all the committee members. I know we have 2 new committee members, and I hope you enjoyed making important decisions this coming year. We will be going to council hopefully mid-April to get the final plan, CDBG plan approved. And Maggie and Armina will notify you of the council date. And special thanks to staff who worked on the transition from Moises leaving to Maggie taking over. Maggie, Armine, Adita, and also Teresa. So I thank all of you, and hopefully we'll see you in April at the council meeting.
Yeah, please do inform us. And I'd also like to thank staff for, I know it's a lot of work preparing this, and your preparations help us do this more efficiently. So really appreciate all your hard work.
And I think this gives the applicants time to to get their ducks in order and put out those RFPs. And maybe Teresa can join us up here the next time.
And for the record, we are ending 15 minutes early.
All right. then.
Oh, wow.
All right, if there are no objections, we'll adjourn. Meeting's adjourned.
Thank you.